Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of what if Naruto was in Star Wars and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Victory on Geonosis. After a massive planetary siege, the separatist forces on Geonosis have finally fallen. Key weapons factories have been destroyed, but at a heavy cost to Republic troops. Now, as Jedi Master Luminara Unduli and Obi-Wan Kenobi begin a cleanup of the planet, they launch an intense campaign to find separatist leader Poggle the Lesser and bring him to justice. Geonosis. Rex is taking the 3 Padawans to a gunship for medical treatment. Sorry to leave you here, Rex. There's still a lot to do. Ahsoka said as she and the others stepped into the ship. You 3 have done enough to destroy that factory. Go get some rest. We'll let General Kenobi take it from here. Rex said to the trio. We'll be back before you know it, Captain Rex, Barris said before the doors closed. We're ready, sir. Up ahead, several gunships landed behind Luminara, who looked back to see Obi-Wan and Cody walking to her. A hard-won victory, Obi-Wan said as he stopped beside Luminara. Indeed, and a costly one. We suffer a great many losses in these battles. Too many. The battles do appear to be coming with growing frequency, Obi-Wan said looking forward. No sign of Poggle, then. Nothing, Obi-Wan replied, putting his hands on his hips. We have clone squadrons spread out all over the area, but no hits yet. I'll go out and find some clue as to where he went, Luminara said before walking to a speeder bike. I'm sure the clones can handle. Poggle has too much information about the separatists to let him get away. Very well, Master Unduli. Just make sure to leave a bit of strategic planning for me when I come back, Master Kenobi. I'd hate to feel left out, she said before putting on goggles, got on the bike, then left. Poggle. Meanwhile, Poggle's AAT is dragging several crates with the use of tractor beams. A sandstorm begins, and one crate falls off of it. We lost one. 1B1 droid said before Poggle looked back and spoke. Lord Poggle says to leave it. We gotta keep moving. Republic HQ. Obi-Wan walked into the main room and saw Ki-Adi-Mundi at the hollow table. What's this? I didn't expect to find you up and about, Obi-Wan said to the master, who looked at him. After enough time in a Bacta tank, one longs for the mundane comfort of star charts. It seems like it did you some good. Your wound looks almost healed, Obi-Wan commented looking at his face. I wish I could say the same for most of my men. Well, let's make sure we don't have to take Geonosis a third time, Obi-Wan said before a hologram of the planet came up and he pointed to the middle. Poggle's forces seemed to have come from the northern hemisphere. And where was Master Unduli's last contact made? Mundi asked as Obi-Wan pointed down a little. This region, farther to the west, but there's nothing out there according to our latest intel. He said before a beep came from the table and Luminara came up explaining she found a box on her recon. It appears to be a munitions container of some kind. It could just be debris. Mundi mused as she shook her head. I don't think so. There was no battle in this area, she explained before they heard a clone beside her speak up. It looks like Poggle was on a direct course, 11 Mark 72, that way. Headed directly for the Frigate Temple. That makes no sense, Mundi said, shaking his head. Nothing in the temple could have survived the munitions we used in the first wave of our attack. Why would he risk exposure to go there? I'm not yet sure. Perhaps he doesn't realize the extent to which we cleared that area. Luminara explained as Naruto and Anakin walked in with BD jumping onto the edge of the table. Master Luminara, I'm tracking a sandstorm that's heading your way, Anakin said to the master, who glanced at him. No matter. Poggle is out in the open, and I intend to grab him before he can get off-world. Mundi shook his head at that. I advise against it. You might get lost in the storm. Then we'd have to find both you and Poggle, Obi-Wan said, putting a hand to his chin. I feel it is a risk worth taking. As you wish, Mundi said with a sigh as the others looked out the window and saw the storm. Luminara and Buzz. Let's go, Luminara said to the clone, and they got on their speeders and put on goggles as they followed the route into the sandstorm. And past a deactivated B-1 droid covered partly in the sand. I can't track Poggle in this storm, Buzz said as she continued looking forward. We'll reach the temple soon. We can get out of the storm there. Republic HQ. What could be taking her so long? Anakin asked, looking at the storm. Something must have happened. She'll be fine, Anakin, Naruto said, crossing his arms. It's a delicate operation, Mundi said looking at the hollow map of Geonosis. I'm sure we'll have more information soon. I must admit, I am troubled that we've not heard from her, Obi-Wan commented, putting a hand on his chin. Let's not start worrying yet, Naruto said, walking over to them. Master Luminara is not one to take unnecessary risks. A few minutes went by before Luminara came upon the hologram table slightly in static. Master Kenobi, we tracked Poggle to the Frigate temple, but now there's no sign of him. Go no further until we can send support. The storm is making things difficult. We can barely read your transmission as it is. Are you sure he went into the temple? Mundi asked, leaning on the table. Yes, we saw him enter, but I think he's gone down into the catacombs below. Naruto sighed at that. Those catacombs go on for miles. We may have lost him. Get yourself out of there, Obi-Wan said before they heard Buzz scream, having Luminara turn with her lightsaber before the transmission ended. Master Unduli. Master Unduli. We've lost the connection. Anakin then turned before Obi-Wan spoke. Where are you going? Take a guess. We'll never get to her in this storm. The gunships can't handle it, Naruto said, pointing to the storm. We can't wait. I'm sorry, Skywalker. We have no choice, Mundi said, bringing his arms behind his back. We must be patient and trust in Master Unduli. We'll leave as soon as the storm lifts, Obi-Wan said to his former Padawan who looked out the window. A few minutes went by before Naruto sighed and walked out. Where are you going? Naruto stopped as Obi-Wan spoke. To my speeder, I've got a windshield on it for times like this. I'll see if I can get to her in case she does get hurt or something. Before any of them could speak, Naruto was already out with BD running after him. Later, Naruto in his speeder bike, now with a windshield on it and goggles, rode in the storm following the path Luminara gave before stopping as he saw a deactivated droid. Stepping out, he picked the droid up and placed it on the back of the bike before strapping it down as he figured he could get info from it. He then continued for a while and came to a large building structure before landing and walked to go into a room that's carved outside. BD saw several statues before dropping them down and scanned them. Man, that is one nasty looking bug, Naruto commented looking at one that had a headdress on top of an entrance with bones on the ground. He then saw Buzz dead in the corner before sighing. Damn. He then looked around and saw a lightsaber on the ground and picked it up. After the storm passed, Naruto saw a gunship fly to him before Anakin, Obi-Wan, and clones walked out and up to the room. Stay alert, everyone, Naruto ordered before they looked at him from the other side. Any sign of Luminara? Obi-Wan asked Naruto, who shook his head. No, and I wasn't going to go looking for her without backup. Beep. Backup with guns then, Naruto yelled as BD looked over his shoulder. There was a struggle, Obi-Wan said as Naruto noticed a hole on the floor, mostly underneath a metal door. Obi-Wan then looked to see Luminara's lightsaber Naruto placed on his speedster. This is not a good sign, he said as Anakin walked over. Luminara's lightsaber. Poggle didn't do this, Obi-Wan said as the others looked at him. But maybe that did, Naruto said looking at the stone face he saw earlier. That is one ugly bug. I haven't seen one that looks like that before, Anakin said, looking up with Naruto as BD looked over Naruto's back. Trills. I don't believe anyone has. It could be the Geonosian queen. Obi-Wan mused standing up. The bugs have a queen. Rumored. But we haven't found any proof of her existence. Obi-Wan replied as Naruto looked at a rib cage at the door. Until now. This way, Obi-Wan said as each Jedi picked up their sabers and BD turned his light on. Come on, men, let's move, Cody said as they turned their helmet lights on and walked inside the dark corridor. They started walking for a while before Cody's comms started beeping. This leads to a dead end, he said as they came to a split. He then turned to a small doorway before kneeling at it. This one goes down the furthest. Sir, I'd say that's our best bet. I'll go first, Obi-Wan said before crouching to walk, followed by Naruto and Anakin. Suddenly, they heard Luminara on their holo pad. Master Kenobi, if you're following me, you must leave this place. Just get out. I repeat, fall back. She yelled before being attacked. Obi-Wan then looked to the others. She must be close by. Come on. They ran further down the tunnel before coming across sickly-looking Geonosians with white eyes. I don't like the looks of this. They then attacked only for the bugs to be unaffected with worms coming out of their noses before going back in. Naruto then jumps over to one and cuts his head off. Go for the heads. Look out. I can't stop them. On, no, no. Back, everyone, back, Obi-Wan yelled as more came to them. Take out the tunnel supports. It's the only way. The clones shot the support beams, causing a cave-in, having them dive through another doorway to another room. What were those things? We couldn't kill them. Anakin panted as Obi-Wan looked at him. I've heard stories of a Geonosian hive mind so powerful, so strong, that it can maintain its connection with its warriors even after they have died. That would explain why taking off their heads was the only way to stop them, Naruto said as BD shook the dust off his head. Because they're already dead. That can't be true. That's impossible, Anakin said as Naruto looked at him. Not really. In my homeworld, there's a forbidden technique to temporarily resurrect the dead with full cognitive and combat capabilities, though it comes at the price of a human sacrifice. The two Jedi looked appalled at that. Why does such a technique exist? Anakin asked Naruto, who sighed. Several reasons though, intel and distractions are at the top. Look, I'll tell you more after this. Naruto finished before Obi-Wan looked at Anakin. Call for reinforcements. Anakin then brought his comms up only to sigh as he saw he had no signal. There's no signal. We must be too deep underground. Obi-Wan mused, then looked at two clones of him before speaking. You two, head back to the surface and contact General Mundi. Tell him we need reinforcements. Yes, sir. The two saluted before leaving through another tunnel. A moment went by before they heard screaming before running to see the two dead. The thing is a lot more powerful than we assumed. I'm going to the surface to alert General Mundi myself, Anakin said as he started walking away. You'd be outnumbered, Naruto said looking down at the clones. We can't divide our troops again. We don't have time to double back to the surface. Every moment we waste puts Master Luminara in greater danger. They then continued going deeper down the tunnels. The air is warmer here, Obi-Wan commented as he felt the warmer air. We must be getting close. Forget the heat, Anakin said before coughing. Coughs. It smells down here. Keep your voice down, Naruto said as he looked forward. I'm just saying, this planet is rotten from the inside out. Then they came to a large room where a group of dead Geonosians with Poggle stood in front of a dazed Luminara tied underneath a very large female Geonosian with a large headdress and a sash on her chest. She has 6 limbs instead of 4, and a huge egg-laying organ. I've got a bad feeling about this, Anakin commented as Obi-Wan looked forward. It must be the Queen. Any sign of Luminara? I see her, Naruto said, pointing forward. She's suspended near the throne. Perfect. What about Poggle? Anakin asked as Naruto looked down. He's speaking with the Queen. Good. You and Obi-Wan take the soldiers, I'll take the Queen. Oh, I must have missed the day you made master and became the boss of me, Sky Guy. Must you always rush into things? Obi-Wan said, breaking the two knights up. Oh, no, you don't want to talk about it, do you? Matter of fact, I do. Anakin, don't you wonder why they took Luminara captive? Why not just kill her? She's leveraged. She's a hostage, Anakin said with a shrug. Leverage for what? Obi-Wan asked, hand on his chin. No, there's something else going on here, and these zombies are connected to it. Fine, we'll try it your way, Anakin begrudgingly said before Obi-Wan looked at him. So glad you agree. Cody, set your men up around the perimeter. These creatures live in darkness. The light from your helmet should blind them temporarily. Turn your lamps on at my signal. They should create enough confusion for us to get Luminara out of here. But what happens when the bugs pursue? Cody asked the Jedi. You've seen them in action, sir. We can't kill them. We'll have to bury them, Naruto said from his spot as he was looking around. It'll at least slow them down. Shoot out the support pillars and this whole place will collapse. Let's go, Obi-Wan said as he, Naruto, and Anakin walked forward. How did you know they wouldn't just attack us? Anakin asked as they continued walking. Because I make observations, while you think with your lightsaber. Well, that quick thinking of mine is usually needed when your observations get us into trouble, Anakin commented as Obi-Wan turned to look at him. Anakin, the Queen took Luminara hostage. She wanted a Jedi, now she has 3 more. I want to know what she's after. Obi-Wan explained as the clones got in position. Naruto moved his blaster to be put in his pouch. He kept his headband and necklace as they walked up to the Queen, who screeched. Well, when this doesn't go as planned, which it probably won't, I'll be ready. That is so reassuring, Obi-Wan said as they stopped in front of the Queen. I thought I told you not to follow me, Master Kenobi, Luminara said as Obi-Wan smiled. Yes, well, I took a lesson from Anakin and decided not to follow orders. Hey. You. The Queen slowly said in basic as she pointed to the 3. You are the creatures that attack Geonosia. Why have you come before me? Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Obi-Wan said to the Queen as Naruto sighed while their sabers and Shoto were taken by the zombies. I am Obi-Wan Kenobi, and this is Anakin Skywalker and Naruto Uzumaki. It is our sad duty to inform you that your rule is at an end. You not dictate to me, Jedi. My empire is forever, the Queen said to Obi-Wan, who looked up. I'm afraid it does not appear that way, Your Grace. You shall release the Jedi Luminara and submit to Republic law. I no submit to you. She yelled to them. Majesty, destroying us shall only make the Republic's judgment of you harsher, Obi-Wan yelled at her. No, Jedi. No, I no destroy you, I devour you. I control you. I had but 1 Jedi before young Poggle bring me, but now I have 4. The Queen said as a Geonosian walked up holding a green egg that hatched a worm. Now, watch as my child enters your Jedi friend. And once inside, her mind becomes my mind, her thoughts, my thoughts. Naruto looked at the worm before speaking to the others. It's a sort of mind control, a hive mind. She thinks she can possess us. Great. Find out everything you wanted to know yet. Anakin asked Obi-Wan, who shook his head. No, wait, I want to see how it works. I don't think Luminara wants to see how it works. No, I don't, Luminara spoke up as Poggle took the worm and flew up to her. I'm curious. The more we know, the better. Obi-Wan said as Naruto put his hands behind his back at his pouch. I disagree, Luminara yelled as Anakin turned to Obi-Wan. So do I. Come, now, the nose or the ear. Which do you think will enter? Obi-Wan asked as Anakin sighed. I think the nose. Well, can't be the butt. It won't get past the stick that's up there, Naruto said, now holding his blaster in his pouch getting ready. I hope this is part of the plan, Luminara said as the worm crawled around her face. Isn't it always? Cody. Now, Obi-Wan yelled as the clones turned their lights on, blinding the bugs as Naruto shot the Geonosian that held the sabers before pulling him over while holstering his pistol. They then started fighting as Obi-Wan, after getting his saber, pulled the worm to him before Naruto freed Luminara. Anakin then tossed her lightsaber, which she put it to Poggle's throat as Naruto went behind him before putting cuffs on the bug. You're coming with us, Poggle. Obi-Wan, look out. Anakin yelled before grabbing the worm in Obi-Wan's hands and threw it on the ground before stomping on it. What? Anakin, no. Got it. What are you doing? I was going to study that. Obi-Wan yelled as BD ran over and scanned the worm. Study the bottom of my boot. Come on, let's get out of here. Here they come, Naruto yelled, taking Poggle with him by using the force to pull him along. BD then got back on his back as the clones yelled out. Take out the supports, Cody yelled as the clones did that, having debris fall on the Queen. They then ran down a hall before a clone yelled out again. They're still coming. Naruto noticed a hole in the ceiling before yelling out. This is our way out. Start climbing. They started climbing up, having more debris fall. Obi-Wan, look out. He yelled as a gust of wind blew them up to the entrance before they ran out as the building collapsed. All things considered, that went better than I expected, Anakin said before coughing from the dust. I wish we could have gotten one of those worms. Knowing how the queen controls her minions could have proven valuable. Obi-Wan said to him as Naruto sighed. Well, hopefully, the secret is buried with her, he said before they walked to the ships. Can you tell us about that technique? Anakin asked as Naruto sighed. Yeah. Flashback. Konoha Hokage's office. A 13-year-old Naruto stood in front of the Sandyame third fire shadow. He has fair skin gray hair, and he has wrinkles and liver spots. He has a single line running vertically under the outer corners of each eye, which stretched down into his face until they reached his cheeks. He's wearing the customary hat and howari of the Hokage with a red, full-length kimono that is tied using a white sash, and he's holding a pipe. Naruto is wearing black pants and a dark orange shirt. They're talking about Naruto having the QB sealed inside him. Why did the Yondaime, fourth fire shadow, choose me? Hiruzen as he took a drag from his pipe. Because you were the only baby born that night, and he saw greatness in you. Naruto stared at him for a moment before speaking. I would like to know about this other jutsu I saw in the scroll, the Kuchiyos, Edo Tensai. Summoning, impure world reincarnation. Can it really bring people back? Hiruzen looked shocked at that for a moment before speaking. Yes, but at the cost of sacrificing another person to do so. Who would create such a jutsu? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. The Nadaime, second fire shadow. Hiruzen said before continuing. He created it for several reasons. It can be used to bring back an ally temporarily, to tell how they died, what the enemy was, where they were, be used to create a diversion against enemy forces, and be used in special ceremonial occasions. But he also laid down very specific rules regarding the use of the jutsu, and that the violation of the rules would be an immediate death sentence for the one that broke them. 1. The jutsu cannot be used on an unwilling sacrifice. Enemies, death row prisoners are an exception. And 2. An ally can be used for the sacrifice only if the ally is fatally, mortally wounded and gives his/her consent to be used as the sacrifice, and if the use of the jutsu is to save the lives of other allies. Flashback end. Can you use it? Anakin asked Naruto, who looked at him. I know what to do, yes, but I don't know if it'll work anywhere but my world or even someone who doesn't have chakra, Naruto said before walking to his speeder. Victory on Geonosis. After a massive assault, the Republic has finally recaptured the Separatist planet and shut down its droid factories of doom. An investigation by Luminara unduly led to the discovery of Queen Karina the Great, whose hive mind could reanimate dead Geonosian soldiers. During the destruction of the Queen's temple, the Jedi apprehended her advisor Poggle the Lesser, and now prepared to deliver the villain to Coruscant for trial. Ellipsis. Geonosis. Naruto was leaning on a gunship as he saw Ki-Adi-Mundi walking out of another before walking up to the others before the master spoke. I'm afraid we have a complication. Don't we always? Anakin asked with a shrug as Mundi looked at him. I've just received a distress signal from our forces on Dantooine. Master Windu's defenses held, but at a great cost to his men. They need medical supplies immediately. We can obtain these supplies at the medical station near Ord Cestus. We're delivering Poggle to Coruscant, and Cestus is not exactly on the way, Anakin explained before Luminara walked forward. The Republic must begin debriefing Poggle right away if we're to get useful intelligence from him. Naruto rolled his eyes at that. I suggest we let our Padawans handle the supply mission. Whatever needs to be done, Master, I'm happy to help, Ahsoka said as Barriss nodded. As am I. Screw you, Master, I ain't going on no supply run. Naruto sighed at that before pointing to the other two Padawans. Why can't you be more like these two Zul and follow my orders to AT? Because I would rather be with you than doing some stupid supply run, Master. That's a damn lie and you know it. Naruto yelled at the orange-skinned girl. These two will take a medical frigate, Obi-Wan said, interrupting the bickering pair. And after we've delivered Poggle to Coruscant, we'll rendezvous with you for the voyage to Dantooine. Up ahead, clones are sleeping by rocks without their helmets. Behind one of the sleeping clones, an egg hatched, having a worm come out and slither to the sleeping clone. Another clone then walked up and shot a blast in the air, waking them up. Sorry, boys. Hope I didn't interrupt any pleasant dreams. We got another mission, sir. One asked, putting the rifle away. You bet. We're making a medical supply run toward Cestus. One of the clones snorted at that. Thought we were bred for battle, not running errands. Hey, we were bred to follow orders, Pulsar. You got a problem with that? No, sir, no problem. That's what I thought. Now, move, the clone said as all walked away. One clone lagged holding a backpack filled with eggs. Later, resolute. Naruto and Zul stood with Anakin, Obi-Wan, Luminara, and Ki-Adi-Mundi about losing contact with the Padawan's ship. They're in trouble, Anakin yelled out as Naruto sighed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, they could be in a spot where they can't get a signal. Or have to go silent due to an enemy ship near them. We should continue our interrogation of Poggle, Mundi said, getting their attention before the group nodded and walked off. And had Anakin stopped to talk to Rex. Keep listening to Ahsoka, he whispered, having the clone nod before Anakin continued walking. Ahsoka and Barriss. The two Padawans are in the mess hall eating and discussing the war and their respective masters over food before two clones enter the commissary and almost immediately attack them. After subduing the troopers by telekinetically throwing them against the wall, the two of them turned as two more walked in and held them at lightsaber point when they entered the room. Both troopers claimed not to know what was going on either, and Havoc was left to guard Ox and Edge while Trap accompanied the two to the bridge. When they arrived, however, the security shields were activated on Scythe's orders, preventing them from reaching the bridge. At this point, Trap attacked the Padawans. They then see a worm partially emerge from Trap's mouth, and Barriss kills him by igniting her lightsaber through his torso. The two snuck their way through the frigate, looking for a way to get word of the situation to their masters and the Republic. Entering a cargo hold, they witnessed one clone trooper who had avoided the initial infection get overpowered by his brothers and taken over by a worm. The two Padawans were subsequently attacked by the clones, deflecting fire before escaping into an air vent. Barriss suggested that they had to split up, with her going to the engine room to try and stop the ship while Ahsoka went to the aft communications room to try and signal for help. Ahsoka was reluctant but agreed after Barriss pointed out they didn't have much choice. However, when she reached the engine room, Barriss fell into an ambush set by Scythe and the other troopers and was subsequently infected by a brain worm. When Ahsoka reached the aft comm room, she contacted Kit Fisto and informed him of the situation. Fisto insisted that she get the ship to the medical station to contain the infection and help the infected. She then contacted Anakin and Rex informing them of what was going on aboard the frigate, but was subsequently attacked by the infected Afi. The Resolute. Naruto walked into a room with Poggle and a protocol droid after Luminara. Anakin and Mundi tried interrogating the Geonosian with no result. Naruto looked at the alien as BD jumped off his back and into the table before killer intent flooded the room, having Poggle struggle to breathe. Finally, after what felt like an eternity to the alien, Naruto spoke. Talk, or I'll take off your head. After getting info on the worms, Naruto returned and explained that the worms were weak to cold before contacting Ahsoka on her comms to rupture every coolant hose there was to have the temperature inside the ship to freezing. Ahsoka. Navigating the ship through the air vents, Ahsoka made her way to the coolant chamber, avoiding the clones and running from Afi. After flooding the ship's vents with coolant, Ahsoka made her way directly to the bridge, just as the ship exited hyperspace. At the base, Master Fisto dispatched two space tugs to use their tractor beams to slow down the frigate so it could safely dock with the medical station. Back in the ship, Ahsoka was then attacked on the bridge by Barriss, who, being Mirielon, was less affected by the cold than the clone troopers. After a brief fight, which caused the frigate to list to one side, Barriss managed to subdue Barriss, who asked Ahsoka to kill her after the cold started to affect her worm. When Barriss' worm emerged from her mouth as she attacked again, Ahsoka instead killed the worm by slicing it in half. Later, medical station. Ahsoka woke up in a bed before groaning as Anakin and Naruto were in the room. It's all right, Ahsoka. It's okay. You're safe. Ahsoka groaned before speaking. Barriss. Naruto from his spot of leaning against the walls spoke up as he crossed his arms. Barriss is fine, thanks to your efforts. And so are the clones. What were those things? I think I can help answer that. The three turned to see Kit Fisto walking in. We had the parasite worms analyzed. They are the same type of creature you found on Geonosis, Master Skywalker. We'll have to inform the troops on Geonosis. This parasite might explain how they recaptured the planet the first time. I don't want it happening again, Naruto said as Kit looked at Ahsoka. You've been through quite an ordeal, little one. Master Skywalker, may I have a word? The others then left as Anakin walked to his Padawan. Master, on the ship, Barriss was gone, and she wanted me to kill her. She told me. But you couldn't do it, Anakin said after she trailed off. No, I couldn't. But should I have? I mean, it worked out now, but if we had failed, if the ship docked and the worms spread in. Anakin stopped her at that. Ahsoka, it's your duty to save as many lives as you can. Barriss knew you could save thousands if the worms were destroyed. Which she thought meant destroying her, too. But you did the right thing. You knew the cold would kill the worms. He said, motioning to the sleeping Barriss on the other side of the room. Letting go of our attachments is a difficult struggle for all of us. You followed your instincts. I'm sure she would agree that you made the right choice, Anakin said before leaving to let Ahsoka rest. Coruscant, Jedi Council. Naruto stood in front of the council in holograms of the masters who couldn't be there in person, explaining Luminara's actions without looking for Barriss. Look, I know emotions are new to everyone, and I don't know how Mirielon teaches their own as so far. Master Windu's teacher is the exception of only having their own as teachers, Naruto said, crossing his arms. And I also know I trained myself to be ready to lose my Padawan either through death or having them become a knight. I'm just saying she should have at least looked for Barriss. And a solution, you have? Yoda asked from his seat. How about a different master for Barriss, at least for a while, trial basis deal, Naruto said as Windu leaned forward. Anyone, you would have in mind? Obi-Wan. I know he asked for another Padawan, but you gave Anakin one instead, and far as I know, you haven't given any thought to Obi-Wan's request. I think it is wise to at least have them apart for a while, Shakti said, bringing a hand to her chin. I don't know about permanently, as Naruto has stated. It could be just how they are taught, and the older Jedi are having trouble with showing emotions, but I agree there should be a punishment as a Jedi. Later, Mace Windu, Yoda on a floating chair with Luminara, walked to Barriss, who was talking to a clone commander with red hair styled in 2 short mohawks, before stopping. Padawan Barriss, I'm here to inform you that as of right now, you'll be assigned to Master Kenobi. What? Why? Punishment it is, for Master Luminara not looking for you. It's not permanent for the moment, Mace said to the Padawan. As Master Yoda said, due to her actions she'll be on probation, so to speak, and part of that is assigning you to a different master for the time being. I understand, Barriss said, bowing before turning to the clone. Till we meet again, Gree. Good luck, ma'am. For what it's worth, I would prefer to have you as my general, Gree said with a nod as the group then left. Oola's bar. Naruto leaned back in his chair as he was talking to Juno as BD stood on the table. So, is everything going okay? Naruto asked, leaning back in his seat. Yes, nothing major has happened on my runs. Good, Naruto said before tossing a bag of credits her way. There any for me? Naruto blinked at hearing another female voice before turning to the right and came face to face with a pair of large pale breasts in a purple leotard and several strands of red curly hair. He then looked up to see Rose lie smirking down at him. Ah. Oh, this is a recruit helping us out, Juno explained as Rose leaned down and rested her head on her hand, smiling at Naruto. We've met Juno, she said as Naruto turned to Juno. I feel I've been denied. Critical, need to know information. I thought I told you about her last time, Naruto. No, you said you got some help, Naruto said as Rose pulled a chair and sat between the two. So you two already know each other? Juno asked as Naruto sighed. On an undercover mission, yes, she tried killing me a couple of times. I went to her planet to check out a device that could destroy planets, and her mother wanted it as well. Rose here hid her looks before she was found out and tried to use it before I destroyed it. My Gito. 1. Naruto was sleeping against a tree in a forest before hearing a voice. Master Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes to see it was sprinkling rain, and a young human woman with fair skin, red hair that went to her shoulder, and purple markings under her eyes stood in front of him. She's wearing brown robes. Yes, Rivia knew. The young Jedi are scared of going into battle, Master. Yeah, I regret you all not having more time to train more, but you're with me, Tipali and Tiplar. Well, there is Zul, so that could be bad. Naruto said before a pebble hit him in the forehead. He then looked over to see his Padawan, who had an innocent look on her face, and swore he saw a halo before standing. Are you scared? He asked the Padawan, who looked down. I'll let you in on a secret, Naruto said as BD ran over and jumped onto his back. I'm scared as well. Remember this, being brave doesn't mean you have no fear, it's being afraid but still going forward. He then looked to see a droid army marching to them. Men, move out. Naruto then saw Tipali, Tiplar, Zul, a female Twi'lek Padawan, and a dark-skinned teen boy all pulling out lightsabers, Rivi Anu's being green. They then charged the army before Naruto spoke. Tipali, take the east flank. Tiplar, the north. Rivi Anu, the east. Yes, Master. Yes, Naruto. They replied before Rivi Anu ran forward and was shot in the right arm and left leg. Boom. Looking up, Naruto saw a star destroyer falling before hearing Thrawn speak in his comms. Sir, Generals Tipali and Tiplar's ship took a hit and is falling to your location. Can their men divert it or still save it? Negative, sir. Damn well, hopefully they'll all get out before them. Can our tractor beam get it? That's not possible either, sir. Several of our tractor beams have been destroyed or damaged and we would be pulled down with the crashing Venator. However, we might be able to redirect it slightly, but it would require us to divert all power from shields and weapons to the tractor beams. That would leave us completely exposed and overload the tractor beams in a matter of seconds. Naruto sighed before speaking. That's too risky, we'll evacuate the battlefield. Maybe we'll get lucky in getting the droids though. He then looked to the others. Fall back, that star destroyer's going to crash. Naruto then looked to see the injured Rivi Anu before looking to his Padawan. You're with me when we get to Rivi Anu, you pick her up and fall back with everyone else, I will cover you both. He yells. Roger, Master. As Naruto and Zul were dashing towards Rivi Anu, he was yelling out orders for everyone to fall back and get to safety, which they quickly began doing. He looked up and saw the ship was falling faster before seeing it was heading straight for Rivi Anu, though given the mass and size of the ship, if it were to crash it would wipe out most if not all of the Republic forces on the battlefield. QB, can I use your chakra to stop or destroy the ship? A full-powered Bijudama-tailed beast ball could destroy the ship if it hit the main reactor, but at the angle that the ship is crashing, we can't hit it. Using my chakra isn't an option either, as your body is still acclimating to my chakra flowing freely in you again. Always something, damn it. Naruto cursed before dashing over, using the force to run faster before sliding to a stop with his Padawan as they reach Rivi Anu with the nose of the ship right above them, only about 20,000 feet up in the air and still falling. 2. Naruto turns towards Zul. Get Rivi Anu and yourself to safety, use the force to solely augment your speed, and don't worry about trying to avoid incoming fire, I will be right behind you covering both of you. He says before Zul nods and picks up Rivi Anu and makes a mad dash towards safety, her form being a virtual blur to the eye with how fast she is running. Naruto follows her but looks up at the rapidly approaching ship and realizes that even with how fast Zul is moving and the Republic forces are retreating, it isn't fast enough to avoid the Venator, meaning nearly 80% of the Republic forces will be crushed by or caught in the crashing ship's explosion. Realizing what he needs to do, he centers his stance, placing his feet firmly on the ground. Really wish I had a better idea than this, he says, looking up before looking back down. Naruto takes a breath, calming himself as he opens himself to the force, feeling it flow through and fill his body. He throws his arms up towards the Venator, which begins to slow slightly. Naruto grits his teeth as he feels the weight of the capital ship pushing back and draws on the force even more. The ship begins to slow even more, however it's still coming in quite fast and is now only 10,000 feet above the ground. Naruto's in his temples and arms bulged as he dives even deeper into the force, drawing on it more than he ever before. The pressure of the ship grows even more, easily doubling and nearly bringing him to his knees, but he stands his ground. The ground he is standing on, however, doesn't hold, and a small 2-foot deep 6 feet wide crater forms where he is standing with him in the center. The Venator reaches the 2,000 feet mark, and while slowing considerably compared to how it was before, it has yet to stop, so Naruto draws upon the force even more, feeling it fill his entire body from the tips of his hair to the soles of his feet, and every cell in between as his whole body glows for a fraction of a second. The crashing ship starts to drastically slow down, however it still is moving and now only 100 feet in the air. Naruto grits his teeth even harder as the pressure and weight of the out-of-control vessel becomes even greater and brings him down to a knee. At 50 feet the weight feels like he is trying to lift a mountain and hunches him over, yet still kneeling on one knee. 50 feet quickly becomes 25, then 20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, and finally the massive flaming capital ship stops mere inches above his extended arms, suspended perfectly vertical in the air. The blonde Jedi looking almost as if he is carrying the mighty warship on his back, reminiscent of the mighty Atlas holding up the world. With the Republic forces. The Republic forces look on in awe and utter shock as to what they are witnessing as they continue to retreat to safety. Tipali and Tiplar look at the scene and simultaneously manage to say, "By the Force," in utter shock at what they are witnessing. Zul finally arrives next to them and sets Rivi anew down on the ground before hunching over and placing her hands on her knees, breathing deeply with how exhausted she is, having never ran that fast before. Alpha and a clone medic run over to them, with the medic quickly getting to work on Rivi Anu's blaster wounds. Alpha takes off his helmet and places his hand on Zul's shoulder, causing her to look up at him. "You all right there, Commander?" he asks. The exhausted Padawan nods, sweat pouring down her face and head. "Yeah, just more exhausted than I have ever been." "What about you, Master?" she asks, not looking behind. However, she doesn't get an answer. She looks up at Alpha's face and sees both worry and shock on his face. "Alpha, Naruto is behind me, passed out on the ground, right?" she asks. Alpha just shakes his head much to her shock and points back towards the battlefield. "He is over there," he says before Zul's eyes widen in shock, and she quickly looks behind her, and upon seeing the massive Star Destroyer suspended in the air, her jaw drops and all she manages to say is a quiet, "Holy fuck." Rivi Anu turns to see the scene as well, her shock mirroring that of Zul's as she recalls what Naruto said to her about being brave. The female Padawan looks at the scene in the same shock and disbelief as she turns to Tiplar. "Master Tiplar. Will Master Uzumaki be alright?" she asks. Hearing the Padawan's voice snaps Tiplar and Tipali out of their shock as they turn to the Padawan. "I don't know, a feat of this magnitude is unheard of," she says as they all continue to look at the scene and hope that the blonde Jedi can pull off another miracle and survive. With Naruto. Said blonde Jedi was completely still, his eyes looking at the ground yet not seeing it. His ears picking up the sounds of the creaking and screeching metal above him yet not hearing it. His nose smelt the smokiness of the burning ship and parts of his robes as embers from said ship fell on him, yet he didn't smell it nor did he feel the heat of said embers. All his focus was on the titanic task of holding up the 1,137 meters long, 548 meters wide, 268 meters tall warship hovering mere inches above his head. A single slip of focus for even a second would result in the warship finishing its one-way course to the surface and crushing one blonde so flat that not even a bloody smear would be left in its wake. Yet Naruto continued to kneel there on one knee, supporting the mighty vessel above and fully immersed in the force. Suddenly a blinding flash emitted from his body, so bright that it was clearly visible from where the Republic forces were, and yet still so bright that they had to shield their eyes from the sheer brightness of it despite being nearly 2 miles from the epicenter of the light. After the blinding flash faded and their eyes readjusted, they were once again shocked to see the Venator not only still suspended in the air, having thought the blinding flash was from the ship exploding, but also starting to rise in the air with a glowing figure who was obviously Naruto, as they could see his spiky hair from there emerging from the crater he was in. Then standing at the edge of the crater, the capital still above him, Naruto threw the mighty warship at the massive droid army with the same ease as if he were throwing a ball. The ship crashed into the droid army before detonating with a massive explosion that reached several thousand feet into the sky and shook the ground like an earthquake. With the Republic forces. After recovering from the massive explosion which had knocked many of them to the ground, the survivors of the battle shakily got to their feet and looked at the devastation before their eyes, many in shock at having seen the apparent death of General Naruto Uzumaki. Those of the 931st were in utter disbelief for the most part, and some even had tears in their eyes at the apparent death of their general and friend who had treated them as if they were not clones but unique individuals. Zul had collapsed to her knees in shock at seeing the death of her master, not able to comprehend it given all the death-defying stuff she had seen him do. Tipali and Tiplar were of a similar mind, as while they knew death was always just around the corner, they found it hard to comprehend that it had come so abruptly for someone so full of life as Naruto. Rivi Anu was openly crying at the death of Naruto and blaming herself for it, as in her mind at the moment if only she hadn't gotten injured then Naruto wouldn't have had to come to save her and thus be alive at the moment. However, as the group continued to look at the smoky wasteland in front of them in grief, they saw a light appear in the smoke and steadily get closer to them. Then after several moments, they could make out that the light was actually a figure, and one that they recognized. A minute or so later, none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself was standing before them, alive and well, though looking noticeably different from usual. His entire form was radiating light as if he was solid light in human form. His eyes had no visible detail to them and were instead just two brightly glowing golden eye-shaped sections on his face. His classic spiky hair was still spiky but flowing and moving like the gaseous emissions of a star. However, for the force sensitives of the group, none of this was compared to what they were feeling. It was something their minds were having a hard time even comprehending, though the basic conclusion they had managed to come to was that Naruto was the force and that the force was Naruto, as if they were one and the same. Thankfully for their utterly confused minds, this was a matter for another time, as moments later the light faded, revealing Naruto as he normally looked, plus some burn marks in his Jedi robes where the burning embers of the now destroyed Venator managed to get past his armor and land on the robes underneath them. However, before they could even say a single syllable to Naruto, he promptly collapsed to the ground unconscious. Shock and awe. Naruto stuns with his show of using the force during the battle on Megiddo. Now, after resting back on Coruscant, we'll have to talk to the Jedi Council. And though Republic victories outnumber their losses, the Jedi have been unable to stop separatist advances in the Outer Rim. The ever-elusive General Grievous stays one step ahead of his opponents. With thousands of droid armies at his command, the Jedi can never predict where Grievous will strike next until now. Coruscant, Med Bay. Naruto woke up in a bed and groaned before seeing not only BD by his bed but Ayla as well. Hey. Hey, she greeted, grabbing his hand. How do you feel? Like shit. Naruto groaned as he laid down on his pillow. What happened? You don't remember? Bits and pieces after I started running to Rivi Anu to save her. Well, that's something you should talk to the council about. They want to talk to you when you're able. Jedi Council. Something wrong? Naruto asked, looking at the council. Wrong, nothing is, Naruto. Yoda spoke as he sat. Knowing what happened, we do. And that is. Naruto trailed off before Mace spoke. What happened? I don't remember much after I started running to save Rivi Anu. Just bits and pieces, really. Feel anything, did you? Yoda asked as Naruto closed his eyes. I heard a wise and ancient-sounding voice telling me to give myself completely over to the will of the Force. But I don't know anything after that. Naruto replied, opening his eyes as BD looked over his shoulder. Later. Naruto was reading a report on how Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Adi were sent to rescue Ithkoth after the Master was attacked and captured by General Grievous. While Obi-Wan went ahead to attack and gain Grievous' attention, Anakin and Adi followed after to sneak on board and rescue Ith. Anakin and Adi locate Koth captured in a containment field, but Grievous's tactical droid was expecting them and summons commando droids. The tactical droid then sends electric waves through Koth, but the Jedi ultimately destroy all the droids present and release Koth. Meanwhile, as Obi-Wan fights Grievous, he force pushes Grievous into the window and gives him a chance to surrender, but Grievous escapes. Obi-Wan informs Anakin and Adi, the latter of whom goes to intercept him while Anakin carries Koth to his shuttle. Grievous then arrives at his destroyer, but there, Adi Gallia engages him in a brief duel, before the docking tube is torn open, creating a powerful suction. Grievous climbs aboard his ship using his metallic claws and Gallia extends a cable to Cody and Kenobi, allowing them to get to safety. Anakin then picks up Obi-Wan, Adi, and Cody in his shuttle from the destroyer's hangar. The Republic light cruiser eventually explodes and causes the landing ship to lose control and fall fast towards Saleucami, with Obi-Wan plans to descend onto Saleucami with Rex and Cody to look for Grievous while Anakin cleans up the space battle. He then looked up to see Alpha walking to him. "We're ready, General." "Then let's go help, Rex." Fugitive. Though the Republic has won many decisive battles against the Separatist army in the Outer Rim, the Jedi have failed to capture the elusive General Grievous. After specifically targeting members of the Jedi Council, a trap was set. But following a fierce confrontation, the droid general managed to escape to the surface of the planet Saleucami. Now, the chase is on as General Kenobi and Uzumaki led a squadron of clone troopers and close in on their desperate target. Saleucami. Naruto and Obi-Wan are walking with Rex and Alpha on going to a wreck they believe was Grievous' ship from when he escaped. "Instead of scattering our troops looking for all the escape pods, we shall head towards the wreckage of the landing transport first," Naruto said before looking to Alpha. "Get the men and let's go." Roger. Later, the two knights are looking over a hillside as BD stood on Naruto's shoulder looking out as well. Woo beep. General Kenobi, General Uzumaki. They too look to see Rex on a speeder bike. "Sir, the cruiser's returned to orbit. Any sign of Grievous?" "I believe we've found Grievous' ship," Rex replied before they went through the jungle and came up to a downed ship. Several clones moved some of the wreckage before one yelled out. "Thermal housing intakes are still warm. This couldn't have happened too long ago." Obi-Wan then brought a hand to his chin as Rex holding his helmet walked up. "The crew compartment's almost destroyed." Obi-Wan then turned to him before speaking. "We'll split into teams. Rex, take Jesse, Hardcase, and Kix and search those wetlands." "Yes, sir." Naruto then spoke up. "Cody, you, Kryze, and Obi-Wan will pick it up from here. Alpha, I and the rest will check the jungle." "Yes, sir. And if you get a visual on Grievous, contact Obi-Wan or me before you engage." Naruto finished having the clones nod and leave. Later, Rex and his company rode their speeder bikes through the wetlands when two surviving commando droids aim with a sniper rifle. In range. "Take the shot." Bang. The droid shot Rex in the chest, causing him to fall off his speeder bike. "Protect the captain." Two clones speed after the droids firing at them before shooting them. Commando droids. Up ahead, Hardcase pulled Rex's helmet off and then spoke. "Jesse, you better get back here." The two clones then sped back to them before Jesse spoke. "How bad?" "Pretty bad. I need to remove his armor to see the full extent of the damage," Jesse said before the other clone took a quick look around. "Those snipers might have called for backup. Unless we want to start getting picked off one by one, we should find better cover first." They then heard snorting before seeing animals standing by them, not afraid. "Wait a minute, those critters are domesticated, sir. I think we're on farmland. And where there's a farm, there's usually a farmer. Let's find his homestead," Hardcase said before picking Rex up and placing him on a speeder. Later, they came up to a farm and stopped by a small house. And had a pink-skinned Twi'lek woman point a rifle at them. "We want no trouble here." "Easy with that weapon, ma'am. We're here as friends. State your business." "Our captain's been hurt. We need." "I'm no doctor, so just." Hardcase then took off his helmet before speaking. "We have a medic, ma'am. We just need a place to tend to him overnight." Suddenly, a Twi'lek girl and human boy ran up behind the woman's legs. "Mommy, who's?" "Get back inside, both of you." "Oh. Mom. Look, there are some benches out back in the barn." The woman nodded her head to the nearby barn. "It's the best I can do." "That'll be fine, ma'am. Thank you." After nightfall, Rex wakes up as Kix is bandaging his wound, and is quickly filled in on what happened. He's startled to realize he can't feel his left arm, and Kix tells him he has some nerve damage. Rex tries to order Kix to just patch him up so they can get back on patrol, but Kix refuses, stating that when it comes to the health of the men, he outranks everyone. "Excuse me." They turn to see the woman with a tray of fruit. "If there's not enough." "That's plenty. Thank you, Sue," she said as her daughter ran in after a ball. "I told you to stay in the house." "I couldn't help it, Mom. It got away." she said before picking the ball up and looked at Rex for a moment. You look like my daddy. Shia, don't bother the soldier, Sue said to her daughter. Now get inside with your brother. Yes, Mom. My husband is away delivering our first harvest. Do you require anything else? No, thank you, Sue. Jesse took the plate as Hardcase put a pistol by Rex's side who looked to them. Resume the search without me. Jesse, you're in command. I'll be fine. Elsewhere, Kenobi and his men locate a separatist escape pod but find no one there. Deducing that Grievous must be headed to another escape pod, Kenobi attempts to contact Rex and gets Jesse, who informs him of the captain's condition and that they found him shelter for the night. Kenobi orders Jesse and his patrol to swing around so they will meet up with his forces at the final escape pod. Later in the night, Rex is briefly woken up by an EOP licking his face, forcing him to shoo it away. Not long afterward, however, a man enters the barn by the side door, grabbing a farming implement as a weapon. The man slowly advances across the room. Rex, waking up again, slowly grabs his pistol and shuts his eyes again, waiting until the man gets close enough before sitting up and pointing the blaster at him, only for it to be smacked out of his hand. Who are you? The man asked, stepping into the light revealing he's a clone with long brown hair tied into a small ponytail. What are you doing here? You're a clone, Rex said as he slowly leaned up. So, I see the war has finally made its way out here. And I guess I can expect a visit from some droids soon. The clone said as Rex sat up and groaned from the pain. What's your number and rank? He asked, having the clone chuckle. My name is Lockwain, Cut Lockwain, and I'm just a simple farmer. You're a deserter, Rex said, narrowing his eyes, having Cut chuckle nervously. Well, I like to think I'm merely exercising my freedom to choose. To choose not to kill for a living. That is not your choice to make. You swore an oath to the Republic. You have a duty. Cut nodded at that. I have a duty. You're right, but it's for my family. Does that count, or do you still plan to turn me in? Do I have a choice? Rex asked just as the kids ran in. Daddy, you're home. Look what I drew you, Dad. The boy said having Cut kneel. Well, that's great, Jack, Cut said, taking the paper from his son and rubbing his head before Sue walked in. I see you two have met. He looks just like you, Daddy. I told him, Shia said to her father who smiled. Oh, you did, huh? I was just making our guest, Captain, Cut then turned to Rex before speaking to him. What's your number? Rex, I also have a name, believe it or not. He was injured. His men brought him here. Sue said to Cut who stood and looked at her. I told them he could stay just for the night. Course he can, Cut said before looking down at his children. We never turn away those in need, do we? No, we always help anyone we can. Right. You look hungry, Rex. Cut said to Rex who shook his head. No, I'm fine, I'll stay here, he said before the kids started bouncing on their feet. No, you have to eat with us, please. Please. Cut chuckled before looking at Rex. They're never gonna stop till you say yes. All right, I'll join you. Later, at the diner table, Rex was talking to Cut. Yes, well, you and I may be clones, but we're still individuals. You have a name rather than a number, Captain. Why is that? Perhaps our leaders feel it's a more efficient way of distinguishing us, Rex replied before Cut raised an eyebrow. More efficient than a number. I doubt the Kaminoans think that way. Still, a name has to make you feel unique. Especially in an army where everyone looks like you and talks like you. Actually, I've never really thought about it, Rex said as Cut made a plate of food. Yes, you have. Well, how would you know? Rex asked Cut who sat down. Because I am as close to you as any life form can be. I've seen how you look at my family, our home. Come on, Rex, admit it. You've thought about what your life could look like if you were to also leave the army, choose the life you want. What if I am choosing the life I want? What if I'm staying in the army because it's meaningful to me? Rex asked Cut who took a drink from his glass. And how is it meaningful? Because I'm part of the most pivotal moment in the history of the Republic. If we fail, then our children and their children could be forced to live under an evil I can't well imagine. If you were to have children, of course. But that would be against the rules, wouldn't it? Isn't that what somebody programmed you to believe, Captain? Cut asked with a shrug. No, Cut, it's simply what I believe. It doesn't matter if it's my children or other people's children. Does that meet with your approval? Perfectly. To each his own. That's what I always say. Cut said with a grin before Shia spoke. What does that mean, Daddy? It means you can do anything with your life that you want to. Meanwhile, Grievous manages to reach the remaining intact capsule and prepares to send a distress call. Informed by a droid already at the pod that lifeforms are approaching from the east and west, Grievous orders his forces to prepare for battle. When Kenobi and his men catch up, a battle ensues. When a separatist shuttle arrives, the last AT-TE is unable to take it down, and Kenobi engages Grievous in personal combat to prevent him from leaving. However, Grievous hooks himself to the shuttle by a grappling cable and manages to escape yet again. Later, Rex and Cut are playing a game of Daharic. Good move. Very good move, Cut said to Rex after an attack from the hologram game. So what was it? Rex asked Cut, who sighed. What made me decide to leave the Corps? Shortly after the Battle of Geonosis, our troop transport got caught between two separatist gunships. They fired on us with everything they had. We crashed. Most of us were either dead or severely injured. So when they started working their way through the wounded, killing us off, I knew there was no hope. I ran. Sighs, it still haunts me. Cut explained to Rex. I'm sorry. It's the day I felt my life didn't have any meaning. Everyone I cared about, my team, was gone. I was just another expendable clone waiting for my turn to be slaughtered in a war that made no sense to me. Can you understand that, Rex? I've been in countless battles and lost many brothers, Rex said as Cut had stood up to look out a window. They were my family, my home. Daddy, we finished our chores. Can we go outside and play? Shia asked as Jack put his hands together. Please. Okay, only for a few minutes. Thank you, Daddy. Come on, Jack. Okay. And keep the house in view. We will. You have wonderful children, Rex said to Cut as Sue walked over to them. I know you think I'm a coward, Rex. But believe me, I'll fight to my last breath to keep them safe. While playing outside, Shia and Jack stumble upon a crashed separatist escape pod in one of their fields and accidentally activate a platoon of damaged, but still functional commando droids inside. The droids promptly attack the farm, and Lockwain prepares to defend his family. Rex offers his help, and although the droids manage to invade the farmhouse, the two clones put up a brave fight and destroy them all, with Lockwain saving Rex's life. Morning. Naruto stopped his speeder bike at the farm with the clones and stood to see Rex and Cut walking out of the house. Hey, Rex. Glad to see you're okay. Naruto said before looking at Cut, who had thick brown hair. And you are? Cut Lockwain, sir. Nice to meet you, Naruto replied before Rex sighed as he walked up to Naruto. Sir, he's a deserter. You aren't a soldier stationed here? Naruto asked the clone, who shook his head. No, sir. Naruto noticed the kids before looking at Cut. Then I'm afraid I'll need to put you on a mission then. I understand, sir. Your mission, protect your family with your life. Cut looked surprised at that before nodding. Roger, sir. Diplomacy or deception? The Council of Neutral Systems speaks for over 1,500 worlds that want to stay out of the war. But rumors have reached the Republic Senate suggesting that the Council's new leader, Duchess Satine of Mandalore, is secretly building her own army to fight for the separatist cause. Now, Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Jedi Knight Naruto Uzumaki have been sent to Mandalore to discover the truth behind these claims. Ellipsis. Outer Rim, Mandalore. Naruto and Obi-Wan in their Delta 7s landed on a landing pad on a building. Naruto opened his hatch and stood as BD jumped off his bar and onto Naruto's back. You ready? Naruto asked looking at RC, who spun his head. Whistle. RC came out of the ship then rolled up to Naruto, who was walking behind Obi-Wan. Now, we're guests here, guys. Be on your best behavior. Naruto said to the two before BD looked over his shoulder. Trills. I will too, Naruto yelled before coming up to a Mandalorian in purple royal armor. The Duchess awaits you, General Kenobi, General Uzumaki. Far be it for me to keep the Duchess waiting, Obi-Wan said as they all got on a hovercraft and went to a large building. Inside, Naruto saw the long room that was mostly windows on the walls and a tilted ceiling, and a throne on the other side. General Kenobi, General Uzumaki. Naruto turned to see a man with fair skin and gray hair and a goatee in white robes. Thank you for meeting with us, Prime Minister Almec, Obi-Wan said to the man who walked to them and shook their hands. I welcome you as a servant of the people. But I am troubled by the false rumors that brought you here. Mandalore would never turn against the Republic. The Duchess Satine values peace more than her own life. Oh, I'm aware of the Duchess's views, Obi-Wan said as Naruto continued looking around. Master Kenobi, Mandalore's violent past is behind us. All of our warriors were exiled to our moon, Concordia. They died out years ago. Are you certain? Naruto asked, looking at the man. Obi-Wan encountered a man who wore Mandalorian armor. Jango Fett. Jango Fett was a common bounty hunter. How he acquired that armor is beyond me. Well, Master Kenobi. They stopped and looked to see a woman with fair skin in purple robes and a light purple headdress walk in. My shining Jedi Knight to the rescue once again. After all these years, you're even more beautiful than ever. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the flirtatious tone the two had. Guess I wasn't the only one who didn't like the code. Kind words from a man who accuses me of treachery and brings another to do so. She said to the Jedi before Obi-Wan bowed slightly. I would never accuse you of personal wrongdoing, Duchess. And Naruto is only here due to helping out a Mandalorian group several times in his career. Oh. Yes, the Wrens, Naruto said before Obi-Wan continued. A separatist saboteur attacked one of our Republic cruisers. A Mandalorian saboteur. Obi-Wan then brought a hollow disc up and showed a man in Mandalorian armor attacking. You must be mistaken, Almec said as the hologram turned off. No Mandalorian would engage in such violence, not anymore. Where is this prisoner now? He took his own life, Naruto replied, crossing his arms over his armored chest. Rather than submit to questioning. I know these commandos fought in many wars, often against the Jedi, Obi-Wan said looking at the Duchess. Every one of my people is as trustworthy as I am, Satine said as she sat on her throne before the man that followed her then spoke. I know we sound defensive, but clearly, your investigation was ordered because the Senate is eager to intervene in our affairs. Satine interrupted before Obi-Wan turned to her. Our investigation was ordered by the Jedi Council. I stand corrected. General Kenobi, perhaps you'd like to join me on a walk through the city. Satine said, holding her hand out. Obi-Wan looked at her for a moment before walking up and took her outside. Naruto followed a moment later to trail behind them and to look at the city. Missing a shadow looking at him from a hallway. Putting his hands behind his head, Naruto looked at the two who were walking on a platform by several buildings. It's so good to see you again, Obi-Wan, despite the circumstances, Satine said to the Jedi who gave a small smile. Your peaceful ways have paid off. Mandalore has prospered since the last time I was here. Not everyone in Mandalore believes that our commitment to peace is a sign of progress. There is a group that calls itself Death Watch. I imagine these are the renegades you're looking for. They idolize violence and the warrior ways of the past. There are those among us, certain officials, who are working to root out these criminals. It has been an ongoing investigation. Satine said having Obi-Wan put a hand to his chin. How widespread is this Death Watch movement? It's hardly a movement. It's a small group of hooligans who choose to vandalize public places, nothing more. We shall soon have them in custody. We have tracked them down to our moon, Concordia. I hope you're right, Duchess. Concordia. In a base, a group of Mandalorians in armor with an insignia of two red octagonal shapes, one inside of the other, on their shoulders. I do not understand why the arrival of these Jedi doesn't upset you. One man said to a hologram of Dooku from his holodisc. He also had a white three-pronged logo on his helmet. You promised to support the Death Watch forces so we could overthrow the Duchess Satine and her weak, peace-loving government. And I intend to keep my promise. But how? If the Republic interferes now, Death Watch will not be able to take over the planet. Consider, once the Senate orders peacekeeping troops to Mandalore, the people will be surrounded by a military presence. Most distasteful. They will rebel. Dooku said to the man who looked down for a moment. And rally to Death Watch. Our insurgency will grow stronger. Yes. And Duchess Satine shall fall. And then Death Watch will join the Separatists. Mandalore, Satine, Obi-Wan, and Naruto. A peacekeeper belongs on the front lines of conflict. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do his job. Obi-Wan told Satine as they came to a lounging area with people around them. The work of a peacekeeper is to make sure that conflict does not arise, Satine explained to the Jedi. Yes, a noble description, but not a realistic one. Is reality what makes a Jedi abandon his ideals? Or is it simply a response to political convenience? She asked, looking at Obi-Wan. Boom. And had an explosion go off in front of them. Are you all right? Obi-Wan asked as Naruto ran up and saw a hologram of the Death Watch logo in red spinning at the explosion area. I'm fine, Satine said as they ran over. Hooligans couldn't have arranged an attack of this scale, Naruto said looking at the radius of the blast. Then this must be the work of an off-worlder, Satine said as Obi-Wan looked at the logo. Are you sure of that? He asked having Satine look as well. The sign of the Death Watch. This goes far beyond vandalism, Obi-Wan said, walking over to her. This is a political statement against your government. And against you. You're not safe here. I'm taking you back to the palace. Go on, Obi-Wan, I'll look at things here, Naruto said before looking at a guard. I want to interview everyone here. Nobody leaves this scene, he said before one man started running. You there. I only want to talk. Naruto said as the three ran after the man who ran up a flight of stairs then to a balcony. I don't want to hurt you, Naruto said before dodging a blast as the man pulled a pistol from his back. He then pulled his saber up and turned it one before blocking several more than it one at the pistol before using the force to knock him down. Stay back, Naruto said, looking to his right as Obi-Wan and Satine ran up. The man then got up and ran to the balcony to stand on the railing, spoke in another language then fell off. Naruto ran to the railing, and jumped over it before catching the doorway and then dropped down as the man spoke weakly while the others ran down the stairs and up to them. What is he saying? Obi-Wan asked Satine who looked down. He was speaking in the dialect they use on Concordia, our moon. I would like to visit this moon of yours. Perhaps I could accompany the body. Obi-Wan said, crossing his arms. The Concordian moon is a province with its own governor. You'll need me to escort you. Satine said looking back to Obi-Wan. That won't be necessary. Actually, it will. You won't make much progress without me there, especially since you've just been involved with the death of a Concordian. I didn't kill him, Obi-Wan stated having her nod. I know. That's why I'm still talking to you. I'll go back to the scene and look for any clues, Naruto said, turning to walk back. As he got back, he saw RC rolling up to the area. Missed all the fun RC. Trill's beep. Yeah. Naruto then looked around the area before being hit with a pebble. Turning, he saw a shadow run in an alley before dashing over with RC rolling after. As he got in the alley, he was suddenly shocked by a taser before falling over as a bag went over BD and RC. Obi-Wan and Satine. Obi-Wan looked out from the ship as they came up to the moon. I thought Concordia was an agricultural settlement. He said looking back to see Satine was now wearing red and purple clothes over a yellow shirt and had short blonde hair. Before the end of our wars, they turned it into a mining base. The sheer number of mining facilities here nearly destroyed our forests. They're finally growing back, she replied before they made it to a city on the surface. They landed in a hangar and walked up to a man with fair skin and blonde hair in purple clothes and two men in armor holding shields. Duchess Satine, you are most welcome. Thank you, Governor Vizla, Satine said to the man as they walked up with a hover casket going by them. May I present Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, representing the Jedi Council. She gestured to Obi-Wan before turning to the Jedi. Governor Vizla is one of the officials I spoke of. He has been working to find the members of the Death Watch. Vizla looked at Obi-Wan before speaking. I take it you've heard the rumors about Satine. About how she's supposedly leading Mandalore into an alliance with the Separatists. My only instructions are to seek the truth, Obi-Wan said before Vizla looked at the casket. This was the man who bombed the memorial shrine. Yes, he was apparently part of Death Watch. A worrisome prospect, Vizla said under his breath before looking at the others. If you'll pardon me, General, we must attend to the body and see if we can identify this murderer. As everyone started to leave, Obi-Wan stopped Satine before speaking. I need a favor from you. Please keep Governor Vizla occupied at dinner. He then started to walk to a large speeder bike. Where are you going? Just for a look around. I'd like to see one of these mining facilities for myself, Obi-Wan said before Satine crossed her arms. You mean you want to determine if they're still operational? Obi-Wan turned to her at that. I hope to determine they're not. He then gave her an earpiece before continuing. I want you to wear this earpiece so that we can stay in contact, in case you run into trouble while I'm gone. She took it with a sigh before speaking. Remember that you are here under my protection. Please try not to cause problems where none yet exist. Think of me as searching for solutions. I have to tell you, I'm opposed to all of this, she said as he left. I'd be disappointed if you weren't. Satine then walked to a room where Vizla was looking at a device before turning to her. Forgive me, Duchess. I'm writing a condolence letter to the dead man's family and making arrangements for them to retrieve his body. Of course, Governor. Very proper. General Kenobi will join us shortly. He said he needed to meditate. Naruto. Naruto groaned as he woke to see Sabine without her helmet staring at him as they both sat at a table. What the hell? Sorry, Naruto. But I needed to talk and keep this place a secret. You stun all the guys you want to talk to. Just the important ones, Sabine said as BD jumped on the table as RC rolled in. Look, I could use your help. Things aren't what they seem on Mandalore. Death Watch. Yes, they're waging a war on Satine's peaceful rule. There's a person undercover in Death Watch and their latest intel says they have a base on our moon. Naruto rubbed his neck before looking at her. That's where Satine just went. Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan went into a mine that was still in use with the lights on in a room. It doesn't look abandoned to me, he said before looking to the wall and saw jetpacks and helmets. Raw. Obi-Wan turned and dodged a blast from a male Death Watch member before being tackled. Getting up, Obi-Wan turned to the man and turned his lightsaber on as he ran into the shadows. I am here on a diplomatic mission under the protection of Duchess Satine. We do not recognize her rule. Obi-Wan's lightsaber was shot out of his hands before another male member started to fight him before both attacked and knocked him out. Later, Obi-Wan woke up to see he was in an orange force field upside down on a conveyor belt with rocks in front of him also suspended in the force field. The commander wants us to sweep the area and check for any other Jedi until he arrives. Obi-Wan turned to see the two Death Watch members talking to him. This one's harmless enough without his lightsaber. The boss will love this. Satine and Vizla. Someone is feeding misinformation directly to the Republic Senate, saying that the Death Watch is taking over Mandalore. Who stands to gain from these lies? Satine asked, sitting at a table with Vizla pouring her a drink. Death Watch, of course. They could not engineer all this. The problem has clearly grown much larger than we thought, and I suspect some external force helped it along. Satine said, bringing her hand to her forehead. Hard to believe. It would have to be someone at the highest level of influence among the separatists. Vizla said before putting the glass bottle away. But why target me? You lead the Council of Neutral Systems. Thus you threaten the separatists' goals. He said taking a seat and picked up his glass. Take it as a compliment. Someone very powerful is working towards your downfall. General Kenobi's meditation is taking a rather long time. He finished taking a drink from his glass. Satine jumped as her earpiece beeped. You know the Jedi, they never do anything by halves, she said resting her head against her hand and hid the earpiece before hearing Obi-Wan. Duchess, please acknowledge. May I offer you another drink? Satine looked to Vizla before answering. Yes, certainly. I'm in a bit of an awkward spot. I'm being held by the Death Watch, Obi-Wan said before Vizla looked at her. Sorry, Duchess, we're out of ice. Sorry to hear that, she said as he walked over and set the glass down in front of her. Perhaps we should begin dinner without General Kenobi. There's a tracking function on your comlink. Follow it due east to my location. Obi-Wan said as she smiled. I don't know if I can do that at the moment. It's extremely urgent. Are you not feeling well, Duchess? Vizla asked Satine, who nodded. Perhaps some fresh air would do me good. Shall I escort you outside? Take a speeder, it's rough terrain. Oh, I'll find my way, never fear, Satine said before walking out of the room and ran to a speeder. Obi-Wan. Yes, sir. Start the machine. Time for the Jedi to meet with his fatal accident. One man said as the other nodded and started the rock crusher. With pleasure. This is not good, Obi-Wan said before hearing Satine. Where exactly are you? Listen for the loud, metallic, clanging sound. That would be the machine about to smash me into bits. An alarm started going off before one man looked to the other. There's some kind of disturbance at the entrance. Let's check it out. They both ran out just before Satine ran in and up to the controls. Well, it certainly took you long enough. You know, I haven't saved you yet. She yelled to the captured Jedi. Yes, no need to remind me of that, he said as he got closer to the crushing hammers. Be patient. I happen to be a bit short on patience right now, he yelled as she looked at the controls. Now, let's see, one of these. Satine, turn the machine off. I'm trying, she yelled looking up before going back to the controls. Satine. There. Obi-Wan glanced to see the members running back in. Look out, he yelled coming up to the pit before Satine kicked a canister over and had Obi-Wan jump on it and back up. He then knocked the men out as Satine opened a door for them. For a man sworn to peace, you take an unseemly pleasure in the injuries of others. Obi-Wan then walked over before speaking. For a woman sworn to non-violence, you don't seem troubled that I could have been killed back there. But you weren't, and yet I still haven't heard any thanks, she said as they walked in the door and into the elevator. Well, you certainly haven't changed much, he said before the elevator stopped and opened, showing another member with his back to them. Obi-Wan then knocked him out before looking at the hangar. This is not the way we came in. Look there, it's the Jedi. Looking over to the next hangar, they saw two more members aiming at them before Obi-Wan tried to close the door with no luck. We'll have to stand and fight. Or in your case, just stand, Obi-Wan said, reaching for his saber. Only to realize it was missing. You three, stop him. Another member yelled out as he and another ran up. The three then flew over and fired at the two before Obi-Wan pulled the gun that belonged to the member he knocked out to him and started firing as well. He hit one, having him fall into the stone cliff. As the two remaining Mandalorians approached, Obi-Wan grabbed the unconscious Mandalorians. He threw the jetpack at the two Mandalorians and landed a blaster shot on it. Boom! Causing the jetpack to explode, taking out one of the Mandalorians. However, the other survived the blast and lunged at Obi-Wan. As he approached for the kill, he stopped as he heard Satine. You there? Looking over, Satine threw a rock at his head, having him shoot at her, and gave Obi-Wan a few seconds to sweep the Mandalorian off his feet and knock him out with a kick to the stomach. Satine, Obi-Wan yelled running over. I'm all right. They then saw ships leaving at the other hangars before seeing a group of men walk to them, one having a white cape over his right shoulder and a sword hilt on his back. Obi-Wan noticed his saber on the man's belt before walking out as the man removed his helmet revealing Vizla. Governor. For generations, my ancestors fought proudly as warriors against the Jedi. Now that woman tarnishes the very name Mandalorian. Defend her, if you will. Vizla said, throwing Obi-Wan his weapon back. This lightsaber was stolen from your Jedi temple. He said, pulling the sword out revealed an angular pommel, handguard, and slit-shaped blade emitter. He then turned it on revealing a black blade shorter than an average lightsaber and took a more regular sword shape as well as a higher-pitched hum. By my ancestors during the fall of the Old Republic. Since then, many Jedi have died upon its blade. Prepare yourself to join them. He then lunged at the Jedi. Stopping the blade in a test of strength, Obi-Wan then blocked several strikes before catching Vizla's hand before dodging a punch. Obi-Wan then used the Force to throw Vizla back to his men before another ship came down and had Naruto jump with his saber on as Sabine dropped down in her armor. Naruto deflected several blasts as Sabine fired with her pistols. Retreat! Vizla yelled as the group left via jetpacks. Next morning. Naruto and Obi-Wan walked Satine, wearing her royal robes up to a ship. But if Vizla fled, we have no way of learning how widespread Death Watch really is, Tal said as they walked to the ramp. It's obvious the Separatists are supporting the Death Watch, Obi-Wan said, having Satine turn to him. I disagree. I told you I wanted to stay out of this conflict. Given the current situation, I'm afraid that may no longer be possible, Obi-Wan said to her after they stopped. I thought you of all people would understand my position on this matter. I will never be a part of this war, she said walking in the ship as Anakin and a group of clones walked up. Reporting for escort duty, General. Oh, Anakin, am I glad to see you, Obi-Wan said to his former Padawan who chuckled. You sound tired. The peaceful ways of the locals wore me out a bit, Obi-Wan replied as they walked to the ship. A royal welcome. Sent to investigate allegations that Mandalore was joining Count Dooku's separatists, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Naruto were reunited with old friends, the Duchess Satine of Kalevala and Sabine Wren. While Satine claimed Mandalore intended to remain neutral during the war, an attack on the capital city led Obi-Wan to the discovery of a terrorist organization known as Death Watch. Now the Duchess travels to the Senate, so she can plead her case against her involvement in the war, as the Jedi prepare a defense against her opponents. Ellipsis. Coronet. In the cargo hold, Naruto, Obi-Wan, and Anakin are standing in front of clones with Rex, Cody, and Alpha standing off beside them. You know your marching orders. The safety of Duchess Satine is of the utmost importance. The Death Watch will stop at nothing to assassinate her before she pleads her case to the Senate. Obi-Wan said to them before Anakin took a step forward. The Death Watch may be backed by the Separatists, so stay sharp. R2, use your scanners to probe for any suspicious droid activity. Same goes for you RC, Naruto said to his droid who beeped. Anything else, sir? No, that will be all, Obi-Wan said as the clones dispersed before Obi-Wan's communicator beeped. Yes. The Duchess and her retinue request your presence. Very well, Obi-Wan said before the three Jedi and their clone captains got in the elevator. Anakin then glanced over to Obi-Wan. I sense some anxiety from you about the Duchess. She couldn't be in safer hands. Yes, I know. Then why? Anakin trailed off as Obi-Wan brought a hand to his chin. Never mind. It's all in the past. Oh, so you're close to her. I knew her. A long time ago, Obi-Wan explained looking at Anakin. With the clones in the back of the cargo hold, I walked around checking the crates with R2. All secure here. Let's move on to the next sector. One said as they walked to a door. And missed a light coming on one crate as a metallic spider leg came out of it. Satine's room. Satine sat on a bed in the middle of the room with the other senators of the neutral systems, Tal Murik, Onaconda Far, the Rhodian senator, a woman with dark skin and wearing a purple dress and headdress, and also Orn Free Ta, who had two Twi'lek women with him. War is intolerable, Satine said as several female droids walked around with drinks on trays. We have been deceived into thinking that we must be a part of it. I say the moment we committed to fighting, we already lost. Excuse me, Your Grace, Tal said as he grabbed a drink himself. Are you suggesting we oppose the war on humanitarian grounds? I'm going to oppose it as an affront to life itself. As the designated regent of 1,500 systems, I speak for thousands of worlds that have urged me to allow them to stay neutral in this war. And yet some might argue that the strongest defense is a swift and decisive offense. They looked to see Obi-Wan, Naruto, and Anakin walking in. You are quite the general now, aren't you, Master Kenobi? Satine asked the Jedi as Naruto and Anakin stood behind him. Forgive me for interrupting, Your Highness, I meant no disrespect. Really? Senators, I presume you are acquainted with the collection of half-truths and hyperbole known as Obi-Wan Kenobi. Satine said to the others as Obi-Wan kept calm. Your Highness is too kind. You're right, I am. Allow me to introduce my fellow Jedi, Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan said as Anakin. Your servant, my lady. I remember a time when Jedi were not generals, but peacekeepers, Satine said, taking a sip from her drink. We are protectors, Highness. Yours at the moment. We fight for peace, Naruto said, arms crossed. What an amusing contradiction. What Master Uzumaki means is that we are acting at the behest of your highness to protect you from the Death Watch and the Separatists, who don't share your neutral point of view, Obi-Wan said to Satine, who stared down. I asked for no such thing. That may be so, but a majority of your court did, Obi-Wan explained, gesturing to the others. I do not remember you as one to hide behind excuses. I do not remember you as one to shrink from responsibilities, Obi-Wan said before Orn got in front of him. I am certain we all agree Duchess Satine and General Kenobi have proven there are two sides to every dilemma. Indeed, Tal agreed with a nod. Now, regarding the Senate vote, we think, Orn was then interrupted by Satine. I think a multitude makes discord, not a good counsel. Obi-Wan turned to the others as the senators talked. There may be two sides to every dilemma, but the Duchess only favors hers. He then turned to speak to Satine. A Republic military presence is the only sure defense against the Separatists. Even extremists can be reasoned with. Even the ones who used chemical warfare on Naboo, twice. Naruto asked, getting her attention. Where I'm from, there's this guy, who utilized a forbidden technique and brought two dead leaders of my village back to life and forced them to kill the current one who they knew and trained. And the ones he brought back were aware of everything they did and went back to the afterlife with the knowledge they were forced to kill a friend. That same guy went to my leader's successor and tried to bribe her to fix the damage he sustained in that battle and maybe join him. I don't know the details of that chat, by bringing back her former boyfriend who died in her arms and her little brother who was killed as well. He also did inhumane experiments on other human beings, one I know where he experimented on babies and children by the hundreds, and only one survived. Can he be reasoned with? Well, I respect your choice of non-violence, Duchess. But don't belittle me by thinking all we know what to do is fight with swords, guns, and our fists. That is because we fight, our opinion does not matter. I will gladly dirty my hands 1,000 over if it means other people and you don't have to sleep soundly at night. Naruto then turned and left before hearing his calm. Sir, we've got assassination droids. On my way. Naruto then dashed to the elevator and went down several floors where Alpha and the others were before pulling his saber and Shoto and turning them on Sans red blade before running out to see spider droids that his men are fighting before running and stabbed one in its red eye. He then stumbled as the ship W3 went into light speed. Anakin's clones. I'll check out the south quadrant. One clone said, turning a corner. Careful over there, it's dark. Yeah, very funny, Mixer. The clone said before walking down the area with crates. And ran into R2 who beeped. Stop messing around. That's not funny, he said as R2 twirled around and rolled away. Droids, he said before turning and was stabbed in the chest by an assassination droid. On the other side, another clone brought his comms up. My side's secure. What do you got, Red Eye? After a moment of silence, he spoke up again. Red Eye, do you copy? He asked before a rifle was dropped in front of him. Picking it up and examining it, the clone was then pulled up in the air by an assassination droid screaming. Obi-Wan and Anakin. You and Satine have a history, Anakin asked as they walked the halls after leaving when Naruto did. An extended mission when I was younger. Master Ki-Gon and I spent a year on Mandalore, protecting the Duchess from insurgents who had threatened her world. They sent bounty hunters after us. We were always on the run, living hand to mouth, never sure what the next day would bring. Obi-Wan explained to the knight as they got in an elevator. Sounds romantic. A civil war killed most of Satine's people, hence her aversion to violence. When she returned, she took on the difficult task of rebuilding her world alone. Obi-Wan continued as they then got out when reaching their floor. You didn't stay to help her. That would have been problematic. My duty as a Jedi demanded I be elsewhere. Demanded, but it's obvious you had feelings for her. Surely that would affect your decision. Anakin said as they walked the halls and came to their room. Oh, it did. I live by the Jedi code. Of course, but it has changed now. Yes, but it's still Jedi only. Obi-Wan said before his comms went off. Yes, Captain. General, something's wrong with Skywalker's astromech. Scared him real good, sir. I've also lost contact with two of my men. Wait, we just got word with General Uzumaki. There are assassin droids on board. I'll help Master, you go protect the senators, Anakin said, running out as Obi-Wan did the same towards the dining room. I beg your pardon, senators, our men are investigating a situation below decks. I respectfully ask you to wait here until it is settled, he said, not wanting to upset them in case Naruto and Anakin can stop the droids before leaving the cargo. Anakin. The knight ran into the cargo hold and saw his men fighting several droids with one lunging at him. He then severed some of the droid's legs, and the clones finished it off with their rifles. Anakin noticed another probe making its way toward the turbo lift. Obi-Wan. One made it up the lift. I'll try to hold the others here. Obi-Wan. Quickly. Secure the lifts. Obi-Wan yelled as Satin's guards attempted to close the lift before the droid could enter the room, but they were too slow, and the assassin probed through the guards aside, leaping onto the dinner table. Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber and severed two of the droid's legs before destroying it with a stab through its head. Naruto. There might be one left. Let's spread out and find it, Naruto said to his group before BD, who was scanning one of the droid's beeps and ran over as smaller versions came out of its head. Watch it. They're everywhere. Get behind me, Naruto yelled before he pulled his blaster out and started shooting the small droids with his men. Obi-Wan. The defunct droid in the dining area also released probe killers. Satine, armed with a droid deactivator, helped Obi-Wan fight the machines. Soon most of the probes were destroyed. Do you always carry a deactivator? Obi-Wan asked Satine, who was beside him. Just because I'm a pacifist doesn't mean I won't defend myself. Now you sound like a Jedi. He then picked one of the small droids up before looking back at her. Just like that swarm of venom mites on Draboon, remember? How could I forget? I still have the scar, she said, walking away. Begging your pardon, Duchess, I distinctly remember carrying you to safety, Obi-Wan said with a raised eyebrow. I meant the scar I got after you fell and dropped me. Oh, yes. Anakin. Good work, men. You too, buddy, Anakin told his men in R2. Assassin droid. How did that monster end up in the hold? Rex asked, looking around. The question is, who smuggled him on board? Anakin asked, looking back at Rex. They then walked to see a protocol droid at a stand in the back. I'm looking for a droid that services the cargo bay. Yes, sir. Are all those creatures dead? He asked in a deep voice as Anakin nodded. That's what I'm trying to find out. You're in charge of the cargo manifest, right? The Jedi asked the droid, who moved to a device and started to look through it. Yes, I have it right here. Well, where did they come from? The droid gave Anakin the device to read through it. It is right here on the manifest. For immediate delivery to Coruscant. One container marked medical supplies. There's no name on this chart. There's no indication of who shipped it. Anakin yelled, looking up at the droid. No, sir, just the Senate stamp, always accepted for transport here aboard the Coronet. Anakin turned and left before meeting up with Naruto and Obi-Wan in the dining room. One of our 4 distinguished senators appears to be a traitor. I sense it, too, Obi-Wan said before he looked at the shipping order. He then turned and saw a small droid still active. It looks like one of our little visitors is still alive. I have an idea of how to expose the turncoat. Return to the hull of the ship. Destroy the last assassin droids. I'll find out which of the senators is the traitor. The two nodded before leaving, with BD looking back at Obi-Wan before turning to look over Naruto's shoulder. After getting food back in the room, Orn then looked at Satine. Duchess, you're not eating. I have no appetite. Begging your pardon, you must keep up your strength, Orn said, holding a leg of meat. By all means, be my guest, Senator, Satine replied, nodding at the Twi'lek. If you insist. Dessert. Excellent, Orn said as Obi-Wan walked up with something under a cloak. This morsel might prove too much even for the legendary appetite of Orn Free-Ta. Pulling the cloak off, he revealed the droid under a glass container. Enjoy. On second thought, it wouldn't agree with me, Orn said as Obi-Wan started walking around the table, the droid going crazy as they passed each senator. My theory is our little friend will attack the Duchess and anyone who defends her. Anyone, that is, except the traitor who programmed it. Take it away, please. Obi-Wan, this line of questioning borders on torture. Satine exclaimed, standing up. I assure our pacifist Duchess that all is under control. I'm trying to expose a bigger threat. Obi-Wan said as they got to Tal and the droid settled down. Interesting. The droid displays unusual hostility toward the Honorable Kin Rob, but it seems to like you, Senator Murrick. Well, Prince. Really, General Kenobi, Tal said before standing up and knocking the droid away. You're quite clever. The droid attacked before Obi-Wan destroyed it as Tal then grabbed Satine and held her at gunpoint. You're coming with me. He then backed up to the door and left before Obi-Wan gave chase. Anakin, Naruto. Tal Murrick is the traitor, and he's taken Satine hostage. Copy that, but I've got problems of my own right now, Anakin replied before Naruto spoke. On my way, Alpha's got everything covered here. A moment later, he saw Naruto running towards him. Did you find them? No, but I've stationed troopers at every escape pod, Naruto said before Anakin came up behind him. Murrick will try to signal his allies for help. We have to find him, Obi-Wan said as they walked down the hall. This may not be the time to ask, but were you and Satine ever? Anakin trailed off as Obi-Wan sighed. I don't see how that has any bearing on the situation at hand. And I don't want the image in my head, Naruto yelled as they came out of hyperspace. Suddenly, probes hit the ship, having super droids come out as they got to an elevator and went down several floors. We'll take care of this, Obi-Wan. You, go find your girlfriend, Anakin said as he and Naruto got out. Right. No, Anakin, she's not my. Obi-Wan stopped before running to the cockpit. Come in, Kenobi, you're expected, Tal said as Obi-Wan ran in and saw the dead pilots. Tal Murrick, you are under arrest. Release the Duchess, he said holding his lightsaber as Tal pulled a detonator up. I took the precaution of wiring the ship's engines to explode. I press this remote and we all die. Obi, if you have any respect for me, you will not take such risks with so many people's lives at stake. Satine, don't, Obi-Wan said as they circled so Tal could run out of the door. Obi-Wan then followed as he heard the battle of the others. This is Murrick, Tal said, bringing his comms up. Stand by to disengage. Say farewell, Duchess, Tal said as Satine looked at the Jedi. Obi-Wan, it looks like I may never see you again. I don't know quite how to say this, but I've loved you from the moment you came to my aid all those years ago. I don't believe this, Tal said with a sigh and eye roll as Obi-Wan looked to Satine. Satine, this is hardly the time or place for, Obi-Wan trailed off seeing her eyes. All right, had you said the word, I would have left the Jedi Order. That is touching, truly it is, Tal mocked the two before looking at Satine. But it's making me sick, and we really must be going. You have the romantic soul of a slug, Murrick. Satine stomped on his foot, freeing herself and took the gun from him. And slugs are so often trodden upon. Interesting turnabout, but even if I do not deliver the Duchess alive to the Separatists, I still win. The second I'm away, I'll hit the remote and blow the Coronet to bits. I will not allow that, Satine said, holding the gun up at him. What will you do? If you shoot me, you prove yourself a hypocrite to every pacifist ideal you hold dear. And you, Kenobi, you are no stranger to violence. You'd be hailed as a hero by everyone on this ship. Almost everyone. Tal taunted as the two stood still. Come on, then. Who will strike first and brand themselves a cold-blooded killer? He asked, holding his arms out. And was stabbed by an orange saber as BD looked over his shoulder before Naruto spoke. I'm okay with that, he said before grabbing the detonator and turned his blade off. Naruto. What? He was gonna blow up the ship. Naruto replied before walking away and stopped to look at Satine. As I said, I'm okay with dirtying my hands, he said before the three clone captains walked up. General Uzumaki, the last of the droids have been defeated, sir. Very good, Cody, Rex, Alpha. Coruscant. A job well done, Master Jedi, Palpatine said to the trio as BD beeped. And to you droids as well. Thank you, Chancellor, Obi-Wan said with a small bow as Anakin followed. Your Excellency. Palpatine then left with the senators as Satine walked to the trio of Jedi. How ironic to meet again only to find we're on opposing sides. The needs of your people are all that matter, Obi-Wan said to the Duchess. They couldn't be in better hands with you to guide their future. Kind words indeed from a mindful and committed Jedi. And yet, she trailed off as Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow. What? I'm still not sure about the beard, she said as he blinked before she touched his beard. Why? What's wrong with it? He asked as she smiled. It hides too much of your handsome face, Say replied and left. What was that all about? Anakin asked Obi-Wan, who turned to him. A very remarkable woman. She is true, Obi-Wan replied as they stared at Satine. A diplomatic mission. As dissent threatens to tear apart the peaceful Mandalore system, Duchess Satine struggles to protect her people against the escalating violence. Betrayed by two of her trusted allies, Satine now travels to Coruscant. There, she hopes to convince the Senate that a destructive splinter group, Death Watch, does not represent the entire Mandalorian government. Concordia. Vizla walked up to a hologram of Dooku sitting in a ship chair before he spoke. With your Death Watch army in place, now all we need to do is to sit and wait. But for how long? My men are anxious to fight. Considering the plot we've just set in motion, I assure you the Republic will oblige you with the fight you're looking for. First, send a Death Watch assassin to Coruscant. The Duchess of Mandalore must die. Dooku said as out in the distance, a Mandalorian was watching in the trees via binoculars. He then got up and ran back to his ship. Mandalore. Prime Minister. The man said, walking to Almec in the throne room. You found the Death Watch armies, then? Almec asked the man, who nodded. Yes, sir. They are preparing for battle. But if they attack, it would strengthen the people's resolve not to join the Death Watch movement. The Death Watch will never be strong enough to take over Mandalore without the will of the people. Almec sighed at that as they walked to a hall. Not if the Republic has a military presence here. Their occupation will turn the Death Watch from terrorists to liberators in the eyes of the people. But how can we stop the Republic from coming here? Our fate now lies in the hands of Duchess Satine. Senate meeting. In a very large room with hover platforms that had each senator and advisor on them, Palpatine stood in the middle on a platform with his hover one. It grieves me to say it, but Death Watch is now a significant, deadly threat. Satine then hovered around the room to speak with a translator on hers that broadcast to each platform in their language. Mandalore is making great strides to find the leaders of this terrorist movement. They are not powerful enough to destabilize our government. We will resolve this without conflict. If the Republic gets involved in our affairs, it will only lead to further violence. Thus I shall reassert our position of neutrality. Talk of an idealist, Moss said, stomping his staff beside Palpatine. No, those are the words of a pacifist and a people who have chosen nonviolent action, Satine said before Palpatine motioned Moss to hold up a disc. That may be so, Duchess. However, this message was delivered to my staff just this morning. I think you shall find it most illuminating. Putting it in his console, a very large hologram of a male Mandalorian with fair skin came up in the room with smaller ones coming up on each platform. The actions by our government have taken us into a period of civil war. To acknowledge it would be to invite panic in the streets. The man said before Padme floated to Satine. Duchess, do you know this man? She asked before the hologram continued. And so we hid the truth from our people. Yes, Deputy Minister Jarek. He's a dear friend, Satine replied, looking at her hologram. It is more than mere possibility, more than eventuality. It is here. Stop, Satine said to Palpatine, having Moss pause the message. Deputy Minister Jarek is an honorable man. He would never commit such lies to the record. The Mandalorian government holds no secrets from its people. If only that were true, Palpatine said to her before Moss continued the message. Death Watch is far stronger than we once thought. If we are to combat them effectively, we must have Republic assistance. Instead, this government acts out of pride and rejects the help of the Jedi. It's not true. It's not true. Satine yelled out as Naruto in his leather jacket and black pants watched from the shadows at one of the exits. The Duchess Satine will ultimately cause our defeat. Make no mistake, Republic intervention is absolutely necessary. This isn't right. Something here isn't right. I wish to speak to Jarek immediately. Satine said as Palpatine looked at her before frowning. Sadly, Deputy Minister Jarek perished this morning in a Death Watch bombing on Kalevala. Let us ensure that his death was not in vain. Let us commit our military might to defend the Mandalorian people. Defending? You mean to occupy our home? Satine said, leaning on her console with both hands. You would trample our right to self-determination. We mean to save your people. You will turn our planet into a military target which will bring the war to us. Mandalore must remain a neutral system. Satine told Palpatine. The vote shall commence in the next session, Palpatine said before ending the meeting. Outside, Obi-Wan walked up to Satine from behind. Duchess. He then grabbed her arm, stopping her. Satine, wait, I just heard what happened in the Senate. You're sweet to be concerned. But I promise I'll be alright. I am concerned. We're friends, are we not? He asked, having her nod. Yes, friends and nothing more. Obi-Wan sighed before continuing. Satine, as your friend, I don't think you should make any decisions in this state of mind. This state of mind? And what state of mind would that be, precisely? She asked him, having Obi-Wan look down. What I'm saying is, any person would be hysterical by now, but... Hysterical? The Republic is attempting to force its will upon innocent people. Satine interrupted the Jedi. I only meant. Frankly, I'm surprised you're not hysterical. Perhaps if more citizens got hysterical, they'd be more inclined to speak up when the Republic tramples on their rights. She continued, having the Jedi put his hands on his hips as Naruto watched from the hangar. Rushing in like this, it's foolhardy. Ironic words from a man who spends his days running hither and yon, wielding his lightsaber with deadly force as if on a crusade. Why should I listen to someone who so frequently relies on violence? In my opinion, you're the foolhardy one, she said before getting in a flying car and left. A few minutes of flying went by before a small explosion came off the engine, having them fly out of control. What's happening? It's the navigation system, the pilot said before they flew sideways, coming to a building. Get her out of here. There's a platform ahead. I'll try to get closer. No, stop, Aramis. Jump, he yelled as they got to a balcony, having the two guards push Satine off with them as the car hit the next building and exploded. Palpatine's office. What do you mean, no charges are to be filed? None at all. Someone tried to kill me. The controls on my speeder were compromised. Satine said to Palpatine, who had his fingers laced. Sadly, my dear, there is no proof anyone tampered with anything. I'm afraid it might have been just an accident. An accident? She asked from her seat. And it just happened to coincide with me defending my homeworld. I agree with Satine, Moss said from his spot beside the Chancellor. Well, finally. It proves what I've been saying all along. Death Watch is out of control. The Republic must step in and help. No, wait, I didn't. You can't keep them reined in, obviously, so we will. Satine then glared. This is patently offensive. You can't do this. Unfortunately, it is up to the Senate now, Palpatine said to the Duchess. I'm sure they'll make a reasoned and thoughtful decision. Satine then left before Obi-Wan walked up to her. Satine, I just heard about your accident. Those two are, this government will, she trailed off before groaning in frustration. Satine, tell me what happened. I'm fine. I wasn't hurt. I didn't want to worry you. Well, I'm afraid on that count you failed spectacularly. Look what happened, he said as she started walking down the hall. Look what happened. This attack proves I've upset someone. I must be on the right track, she said over her shoulder. This attack proves your enemies are here, even on Coruscant. You're not going to let Republic authorities handle this, are you? You're not backing down, Obi-Wan said after noticing the look on her face. Republic authorities? Certainly not. I'm on my way to the Ministry of Intelligence right now to meet my contact. Don't you see? You need your friends with you, not held at arm's length. In your quest to be self-reliant, have you decided to put your friends out of your life? Obi-Wan asked her as she sighed. I don't know, she replied before they saw Padme walk up to them. Senator, what is it? The Senate completed its vote. They've decided in favor of occupation. Padme replied as they looked surprised. When did this happen? Satine asked, turning to face the senator. The vote was supposed to be tomorrow. It was during your meeting with the Chancellor. Your accident accelerated the Senate's decision. Republic forces are set to leave for Mandalore at sunrise tomorrow. Padme told Satine, who turned to Obi-Wan. You see, I was right before. Counting on the Republic is a mistake, she said before quickly leaving. Around the corner, Naruto was listening before his comms in his ear went off. Yeah, Thrawn. I've just been informed we're to head to Mandalore. Naruto sighed at that. I feel something's off for this. Can you, Alpha, and Fordo stall for as long as you can? I really only need a few hours though. I thought so as well, sir. And yes, I think Captains Alpha and Fordo can do that. Coruscant Underworld. Satine, wearing a red cloak with the hood up, stood in an alleyway before a man with fair skin walked up and whispered to her, pulling her in further. I don't have much time. They're following me. You've put yourself in great danger. I'll never forget it. I had to come. This is worth it, he said, handing her a disc. Where did you get this? Buried deep in the evidence facility at the ministry. It was not easy to find, believe me. You were right. Someone faked the evidence. The recording presented to the Senate was not the full recording. But this disc is. You must show the Senate. The man stopped as he was shot in the chest. Davu. No. Satine said as alarms went off and police droids surrounded her before she ran off as two flying droids went to two clones who had shields and batons. Subject identified as Duchess Satine cries. The clones ran after the Duchess before a black hood in the crowd moved up and revealed Naruto, who had a hood on his jacket before he turned to walk away. Hands where we can see them. You are coming with us. The clone yelled as a Death Watch member followed in the shadow holding a sniper rifle. I didn't kill him, Satine yelled out, hitting a droid with her deactivator and had them fall and trip the others before she ran off into the crowd. Oola's bar. Naruto with his hood up walked into Oola's bar and up to her behind the counter. Hey, Oola. Naruto. Why are you covered up? She asked, putting both hands on the bar and leaned forward. Someone got shot outside and didn't want to draw attention to myself. You heard anything about Duchess Satine supposedly killing someone about an hour ago? No, but I did hear people saying they saw a Mandalorian running around with some sort of design on their helmet. She replied as he nodded and turned on the stool. Only to come face to face with the green mesh-covered chest of one of the dancers. You're not going to leave without saying goodbye, are you, Naruto? Tearing his eyes from the mesh-covered breasts, he glanced up. No, Jews, Naruto replied before she hugged him into her chest, having Oola smirk slightly at the interaction. Satine. Obi-Wan, come in. Obi-Wan, are you there? Satine asked in her comms, hiding in another alley. Satine, where are you? Masameda has demanded you turn yourself in. I know. Listen to me. Obi-Wan, I need your help. Later, in a courtyard, Obi-Wan in his cloak with the hood up sat at a bench beside Satine. Nice disguise. Seeing you all right is, well, it's a relief. You should turn yourself in. We've both sworn loyalty to the Republic, he said as police droids walked around. Believe me, neither one of us is breaking our oath, she said before pushing the disc over to him. And this will prove it. I need to get it into the proper hands. But the Republic guards are hunting you, which means, he trailed off as she nodded. Whoever doctored this recording is likely in the government itself. She finished his thought by looking around. If you set foot inside the Senate, they'll take you. And the disc will be destroyed before anyone can see it. Which is why you must take the disc to Padme. Seeing two clones looking for her, Satine stood and brought Obi-Wan with her. Where will you be while I'm in the Senate? What if they find you? Obi-Wan asked as they got to the food stands. They won't. I'm going to surrender to them. What? You'll need a distraction to enter the Senate freely. I can't risk them searching you just because you and I are associates. She explained as he raised an eyebrow. I'm a Jedi. They wouldn't dare. Things are changing, my dear, she said before turning to leave. Just as a circular grenade dropped by her feet, Obi-Wan saw it and used the Force to push Satine out of the way as it blew, revealing it was a stun grenade. Satine got up and ran as a Death Watch male fell holding a sniper before Obi-Wan got up and attacked with his saber. It was knocked out before he wrapped his arms around the Death Watch member, who pushed Obi-Wan back into the wall to free himself. They then traded punches before Satine ran back to watch just as Obi-Wan was thrown to a railing before the Mandalorian reached for his blaster. Obi. Only for Naruto to drop down onto the Death Watch member with his saber going through his chest. Naruto then stood up to look at the two. Sup? Naruto, what are you doing here? I come by for info from time to time and see what happened. Look, I'll take the evidence to Padme. They could say you tampered with it because of your closeness to Satine. Naruto said as Obi-Wan thought about it before giving Naruto the disc. Senate building. Two men stood in front guarding the entrance before Satine walked up, hood down and hands up. Excuse me, I believe you were looking for me. They ran to her as Naruto ran in from behind a pillar. Inside, Palpatine was talking to the others from his platform. The occupation of Mandalore will usher in a new level of security for the Republic in its fight against corruption. If there are no objections, he trailed off before Padme spoke from her platform. Supreme Chancellor, there has been a development in the case for Mandalore's neutrality. He nodded before speaking. The chair recognizes the senator from Naboo. She nodded before holding a disc. I think this should cast a new light on the so-called evidence we saw earlier. Putting it in, a hologram of Jarek came up. The actions by our government have taken us into a period of civil war. To acknowledge it would be to invite panic in the streets. Death Watch is far stronger than we once thought. But we have been training for this. We can stop them. But if we are to combat them effectively, we must have the temerity to stand strong in the name of peace. And if we are to do so, we must reject any Republic assistance. Instead, this government will act. It acts not out of pride, but for safety. Intervention by the Republic will inflame the opposition, and this is why our government rejects the help of the Jedi. We must listen to the Duchess Satine. If we do not, we will ultimately cause our defeat. Concordia. Unacceptable. You promised us we would reclaim Mandalore from these weak-willed cowards. Vizla said walking into a tent at a hologram of Dooku. I will order my men to attack. And if you do, you'll hold the planet for perhaps a day. Without the backing of my forces or your people, your revolution will be over before it begins. A neophyte such as you wouldn't know these things, but I do. I have other ways to accomplish our goal. Coruscant, Palpatine's office. Thankfully, with the revelation of this new information, the occupation of Mandalore is no longer necessary, Palpatine said as Obi-Wan and Anakin stood with Padme as Palpatine walked to them. The person to thank is Duchess Satine. She found the proof. Padme said to the Chancellor. I require no thanks. Satine in her robes said walking inside the room before Padme spoke. Satine, the Senate held an emergency session, and the Republic forces have been ordered to stand down. Allow me to offer a most sincere apology on behalf of the entire Republic. You are a most loyal servant, and we are all grateful. Palpatine said to Satine before Ma spoke. Yes, grateful. Padme then turned to Palpatine before gesturing outside the office. Chancellor, if you and Mas Amedda would join me for a moment, we have some logistics to discuss to ratify the Senate's decision. They left with the Anakin trio as Satine looked at Obi-Wan. But for you and Naruto, this wouldn't have happened. He shook his head at that. No, it was your unshakable faith in your people, and your determination, that brought about this result. I appreciate that. But still, who is behind all of this? Who tampered with that recording? Who tried to convict me of murder and throw me in jail? She asked as he put a hand on his chin. I'm not sure, but as you said yourself, things are changing. And sometimes the line between friend and foe is blurred. Now more than ever, he said before looking out of the window. Calm before the storm. Naruto Uzumaki has called a meeting with the Jedi Council about progress in changing the code again. Meanwhile, a rare and welcome respite from endless battle awaits Jedi Knights Anakin Skywalker and Mace Windu as they travel through deep space aboard the Jedi cruiser Endurance. Preparing to rendezvous with a Republic frigate, the Jedi remain unaware of a deadly peril lying hidden in their midst. Coruscant, Jedi Council. Why did you need to see us, Naruto? Mace asked the knight who was standing before them. About allowing non-Jedi and Jedi relationships. And why should we do that? Oppo asked Naruto who sighed. We've already allowed relationships and yes, we have seen stronger Jedi, why should we jeopardize that by allowing non-Jedi, non-Force users in? It's mainly for ones who might fall in love with someone they meet on their travels, or for any races that's rare to have a Force user and they want to go with someone from their homeworld. Like I've noticed Wookiees are rare in the Jedi. What if one wants to be with another but can't? Naruto asked, turning to each master. I mean they'll see their fellow Jedi who'll be with each other but they won't because they've chosen or fallen in love with someone who isn't. That'll be more dangerous than having no emotions like before. My former Padawan does make a point, Shakti said from her spot. If we have one who'll fall for someone out of the order that'll cause anger to build up when they see others in a relationship. And we still have rather high casualties for those not taking relationships because those they would want to be in a relationship with aren't in the order. Naruto finished as the others looked at each other. Talk about it we will, Yoda said before looking at Naruto. Call on you when ready, we will. Naruto nodded before looking at Obi-Wan and nodded with a smile. The Endurance. A squad of chronologically 6-year-old clones is being briefed by a more experienced trooper en route on their journey to the Star Destroyer Endurance. Afterward, several of the kid clones tease their newest member, a young recruit with hair parted in the middle who calls himself Lucky, before being reprimanded by another kid clone. Once they arrive, the young soldiers are greeted by Jedi Generals Mace Windu and Anakin Skywalker. Subsequently, the clones are given opportunities to demonstrate their training through target practice using explosive skeet. The first two cadets miss their target. When Admiral Killian notices the look in Lucky's eyes, he orders him onto the turret. The clone gunner deploys one explosive skeet, which Lucky destroys with precise accuracy. The clone gunner believes that he got lucky, and sends out 3 skeets in separatist attack formation. The kid destroys all 3, surprising the gunner. As the cadets leave for the observation deck, Killian expresses his admiration for Lucky's talents to the gunner. As they resume their tour of the ship, Lucky quickly strays away from his group and manages to bluff his way into Mace Windu's quarters where he stealthily installs a bomb triggered by stepping through a laser in the doorway. As Mace enters his quarters, he is soon called off for another meeting and instead orders a clone to go inside to drop something off for him. The clone sets off the trap, killing him. The entire ship is placed under alert and as a result, Lucky is instructed via comlink to sabotage the reactor core and thus kill everyone, although he exhibits some hesitation due to only wanting to kill the Jedi who killed his father Jango Fett. The now identified Boba then once again sneaks away from his group but ends up being caught by an unsuspecting trooper who decides to call for security. After a brief scuffle, Boba stuns the clone with his own blaster and shoots the core command console. Much of the hull is immediately destroyed in an explosion and the Jedi are almost sucked into space before the gaping holes are sealed off. Realizing that Endurance is critically damaged beyond repair, the Jedi and most of the surviving crew then choose to abandon the ship. However, Killian stubbornly refuses and stays on board along with pawns. The young clones, including Boba, are then jettisoned in an escape pod. Boba sabotages the pod he is in, causing it to drift off away from the others. Later, a ship came up to Boba's escape pod flying vertically before rotating 90 degrees to be flat on its bottom. Suddenly, it attacked the pod before the door opened up revealing a humanoid alien woman and a male reptilian alien in a yellow pilot suit. She is tall and lanky with chalk-white skin and long bony fingers. She's bald except for the back of her head with fiery brown hair pulled back into a ponytail and dark sunken eyes with black makeup across them. She also has an antenna on the top right of her head. She's wearing a red bodysuit with a long sniper rifle on her back and 2 pistols on her hip with a vest. These are Aura Singh and Bosk, bounty hunters. Well, what do we have here? Aura said walking in. You boys look lost. Congratulations, Boba. Job well done. His name's not Boba. He's Lucky. One clone said having Aura chuckle. Lucky. That's a good one. You're with her. I wasn't expecting you to bring friends along, Aura stated looking down at Boba. I couldn't help it, Aura. What are you going to do with them? Boba asked as she raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Let them go, he asked, looking up, making her sigh. They're living witnesses, honey. That was never part of the plan. Boba yelled at the bounty hunter. I just wanted to kill the Jedi that murdered my father. Aura then turned around before speaking over her shoulder. Well, that will have to wait. Grow up. You'll get your revenge in time. Now get on board. We have to get out of here. Or, you can go with your friends, who I'm going to jettison into the unknown. She finished before smirking and looked over her shoulder. That would be poetic. Boba then followed after her before glancing over his shoulder. I'm sorry. Traitor. One of the clones said before Boba stopped at the controls for a moment before Aura leaned down to him. Do it. Boba then hit a button having the doors close. You'll regret this. The one in front ayed before another looked to him as they floated away from the ship. I can't believe it. A traitor. He was a traitor. Yes, well, we can't worry about that right now. We have to find a way to contact somebody. The first one said before the third walked over to the controls. We already tried. This pod is dead. We only have minimal life support. Yeah, well, whose fault is that? None of us. That guy you defended left us for dead. Stow it, Whiplash, we need to work together. You're not in charge here. Whiplash yelled back before they heard engines roaring and a light shined in the windshield. They have come back to finish us off. No, wait, it's the Jedi. The first one said seeing Anakin and Mace in their Delta 7s. I found your missing cadets, Crasher, Anakin said over the comms as he looked at the kids. Nice work, General. How are they? I can't raise them on the comm channel. Their pod must have been damaged in the evacuation. Head to point 038 and you can pick them up. Right away, sir, Crasher said before the two Jedi started to leave before Mace spoke to Anakin. Skywalker, have you heard from Admiral Killian? No, I lost contact when they entered the atmosphere. Back in the pod, Whiplash looked to the first clone. Jax, I'm sorry. I lost my head. I didn't. It's okay, I understand. I can't believe it was one of us, someone just like us. The other clone said before Whiplash turned. He's nothing like us. Let's hope he is. If he is like us, he'll realize he's wrong. Jax said to the others before looking out the windshield. Revenge. Boba Fett, son of the notorious bounty hunter Jango Fett, infiltrated a Jedi cruiser in an attempt to assassinate General Mace Windu, the man who killed his father. After a near miss at Windu's quarters, Boba was forced to destroy the cruiser and escape with the help of notorious bounty hunter Aura Singh. Now, having lost contact with Admiral Killian when his doomed starship crashed, the Jedi search for survivors with the aid of a Republic rescue ship. Ellipsis. Vancouver. Mace and Anakin land by the wreck of the Endurance before getting out with their droids. As they look, Anakin points out upon coming across the ship that, while it is in a terrible shape, the bridge appears to be in one piece. The two Jedi set down behind the ship, at which point R2-D2 beeps that he has a bad feeling about this place. Windu turns to chastise Anakin for encouraging individuality in his droid. Windu, Skywalker, R2, and R8-B7 proceed to the ship, unaware of Gundarks following them. Once they get inside, the Jedi come across clone troopers killed not by the crash but by execution. Windu theorizes that those who tried to assassinate him may have come down looking for his body and killed the survivors. The droids are sent to search for survivors while the Jedi head to the bridge. In the process of their search, R2 and R8 are attacked by a pair of Gundarks ripping R8 apart while R2 is knocked across the floor. On the bridge, Windu and Skywalker come across several dead clones, but note there is no sign of the Admiral or Pons. Windu reports this to the medical ship in orbit, which proceeds to leave for the nearest Republic medical station. Noticing a Mandalorian helmet sitting on a piece of rubble, Skywalker advances. Windu, spotting the helmet, is reminded of Jango Fett, the template for the clone army, whom Windu killed on Geonosis, and then remembers his son, Boba, who watched his father die at Windu's hands. Too late, Windu uses the Force to pull Skywalker away from the helmet, which explodes. Boom. The bridge is destroyed, causing debris to rain down on the Gundarks that were advancing on R2, one is killed while the other flees. In the distance Aura Singh, Bosk, Boba, and Costas, a male Claytoonian, watch the explosion with satisfaction. Boba insists on finding Windu's body, but his companions initially refuse, stating they have enough to sell Count Dooku with their 3 hostages, Admiral Killian, Commander Pons, and a navigation officer. In the end, Aura and Boba win out, leaving Bosk to guard the hostages as they head to the downed ship. In the ship, R2, now realizing the Jedi may be in danger, heads to the bridge and finds Windu unconscious and Anakin wounded, both trapped under rubble. As the droid tries to move the debris, he causes the bridge to shudder, and Anakin warns him against it. Instead, he instructs his droid to head back to the Jedi starfighters and send a message to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant for help. R2 proceeds to leave the bridge but spots the bounty hunters approaching and instead decides to try and halt their advance. He first pushes debris down a tunnel the bounty hunters are coming through, then closes the doors on them. When they come up another tunnel, he pushes yet more debris and boxes at them, before detaching a grenade from a dead clone and dropping that down the tunnel. Boom. Deterred, Aura declares that they will instead use Slave Eye to destroy the remains of the ship, thereby ensuring the Jedi's death. R2 then proceeds to the Jedi starfighters but is accosted on the way by the remaining Gundark. Using quick thinking, the droid attaches the Gundark, via a cable, to one of the starfighters and activates the fighter's engines, crashing it some miles away and killing the Gundark. Having witnessed the explosion, and realizing that it came from near the Jedi starfighters, the bounty hunters believe Windu has survived and jam all communications before heading to the location of the starfighters in Slave Eye. R2 activates the remaining starfighter and pilots it away from Slave Eye, now shooting at it, and into the atmosphere. Seeing this, Windu, who woke up, states that his astromech was meant to get help, not abandon them, but Anakin returns his faith in R2. Avoiding the blaster fire from Slave Eye, the astromech droid gets into space, but its communication device is destroyed. The only solution now is to use the hyperdrive rings and get to Coruscant. Realizing the droid's plan, Boba fires at the hyperdrive rings but succeeds only in destroying one, allowing R2 to use the other to escape. Aura states not to worry, as she can draw Windu to her using the hostages, before Slave Eye makes the jump to hyperspace. Coruscant. On Coruscant, R2 interrupts a meeting with Plo Koon's droid and replays Anakin's message to several other Jedi. Plo Koon, Ahsoka, and Corporal Comet, along with Commander Wolffe, make their way to Vancouver with rescue ships. They help the injured Jedi just as the bridge of the Endurance collapses. Mace, in the end, compliments R2 on his bravery. Lethal trackdown. The young Boba Fett has taken the law into his own hands and made 2 attempts on the life of Mace Windu, the Jedi Master who killed his father. Boba's mentor, bounty hunter Aurra Sing, has taken 3 Republic officers hostage in an effort to force Windu to face Boba on their terms, a tactic that does not sit well with the young vigilante. Ellipsis. Slave Eye. Boba walked to the back where the clones are and gave Killian a drink. This isn't what I wanted. You don't have to do this. You're not like them, I can tell, Killian told the clone. What do you know, old man? I know a good soldier when I see one, Killian said as Boba stood. I'm no soldier. I'm no clone, not like those 2. He yelled looking at the others. What are you looking at? Boba, what's going on? Aura asked, walking in. Nothing, he replied gaffing Killian again. What are we going to do with them? Boba asked before looking up at the bounty hunter. Oh, I think our friends here are about to finally prove useful, she said before hitting Killian. Coruscant. While Anakin and Windu recover in the Jedi Temple, they suddenly receive a transmission from Aurra Sing and Boba in which they reveal the bounty hunters are holding Admiral Killian, Clone Commander Pons, and another clone officer hostage before ruthlessly executing Pons after Boba wouldn't and taunting the Jedi to track her down. Although, with no leads as to Sing's location, Plo Koon takes Ahsoka with him to venture into Coruscant's underworld in hopes of obtaining information from various members of the underworld. Unfortunately, they experience little luck, due in part to Ahsoka's impatience and lack of subtlety during the investigation. Slave Eye. After sending the dead body out, Aura pushed Boba into the wall. Next time I tell you to pull the trigger, you do it. She then lets him go, having Boba rub his shoulder. It should only be a matter of time until they track us down, she said walking to the pilot seat where Bosca's flying. Something on your mind, Costas? She asked the other bounty hunter. Yeah, I got something to say. We're in over our heads. You signed on to kill Jedi. Well, this is how it's done, she said turning to face him. You said the Separatists would pay well if we killed Windu. That kid destroyed an entire cruiser, and now we're taking hostages. That was not part of the plan, Costas explained from his seat. I never took you for a coward, Costas, Aura said before looking at Bosk. And what about you, Bosk? You feel the same. I'm still in. I got a lot riding on this kill, and I need the cash. He replied as Costas crossed his arms. Not me. I'm out. Well then, you're in luck. I was planning on making a stop. You can drag your worthless carcass off of this ship when we land. Aura said to him before looking back out the windshield. Where are we headed? Boba asked as he sat down. We're going to visit an old friend. Maybe he can replace Costas. Set course for Florum, Aura explained before they went into hyperspace. Florum. The bounty hunters landed on Florum before walking out to see Weequays and Hondo walking to them. Oh, my dear, you never were good at asking for permission to land, Hondo said as he stopped. I never ask for permission to do anything, my darling, Aura said before pulling Hondo into a kiss. After a moment, they broke apart. Yes, snort, Hondo said before chuckling. Yes, I remember. He then noticed Boba before looking back to Aura. Not mine, I take it. No, part of my crew. He's Django's son, Aura explained having Hondo nod before kneeling. Oh, yes, sorry about your father. He was a friend and an honorable man. He said before animals that were used for fighting started growling. And that's Costas. But he's getting off here. Aura said, motioning to Costas as Hondo stood and smiled. Couldn't handle her, could you? Well, don't be ashamed, you're not the first man to bail out from under her command. He's speaking from experience, Aura said as they started walking to the bar and had Hondo chuckle. Oh, you're a dangerous woman. Ha ha. He said before turning back to walk to the bar. Yes, very dangerous. Come. Let us go inside, where we can discuss business over a drink like civilized people. Getting into the bar, Hondo, Aura and Boba went to the bar as Costas went to a hollow phone and called up a male Nautolan. I'm stuck out here on Florum. I warned you. Working with Aura Singh is bad business. Yeah, this job's gone south, like every job I do with that hag. No, Boba, Aura said as Boba tried to reach for an alcoholic drink. I hear there's a downed Republic cruiser on Vancouver, Hondo said as he took a drink. Your handiwork. I wouldn't take credit for that, no, Aura replied downing her drink. We saw it, though. Crawling with Republic troops. I wouldn't try and salvage it for a while if I were you. I appreciate the advice, Hondo said before looking at Boba. So, Boba, what is it like working with Aura? It's all right. It must be, Hondo said as Aura put a device in her ear to listen in on Costas. I have some information. Information that's worth something to the right people. Costas to his friend who crossed his arms. Really? What kind of people? That's where you come in. Hondo then turned to Aura, not noticing she was listening to Costas. Remember, Aura, that job we pulled? Oh, yes. Excuse me. She said pocketing the device before pulling her pistol and revealed it has 2 triggers. Costas. He then turned to her. Huh. And was shot into the holodeck and turned it off. Hey, someone scraped that guy off the floor. He sprung a leak, Hondo said before turning back to the bar. Coruscant underworld. Meanwhile, the 2 Jedi make their way into another Coruscant cantina. Plo Koon advises Ahsoka to be more subtle and attentive to small details. Coincidentally, Ahsoka manages to eavesdrop on a conversation in which Costas, friend, mentions the bounty hunter's activities on Florum before being confronted by a large group of thugs. Plo Koon and Ahsoka are forced to draw their lightsabers and manage to leave after a tense standoff where Ahsoka throws credits into the bar. Florum. The trio is now in Hondo's office where sat at a desk. Well, my dear, you are in an interesting predicament once again. Getting involved with the Jedi is never a good idea. Aura, we've got an incoming ship. Aura put a hand to her ear as her antenna became longer when hearing Bosk. Jedi, by the look of it. Windu. Finally. Took them long enough. Move Slave Eye to the outskirts and get the hostages ready. Aura ordered Bosk. Right. So, are you in or not? She asked Hondo who took a drink from a cup. I will not help you. But I will not hinder you, either. This is your fight, not mine. Hondo walked outside where AT-6 shuttle landed and Plo Koon and Ahsoka walked out. Hello, and welcome to Florum. I should assume you are walking us into a trap. Plo Koon asked the pirate. Yes, you should. They're waiting inside the bar. I have no idea what she has planned for you. Hondo explained as they walked. And the reason you're telling us is. So you know that I am not involved in this, Hondo said before Plo Koon looked at Ahsoka. Remember, patience. Plo Koon then walked into the bar as Ahsoka went to the side in the shadows. Plo Koon then went to a table in the back where Aura sat. Bad move, Jedi. This will cost you. Plo Koon sat down before Boba put a pistol to his head. I wanted Windu. What are you doing here? He asked the Jedi. We can do this the difficult way, or the simple way. The choice is yours, Koon said before Aura brought a hand to her ear. Bosk, can you hear me? Roger. Execute the hostages if I give the word. Unwise. You have already lost, and you don't even know it, Plo Koon said to the bounty hunter who turned her attention to him. I am prepared to kill you, the hostages, whatever it takes to get what Boba wants. Sounds more like what you want, Plo said just as Ahsoka ran up and cut Aura's antenna off before holding her lightsaber at the bounty hunter's neck as Boba pushed the gun at Plo Koon. Don't. Let her go. No chance, Ahsoka said holding Aura. She won't do it, Boba. She's not like you, Aura said as Ahsoka looked forward. She's right, I'm not a murderer. I'm not a murderer, but I want justice, Boba said to the Padawan. We are justice, Plo Koon told Boba before Aura spoke. Don't listen to them. No one will be harmed if you come quietly, Plo said calmly as Boba looked at Aura. I can't let you die. You won't have to, she said before moving her foot up and had prongs come out of her shoe. Aura, Boba yelled before shooting at Ahsoka who deflected the blast before Aura elbowed her away. Aura then tapped her foot, having it shoot the prongs before Plo Koon moved the table up and used the force to push Boba back out. Looking back, the Jedi saw Aura quickly shooting at Ahsoka with both her pistols before tossing the table over to block the blasts. He then jumps over and cuts the guns before putting the blade at Aura's neck. It's over. Surrender. Aura. Now, Boba yelled, throwing a disc under their feet. Bomb. Boom. The four got out of the way before Aura ran. Boba, hurry. Plo Koon then pulled Boba to him and grabbed him. Aura, help me. She looked back before running out. Don't leave me. No. The hostages, where are they? Plo Koon asked, turning Boba around. Boba, if you do not tell us where those men are, they are going to die. Innocent men. She left me. Outside, Aura ran to a speeder bike and left as Ahsoka followed. One of Hondo's men tried to aim for the Padawan with their rifle only for Hondo to push it down and shake his head. Plo Koon then walked out with Boba and up to the pirates. He will not reveal the location of the hostages. I thought you might talk some sense into him. Hondo then looked at Boba before speaking. Tell the Jedi what he wants to know, Boba. Why should I help anybody? I've got no one, Boba yelled as Hondo knelt. It is an honorable thing to do. It's what your father would have wanted. Out in the desert, Ahsoka flew to Slave Eye before shooting at Bosk, forcing him to dive before she jumped to the clones, crashing her speeder. She cuts their binding before Killian grabs the rifle and aims at Bosk. Aura then flew over a ridge and crashed into Ahsoka's speeder and blew them up before getting in and started to hover. Ahsoka jumped on a wing and cut through it, having it smoke before jumping on the windshield, stabbed it and then deflected blasts from Aura before jumping off as the ship crashed over the ridge. Coruscant. Mace and Anakin stood on a hangar as Plo Koon brought Boba up with clones before Mace knelt to the boy. I see now I've done terrible things. But you started when you murdered my father. I'll never forgive you. Mace sighed before looking up. Well, you're going to have to. Take him away. Separatist attack. After the destruction of the Republic outpost on the Rishi moon, General Grievous and Asajj Ventress plan an attack on the planet Kamino, home of the cloning factories. Meanwhile, aboard Jedi cruisers, Jedi Knights Naruto Uzumaki, Anakin Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi examine an intercepted message from General Grievous. The Maelstrom. Naruto Alpha, Fordo, and Thrawn are talking to Obi-Wan and Anakin at the hollow table. BD jumped off Naruto's back and landed on the edge to look up before one of Anakin's clones spoke. We are decrypting the audio, sir. Naruto then saw Ventress in a cloak come up before she spoke. The clone planet of Kamino will be a dangerous target. She was then replaced by General Grievous, who had his cloak on. Just make sure you hold up your half of the mission. We must stop the production of new clones. If we are to win this war. Kamino, Anakin said as Naruto sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Another attack on the base. They must be getting desperate. They're going to attack our home planet, Alpha said from his spot to Fordo, Rex, and Cody, who appeared in the hologram. The Separatists are taking quite the chance, even considering this again, Obi-Wan said, stroking his chin. This is personal for us clones. We'll make sure Kamino is secure, Rex said as Anakin looked at him. Tell your troopers in the 501st they're going home. Same for the 931st, Naruto said before each captain spoke. Yes, sir. Ventress, ship. A hologram of Grievous was sitting as he looked to Ventress. All is ready, General. Good. We will attack Tipoca City first. I have the exact locations of both the clone DNA room and the clone trooper barracks. Both shall be annihilated under my hand, Grievous said before Ventress glanced down. Our hands, General. Count Dooku assigned us both this task, she said as he nodded. But of course, Assassin. I look forward to meeting you, Grievous said before the hologram turned off. Are the Aqua droids prepared for Phase 2 of the plan? She asked a B-1 droid by her who looked over. Yes, Mistress. She then turned to walk to a window and saw she was underwater. Kamino. Masters Kenobi, Uzumaki, and Skywalker. Shakti said as she walked over with Lama Su. And Padawan Afi. Welcome to Kamino. Greetings, generals, Lama said to the group before Obi-Wan put his arms behind his back. I wish our arrival wasn't under such circumstances. We believe Grievous is planning a separatist attack on Kamino. But the Republic blockade is far too strong. They would not dare, Lama said as Naruto looked up. Wouldn't be the first time. But better safe than sorry. Inside, Fives, Heavy, Cut Up, and Echo, who now had a blue handprint on his right chest, walked down the halls. Look around, guys. Feels like yesterday we were here. Heading to target practice, Echo said seeing kid clones walking past them. Remember that? Fives asked before 99 walked up holding rifles. Do I ever? Heavy said before stopping as 99 dropped a couple of the weapons. Hey, 99. Heavy, Cut Up, Echo, Fives. You actually remember us? Echo asked as 99 nodded. I remember all my brothers. Is Droid Bait here? Where's he? The group looked at each other before Heavy looked down. There was an incident on the Rishi Moon outpost. Oh, 99 looked downtrodden at that before leaning to pick up the guns. I see. So why have you returned to Kamino? The generals received word of an impending attack here, Fives answered before 99 nodded. Well, how can I help? Atmosphere. Grievous, fleet appeared out of hyperspace before he stood. Attack formation ECH-03. Status. The tactical droid said before the other droids spoke. Deflector shields raised. Destroyers in position. Forward cannons ready. Grievous then walked to the front where a pilot droid was hitting buttons before it spoke. Landing craft prepared. All ships are in position. Grievous then pointed at the planet before yelling out his orders. Commence attack. The ships then started firing at the blockade. Over on the Resolute, Yularen was looking forward as a clone walked up to him. The Separatist fleet is pressing their attack, sir. Contact command at Tipoca City, Wolf ordered, in a few minutes after the clone left. Anakin in his DELTA-7 flew up and started to help fight. Good to see you, General. Ready to have some fun. You know me, broadside. I'd rather be up here than stuck in a command center. Anakin said over his comms as he and the others fought the ships. Kamino Command Center. Naruto, Obi-Wan, Shakti, Barriss, and the clones looked at a hologram of the battle before Alpha spoke. Shore up our defenses. The fleet is not as large as I expected, Shakti said as Naruto looked at the battle. It's probably a distraction. They could have another fleet coming in. Begin the airstrike, Shakti said as two clones went to another hologram. Warning, falling debris. A male computer voice spoke as they saw parts of the ships fall into the ocean that made up the planet. Grievous appears to be sacrificing his transports in favor of protecting his command ship. Shakti said, bringing a hand to her chin. I think Naruto's onto something, something's not right. Obi-Wan said, crossing his arms. Underneath the water, Ventress squid-like sub came up near the facility before one droid looked back at her. Reinforcements have arrived. Send out the aqua droids to assemble the assault craft. Atmosphere. Focus on the cruisers. Anakin ordered before his comm went off. I'm going to press the attack, Master. No, Anakin, wait, it's too easy. Not even Grievous would attack so recklessly. Anakin hit a switch before speaking as he also dodged a blast. Master, the bottle's up here in space, not down there. The debris from the destroyed separatist ships is the key, Obi-Wan said as more debris fell. What are you thinking? Anakin heard Shakti before Obi-Wan replied. I think I'd like to go for a swim. Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan in a Kamino sub went to the surface of the ocean. The sub has a spherical cockpit sandwiched between two air-filtering nacelles, both 7.3 meters in length. A pair of headlights and taillights were mounted into the nacelles. Nothing as of yet, he said looking around. Only you could be worried about the ships I already shot down. Wait a minute, Obi-Wan exclaimed seeing droids working on the pieces as well as a sub going by. The droids are standing at 2.83 meters tall, and have bulkier physiques boasting a massive chest with ribbed shoulders, elongated legs, and polygon-shaped heads. Aqua droids. It looks as though they're assembling assault craft. He then tried to contact Anakin. Anakin, I was right. Those downed transports were hiding ships for an underwater assault. Anakin, come in. The droids then jumped at him and attacked the sub, broke it, and had Obi-Wan eject the cockpit back to the surface. They attacked the glass before Obi-Wan shot out and sliced at one droid with his saber and continued going up before an IFA pod swam by. Catching a tail of one, it flew out of the water, having Obi-Wan come up on its neck. Thanks for the lift, friend. Obi-Wan patted the animal before looking to see the sub as well as several more coming out of the ocean and attached to the facility. Anakin, the city is under attack. I need you down here now. On my way. In the hangar, Colt was ordering clones around before ordering Domino Squad to be snipers, having them leave. Subs then attached to the hangar and had aqua droids come out walking slowly like the super droids taking out several clones. Watch out. Grievous then walked out of a sub and looked around. Kill them all. On one of the top floors, droids dropped down as Naruto turned his saber on, lighting the area before lights came on showing Alpha, Fordo, and others from the 931st Legion. You bots have some shit luck, Naruto said dashing over as he pulled his Shoto up, turned the blue blade on, and started slicing as his men started shooting. On the bridge, Ventress without her cloak dropped down showing her purple dress with a hole revealing her cleavage as well as its backless. Just inside, 99 was running behind the troops dropping rifles. 99, get out of here. One clone captain yelled before getting hit. This is no place for you. He finished before being hit in the head. 99 then picked up a backpack and ran to boxes where clones were shooting from the cover. On another bridge, Anakin and Obi-Wan are blocking blasts before Obi-Wan glanced back. There aren't enough droids here to capture the city. They're trying to distract us. He said before looking forward. Go protect the DNA chamber, I'll deal with Grievous. Got it, Anakin. Back with 99, he stopped by Domino Squad who were laying down shooting droids at the hangar. Fives, keep firing, we can beat these guys. 99. 99 then dropped the bag at their feet. I brought you some ammo. Cut Up looked at the clone before speaking. Is there a better spot than this? A better defensive position we can take? Droids, behind us, Heavy yelled as Fives got up. The grenades, 99 yelled pointing to the bag showing grenades rolling out. 5 grabbed one then threw it at the group of droids. Boom. Thanks, 99, good job, Echo said as they all stood. Look out, there's more, 99 yelled hearing footsteps in the smoke before kid clones ran through. Cadets, what are you doing here? We got separated from our group. Where were they taking you? Heavy asked the one in front. The barracks. Oh, I know the best way there. 99 said before he turned to start walking. In a hallway, Colt was firing at droids who were walking in front of Grievous before he stopped and grabbed at his throat. Ventress walked in from the next hall holding her hand out before using the force to push the clone into the wall. She then turned her saber on before pulling her hand back. Just as Naruto dived to grab Colt and then stood holding the now knocked out clone over his shoulder. BD then looked over the other shoulder and beeped. We just keep running into each other, huh? She asked as he shrugged. I haven't seen you in a while, are you avoiding me? No, I've been underwater getting ready for the attack. That long. Must have been hell with only B1 droids to talk to. Naruto commented as she glanced down before muttering under her breath as she remembered pleasuring herself before being interrupted by a droid. 1. You have no idea. She was broken out of her thoughts as Naruto spoke up. Well, glad to know you haven't been avoiding me. He then winked and blew a kiss before taking off. The droids looked as they heard a whooping sound from Naruto's direction. Huh, who knew Jedi could be funny? AB-1 droid said beside Grievous before the cyborg punched the droid's head off. Keep playing with your droids, Ventress said, looking back from where Naruto ran. I'll handle breaking into the DNA room. She started walking before Grievous grabbed her arm. Shall I provide you with a droid escort? My dear General, she said, stroking the chin part of his mask. There's nothing you have that I could want. Up a floor, Naruto had a clone take Colt before going to a closet to keep him safe. How are we doing? Naruto asked Alpha, who glanced back. Finishing them off, sir. Fordo shot another aqua droid and looked up to see no more were around. Naruto heard fighting below him before pulling his saber up and turning it on. Domino Squad, earlier. The squad, 99, and the kids got to the barracks with only the emergency lights on. What are we going to do? One of the kids asked as 99 walked between Fives and Echo. A separatist victory means death. For all of us, he said before pointing at the kids. The cadet is right, what are we going to do? Heavy then loaded his minigun before looking to 99. We fight. But our training's not finished. A kid said before Cut Up looked at them just as Rex and Cody walked in taking off their helmets. Look around, we're the same. Same heart, same blood. Your training is in your blood. And my blood's boiling for a fight. This is our home. This is our war. What about weapons? Another asked before 99 smiled. The armory. Just a few corridors away, here in the barracks. I can retrieve all the firepower that we need. So, who wants to blast some droids? In the command room, Shakti and Barris were also fighting droids that came down the hall. You're doing well, Padawan. Thank you, Master T, Barris replied as she blocked a shot at her head. Shakti then dashed ahead, slicing several aqua droids before Force pushed the rest away. The droids are spread thin. We must press our offensive now. She yelled over her comms. Meanwhile, Ventress walked into the white DNA room and up to a clear tube that housed cylinders. Going to a console, she typed on it before a hologram of Jango Fett came up before hitting another button, having the cylinders move before one popped out in front of her. Picking it up, she smirked as she attached it to her belt before glancing over her shoulder. I was beginning to think my presence went unnoticed. Turning, she saw Anakin at the door, who turned his saber on. You weren't planning on leaving without saying hello, were you? He asked before dashing at her. Armory. Here it is. Everything we need is here. 99 said, walking in showing rifles and pistols. Excellent work, 99. Hurry up, the droids have almost reached the barracks. Cody said as he, Rex, and Cut Up took what they could and ran back. On the other side, Grievous walked as the droids started attacking the clones in each room of the hall. All too easy, he said right before Obi-Wan slid in from another hall. Define easy, General. Kenobi. They then clashed as Grievous brought two of his saners out and clashed in a test of strength before using a third arm to push Obi-Wan down. He then tried to step on the Jedi's head before he rolled out of the way. Grievous then grabbed him and threw Obi-Wan into the ceiling, then threw him down the hall. Kenobi, Kamino has fallen. Your clone army is doomed. I beg to differ, Grievous, Obi-Wan said, bringing his hands up to throw Grievous into the ceiling with a force push. Getting up, Obi-Wan then pushed the cyborg down the hall into a wall, having him run away on all fours. Obi-Wan followed him outside but saw he wasn't in sight. Grievous then walked up from under the bridge behind the Jedi. Obi-Wan turned and saw Grievous, who started spinning his two blades. Obi-Wan circled the droid, who was laughing, before a sub destroyed the supports holding the platform they're standing on, having them tip over. Obi-Wan fell off and was caught by an IFA. "We've got to stop meeting like this, my friend," he said as Grievous got into an escape pod and left. Back in the barracks, 99 threw a grenade to Fives, who tossed it at a group of B1 droids. He continued shooting the droids and moved back as the droids advanced. "Cadets, now!" The kids came out of the beds above and started firing. 99 then threw Fives the last grenade. "Last one, Commander. Make it count," Rex said before 99 stood. "I'll get more." 99, "You can't." Cut Up yelled, looking back. "I'm a soldier. Like you. This is what I was bred for," 99 said as he started running down the hall. He was then hit in the leg before Cut Up ran to him. Cut Up was then hit several times and fell as 99 limped out of the room. "Cut Up." 99, "No." Heavy yelled before firing his minigun just as two droids shot at 99's back. Naruto then dropped down from a hole in the top and blocked the shots as Alpha, Fordo and the other clones dropped down and fired in a line, destroying the droids. "Everyone okay?" Naruto asked the clones, who nodded before hearing a voice from Rex's comms on Anakin fighting Ventress. "Men, fortify the barracks, all help Skywalker." "Yes sir," they replied before Shak Ti reported on her side. Naruto ran out before bringing his comms up as BD glanced over his shoulder. "Bones, get to the barracks, we'll use that as a makeshift med room." "Yes sir." Meanwhile, Anakin fought Ventress out into the hall. He tried reaching for the canister before leaning back from a strike of both of Ventress' blades. They continued clashing blades down the hall before clashing in a test of strength that had Ventress fall back to flip Anakin over her. They then ran out onto the hangar where Naruto jumped out of a window and landed in a crouch. "Mind if I cut in? I'm sure I'm a better dance partner," Naruto said as Ventress smiled. "I'm sure you are better than him," she said before being force-pushed to the floor as Anakin pulled the canister to him. Getting up, she screamed before attacking, having Naruto run up to help. Suddenly, clones surrounded the three before Anakin looked at the assassin, who smiled. "I suppose you expect me to surrender. Actually, I plan to let the clones execute you right now." "Not this time," she said before looking at Naruto. A shame. I wouldn't mind surrendering to you, my dear Naruto," she said in a sultry voice before running off and jumped into a flying escape pod, having Anakin look at Naruto, who shrugged. "What? It's not my fault all the ladies want a piece of me. Especially the hot and dangerous ones." In the barracks, the cadets and clones are cheering as Bones was treating the wounded. Later, Rex, Cody, Alpha, and Fordo walked up to the remaining three Domino Squad members. "You really stepped up in the heat of battle," Alpha said as the others nodded. "We did what we had to do, sir," Echo said as Fives nodded. "What any clone would have done. All of you showed valor out there, real courage. Reminded me of me, actually," Rex said to the three before Fordo walked up. "Cut Up and Droid Bait would be proud. Heavy, Echo, Fives, you're officially being made ARC troopers. I don't think the Separatists will be coming back here anytime soon," Rex said to them, getting their attention. "But if they do, Kamino will be lucky to have clones like you defending it. Good job, men." They then saluted before walking off. Naruto, who was leaning against the ramp of his ship, smiled as BD jumped on the ramp before looking to see Bones and another med clone bringing a stretcher with a tarp over it into his ship. Coruscant, Jedi Temple, Yoda's quarters. "Go to your home next time, I would," Yoda said to Naruto, who was sitting by Ayala and BD looking over his shoulder. "Fine with me, the invitations are open to anyone that wants to visit. I just asked Ayla and Thrawn to come as I'll be visiting soon," Naruto said before standing. Konoha, atmosphere. The maelstrom appeared in the atmosphere above the planet. "Sir, we've arrived successfully," Thrawn said to Naruto, who nodded. "Good. Load up the gunships," Naruto ordered as BD jumped on his back. Trills. Konoha gates. Kotetsu and Azuma were talking to a teen girl and 3 kids. The girl has short bright pink hair, large green eyes, fair skin, and a rather large forehead. She's wearing her hive as a ribbon on top of her head. Her attire consists of a red top with a white circle on the back, black, low-heel, calf-high boots, black shorts underneath a short pink apron skirt, and pink elbow protectors. Sakura Haruno Chunin. The first boy has short spiky brown hair and black eyes. He's wearing a pale green jacket with a dark green stripe down the middle. He also has a long scarf and a Konoha hive. Konohamaru Sarutobi Genin. The second boy has short brown hair, dark eyes, and glasses. He's wearing a dark jacket and blue pants. Udon Genin. The girl has orange hair pulled into high pigtails. She's wearing a sleeveless purple vest over a violet t-shirt, and a layered skirt with mid-thigh boots. Moegi Genin. They stopped as a gunship flew down and landed outside the gates and opened up before Konohamaru ran ahead with a kunai in hand. Konohamaru, wait! Sakura yelled out before Konohamaru's kunai was knocked in the air. Easy, there, squirt, you might hurt someone. Sakura's eyes widened at seeing a tall blonde-haired man in robes and white armor decorated with various images as well as Konoha's emblem and a strap over his shoulder. Naruto. Hey, Sakura. Naruto greeted as she ran over. Only to stop seeing men in armor, an orange-skinned girl who was around her age, a blue-skinned man and woman with appendages from her head, and a small green man. Naruto, who are these people? Friends from where I went, Naruto said before BD looked over his shoulder, scaring the Chunin. Oh, this is BD. Naruto patted BD's head, having him beep. RC then rolled out and up to Naruto. And RC. Oh, this is Master Yoda, Thrawn, some of my men, Zul, and Ayla. Nice to meet you. Sakura just waved at them. Hey, boss. Naruto looked behind Sakura to see Konohamaru and the others. Suddenly, smoke engulfed Konohamaru, and in his place is a nude, busty brown hair girl with smoke covering her modesty, having the girls blush in anger. Oroku no Jutsu. Sexy technique. Smoke covered, her, revealing Konohamaru again. What do you think? Pretty good huh? Naruto chuckled before crossing his arms. Konohamaru. You should only use that for infiltration and undercover missions. Naruto replied as Sakura smiled. He has matured. Besides, it doesn't compare to the real thing. Sakura's eyebrow twitched before growling. Naruto. Naruto ducked under a punch from Sakura before Zul appeared. Lay off Pinky. Pinky. Easy, you two, Naruto said, getting between them. My student doesn't take kindly to me getting attacked, Sakura. Student. Yeah, Zul here is my student. Anyway, let's go see Tsunade. They then started walking before Sakura blinked. Naruto. Naruto, who was walking beside Ayala, looked at her. Yeah. You didn't call Tsunade-sama granny. I just did that to annoy her, Naruto replied before wrapping his right arm around Ayla's waist and walking to the Hokage Tower. Inside, the group was talking to Tsunade as the clones sat on a couch by the wall and introduced each other. Oh, yeah, Tsunade, Master Yoda wants to ask you something, Naruto said as Tsunade glanced at the small alien in a hoverchair that reminded her of a certain someone's summons. A temple I would like to build here. Temple. Yeah, it's their school, Naruto explained. Yoda wants there to be a temple here as an emergency in case something big happens. Correct, young Naruto is, Yoda replied before the door opened, having 2 people walk in. Hey, a lazy voice drew out before the 2 stopped. The first is a teen boy who has narrow brown eyes and a typical expression suggesting he is either bored. He has shoulder-length black hair tied in a spiky ponytail. He's wearing the standard Konoha nin outfit, the only customization being green-lined mesh armor on his wrists and ankles, and the metal part of his hive is sewn on his left sleeve. Shikamaru Nara, Chunin. The girl has teal eyes and blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 ponytails. She's wearing a short-sleeved, black kimono that reaches down to her legs, with slits along the side and a revealing neckline. She has a red sash tied around her waist, fingerless black gloves, and sandals with fishnet armor on her right leg, and a hive on her forehead along with a giant folded fan on her back. Tamari, Jonin of Sunagakur. Village hidden in the sands. Hey Shikamaru, Temari, look who's back. Naruto, it's you. Hey, Shikamaru. Naruto greeted, turning around and crossing his arms. Nice to see you too, Temari. Is that the same little squirt? Temari thought as Naruto smiled. Before any of you ask why I'm taller, I'm 19 now. What? Temari asked before pointing at the blonde. You've only been gone 2 years. Yeah, but I got sent to another dimension where time was faster before coming back, Naruto explained before looking back. Since what Yoda has to talk about is classified, we'll leave you alone while we go look at the village. Right, he is, Yoda said, getting surprised looks out of the two teens. Talk strange he does, Naruto said as they started walking out of the office. Get used to it, you do. Thwack. Ow. Naruto yelled as Yoda's cane hit him in the back of the head. Outside, Naruto, Ayla, Zool, Thrawn, Alpha, Fordo, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Temari walked down the streets before Naruto looked back. What are you doing here, Temari? You and Shikamaru get together. You're joking like I would even, Temari said, resting her hands on her hips. The Chunin exams are about to start. I'm running back and forth getting things ready. And I'm her escort, Shikamaru said, hands in his pockets. It's a drag. And don't ask how it happened, but I've been put in charge of organizing the Chunin exams. Damn, that takes me back, Naruto said before looking up. Anyone get promoted? Yes, all of us in our generation. What are you going to do? I don't know. I guess go for a field promotion since there are no teams left. Naruto replied with a shrug. Sir. Looking over his shoulder, Naruto saw Thrawn speak. Yeah. I would like to read up on the village. Can you show me to the library? Fordo can. And Fordo, you can go do whatever when you get there. Naruto ordered, having the clone nod. Right, sir. The two then left as Alpha excused himself, wanting to find a dojo with Zool accompanying him. Neji and Temari here are Jonin. Shikamaru continued, pointing to the blonde beside him. Gaara's even the cage. Really? Naruto asked before looking at Temari. Your village didn't get a new leader immediately after your dad was killed. Even we got Tsunade afterward. Gaara's was one of the strongest. Even back then, she replied with a shrug. Trills. BD said, popping over Naruto's shoulder, surprising the two. Oh, yeah, this is BD, Naruto said, tapping the droid on his head. RC is still in the tower to help out Yoda. You mean the trash can? Temari asked as Naruto chuckled. These are robots, the dimension is advanced to the point they have AI. Now, Naruto said before seeing the sun setting. Well, I guess I'll let you guys go. Naruto and Ayla then walked off with Naruto showing her around. A few minutes later, Naruto brought Ayla to a metallic fence surrounding a forest that has a radius of 10 kilometers. He explains that the forest is commonly used for a promotion test and houses large dangerous creatures before seeing a sweaty Anko and Hinata walk out of one of the gates. Hey, you two. Naruto. Hey, hot stuff. The two greeted each other before walking to a roof over a table by the gates to talk. Is everyone over there different colors? No, just some species, Naruto said as they sat down. There are human races that look like we do. This is Ayla, my girlfriend. These two are Hinata and Anko. You've known Naruto for a long time? Ayla asked as Anko grinned. I met him a couple of years ago. Yeah, she snuck up behind me and gave me a good licking, Naruto replied, having Anko lean back on her hands and had her breasts bounce slightly. And here I was worried you forgot and wrote it off as a one-night stand. Oh, I would never do that, Naruto said to her before Ayla spoke. I see they're dressed like the dancers at Oola's. What? Hinata asked as Naruto turned to her. Another person from her species owns a bar that I get info from. Ayla's race is a popular one for dancers and they usually wear mesh outfits that show their cleavage, and leave their sides and thighs bare like Anko. Ah, I knew you liked my way of dressing. More than you know, Naruto said under his breath before they continued talking for a bit before he then walked with Ayla, leaving the others to walk to finish what they were doing. Later, they then walked up to a small stand before walking in. Hey, old man. Welcome. The man inside greeted Naruto. He's wearing a white hat and clothing with an apron. Chuki. Naruto. Yeah, I thought you'd forgotten about me, Naruto said before a young woman walked up. She is a slender girl with long, dark brown hair and large black eyes, plus fair skin. She wears a white robe with the sleeves folded, a sort of dark blue apron with ribbon ties at the top, and a bright white bandana. Ayame. Naruto. Hey, Ayame. Naruto greeted as BD jumped on the counter, scaring the two. It's okay, he's with me. As is she, Naruto said as Ayla walked in, having them stare. I know what you're thinking, what's a criminally handsome man like me doing with a girl like her? I get that a lot. He was then elbowed by his girlfriend, having him chuckle. I'm kidding, 2 bowls please. He ordered sitting down. I'll take the order. Looking back, Naruto saw a man enter. The man is of average height and build. He has brown hair that he has in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that runs across the bridge of his nose. He's wearing the standard Konoha shinobi outfit complete with a forehead protector, sandals, and flak jacket. His sleeves are also rolled up about a quarter of the way up. Haruka, a chunin and an academy instructor. I thought this is where you'd be. Hey, Haruka, Naruto greeted as he walked in. I thought Sakura was with you. Tsunade-sama told me that. Said she forgot to pick something up at the gates and had to get them, Naruto replied before Haruka sat down and looked at Naruto's armor. Is that a picture of the woman beside you? Naruto looked to see a picture of Numa's head under his swirl on his left arm. No, it's an orphan I helped out a while ago, Naruto explained before going on to tell about the universe he was sent to before their food came. Well, Naruto asked with a smile as Ayla took a bite. It's okay. Okay, now you're screwing with me. And not in the fun way we usually do either. Naruto, where's your hive? Haruka asked as Naruto looked at him. In my pouch, the weapons over there melt metal and I don't want to damage it or have it hurt me if it gets hit. I thought about fusing it with my armor but decided against it in case the armor got damaged. Nighttime, Sunagaker. A male teen stood on the roof of a building watching as a big clay bird flew around the village. He has fair skin and short, spiky, auburn hair, and pale blue-green eyes. He has no distinctive pupils or eyebrows, but has 2 very notable traits in his appearance. Firstly, he has tanuki-like black eye rings. Secondly, he has the kanji for love on the left side of his forehead. His forelocks are parted from the left side, making the kanji more visible. He's wearing full-length dark trousers, with a pair of laces on each leg, respectively a few inches below the waist and the knees, a long-sleeved crimson coat with flaring hemlines and slits down on the lower half of the front and the back, a gray holster vest held in place by a single strap over his left shoulder and by 2 buckled belts which he uses to carry a gourd. He also has another pair of casually worn belts around his waist. Gaara, the Godime cage. A man dropped down from the bird onto the roof, not noticing the teen. Infiltration successful. He's wearing a cloak with a red cloud design on it, a headband with a slash across the symbol on it, and long blonde hair pulled into a ponytail with a bang covering his left eye. His right one with slanted blue eyes widened seeing the teen cross his arm. Deidara, a missing nin from Iwagakure. Village hidden in the stone. And a member of Akatsuki. That's as far as you go, Gaara said as Deidara smirked. Deidara jumped back on his bird and lifted his hand showing a mouth on it before going to a pouch with more clay in it. He looked back, having the wind blow his hair and revealed an eye scope on his left eye, and saw sand flying at him. Gaara moved the sand around with his hands as Deidara flew around the village before jumping on it, and followed after. They both stopped in the air and looked at each other. That Jinchuriki sure comes in handy doesn't it? Deidara thought, holding a hand by his chest. Tell me, how did you guess I was an intruder? He asked as Gaara just gave a blank stare. There are no birds like that in this desert. Is that so? Deidara asked with a smirk as several ninjas started walking out of the sand buildings to watch. Well, so much for our covert operations, hey. He then pushed a button on his scope and had it zoom in on Gaara. At least now I don't have to go looking for you. Gaara then raised his hands and had a large amount of sand be pulled up from the ground to form a wall behind him. He then created a lighter colored arm with black fingertips that reached for the Nukenin. Didera then had his mouth spit out clay that he formed into small birds to throw at the hand. Boom! The hand disintegrated before reforming to continue the attack, having Didera fly higher. The real fun's about to begin, he said before throwing more birds at the arm. Gara created smaller arms to try and stop the bombs only to be blown up. What unusual explosive devices, accurately guided to their targets. Gara thought as Didera put his hands in his two pouches. He then threw two larger pieces that flew to Gara, who brought sand up in front of him to block the attack. Boom! Gara! One man yelled looking up. He's wearing a black outfit consisting of a black hood with his high on it, long top and trousers with a red sash around his waist. He has 3 scrolls on his back in purple face paint. It starts from one cheek to the other, and another line starting from the top of each cheek that goes to the bottom of the chin, forming a point. Konkoro, a shinobi of Sunagakur. The smoke cleared, revealing a ball of sand around Gara with a baseball-sized eye above it before Gara had the arms wrap around Didera. Sabaku Ro. Sand prison. The sand then formed an identical ball around Didera. A moment later, Didera then bursts out and flies past Gara Sand's clay bird before turning to see sand coming towards him. It grabbed his left leg and pulled him in front of Gara's ball before throwing him back at the other as a mouth formed on it. Didera threw a bird in it as he formed a large owl to land on and fly away. Boom! The ball was unformed and had sand fly to the new cannon, having him fly high and start to dodge the sand tendrils that formed from the sand. Sand then wrapped around his left arm before he created a long centipede and wrapped it around the sand, having it explode. Only for the sand to still be there. Gara, who was looking out a small hole, closed his hand and crushed Didera's arm. Sabaku Q. Sand coffin. Didera then flew around and got the sand off him before looking back, thinking of the information on Gara's group was given. He then dodged another strand of sand before smiling. He then reached in his pouch and grabbed the rest of his clay before creating a small statue with a face and large hands standing at 2 feet. What to do? Guess I'll just destroy it all, he said before flying higher and dodged another strike from the sand. The ninja ran around getting civilians to safety before Didera threw the clay in the air and had it grow in the size of a small building before having it drop. That was a doll molded from detonator clay, molded from my palm and loaded with chakra. It's a specialty of mine from Shisuri. C3. The most powerful chakra I possess. Its destructive ability is my masterpiece. He then made the release hand sign and had it glow brightly as it got to the buildings. Boom. The smoke then settled, revealing a sand shield protecting the village before Didera smirked. Now, you're within range. He brought his hand up just as a clay bird flew in the hole of Gara's ball. Boom. Gara covered the hole in time just as the ninja below got large crossbows ready to fire at the new cannon. Inside, Gara pants before seeing clay bugs come through the sand. Outside, Didera smirked, remembering having his hand eat some of the sand and mix his lay-in before being crushed. True art is an explosion. Didera yelled as the ball of sand deformed from an explosion inside. Gara. Konkoro yelled up as the sand started to fall off. And showed Gara with cracked sand-colored skin. He then opened one eye and slowly moved his hand up to have the shield move outside the village so it wouldn't harm anyone. The ninjas then started firing large arrows at Didera to help Gara out. Several have tags on them, having them explode when getting near the new cannon. Once the sand was out of the village, it fell as Gara started to fall as well. Didera flew over and caught him in his bird's tail before he flew off. The ninja stopped shooting so as not to hit Gara as Didera came up to the entrance of the mountain he came in before Konkoro and several ninjas started jumping across rooftops. Didera then landed where another man was waiting inside the crevice. I completed my mission. The man is hunched over wearing the Akatsuki cloak, a straw hat, and a mask. This is Sasori of the Red Sands. I told you don't keep me waiting. Sasori yelled, having a mechanical tail come out and swiped at Didera. Grumpy, this one was rather strong, you know. Didera said, looking at the unconscious Gara. Perhaps next time you'll listen to me. Everything ready here? Didera asked his partner. Well, of course, it is. I've had plenty of time to see to it. Unlike you, I know what I'm doing. Well then, let's get going, Didera said, jumping off his owl, and the duo walked with the owl taking off as Deidara put on his straw hat. As they walked a few miles out, they heard explosions from the entrance as rocks fell. Morning. The two stopped as Konkoro dropped down. We meet at last. Hand over Gara, now. I've got him, Sasori said to his partner. You go on ahead. He then jumped over in front of Konkoro, who pulled out the 3 scrolls before unrolling them. Are you two ready for a puppet show? He then knelt and made the release sign. Karasu, Kurori, Sanshoo. Smoke appeared on each scroll before disappearing and revealed 3 large wooden puppets. Karasu resembles a 3-eyed, 4-armed humanoid with jagged teeth and a spiky brown hairstyle protruding from the top of its head and framing the sides. Kurori has a much longer head than Karasu, with a bucket-shaped face sporting 2 sharp red horns and 6 arms. Its facial features include 3 eyes similar to Karasu, with a dark, disheveled hairstyle. Its overall body frame somewhat resembles a large barrel. And Sanshoo somewhat resembles a large salamander. It has a frill as well as a tail. They all have strings made out of chakra connecting to Konkoro's fingers. Let Gara go, now. The Kugutsu no Jutsu, Puppet Master Jutsu, Sasori said, looking at the puppets. Deidara smirked before jumping on his owl. I'm going on ahead. Enjoy the show. He then flew off as Konkoro attacked with Karasu. Think again. Suddenly, Sasori attacked, wrapping the puppet with his metal tail. What? I don't like to wait, Sasori said, taking off his hat revealing dark hair in cornrows that spiked up in the back. Or keep others waiting. So let's make this short and sweet. You moved as fast as Karasu. I'm impressed, Konkoro said to the ninja who still had his puppet wrapped up. The spider needs to be as fast as the fly, Sasori said, staring at Konkoro. I remember now, this Jinchuriki is supposed to have a couple of siblings. One of them is some kind of Kugutsutsukai puppet master. Deidara said, smiling. That must be you, I guess. Your name's Tenkuro, Konso. It's Konkoro. Konkoro yelled, pulling on his strings, having Karasu be pulled out of the stall and broken. Only to form back together and try to jump up at Deidara. And was swatted down by Sasori. Forget about it, I'm your opponent. Deidara, stop gawking and get out of here. Fine, have your fun. Konkoro tried to jump, only to stop as Sasori attacked. I told you, I'm your opponent. Okay, if that's what you want. Konkoro then moved his arms around. Let the puppet show begin. Karasu and Kurori spun around Sasori, who just glanced at them before they spun faster. Karasu then shot kunai out of its mouth before Sasori jumped in the air and flipped as Kurori came out of the sand under him. You didn't notice Kurori was missing, did you? He then had Kurori leaned back and opened its chest, having Sasori land inside before it closed. Karasu then came apart as blades popped out of its neck, and body parts as Kurori stood straight. The 7 blades are simultaneously inserted into slots on Kurori's body. Kurohige Kiki Apatsu. Secret black move, Iron Maiden. Sand started coming out of the holes, having Konkoro open the body. And showed Sasori, who turned into sand. Sasori then came up under the sand behind Konkoro, having him quickly turn. Konoha, Naruto's apartment. Naruto woke to see a blue arm on his chest before feeling the bare skin of Ayla. After a moment, he then got up and went to get ready for the day. As he put on his armor, his comms went off before answering, having Yoda appear via hologram as BD got on his back. Needed for a mission you are. Need you, Tsunade does. I'll be right there, Naruto said before reaching into the back of his pouch and pulling his hiate out. Putting it on, Naruto tied it on before looking at Ayla, who was pulling her pants up. I gotta meet up with Tsunade, meet me at the gates. Got it, she said before walking up to kiss him. Later, Naruto met with Sakura and Kakashi in the mission room of the tower where Yoda, Tsunade, Shizune, Haruka, and several other people sat at a long table explaining that Gaara's been kidnapped. Akatsuki? Naruto asked, having Tsunade look up. What? It's not the first time that Jiraiya told me about them when we got attacked by Itachi and Kisame. We've been studying them for these 3 years. Sunagakure has asked for our help. I'm sending your 3. Got it, can I bring some of my group with us? Naruto asked the busty Hokage. Sure. She replied after Yoda gave a nod. Get there ASAP. Oh well, I got transport we can use to get there very quickly, Naruto said before bringing up his comms. Thrawn. Yes sir. I need Alpha, Zool, and Delta Squad for a mission. And bring 8 speeders. Roger. Speeders? Sakura asked, surprised at Naruto's attitude. Hover bicycles that can go as fast as a train. Remain there and follow their orders and give any backup they need, Tsunade said, having all 3 nod before leaving. Kankuro vs Sasori. Karasu came out of the sand and had its 4 arms aimed at Sasori. They opened up and shot Senbon needles at the ninja who dodged them by stepping to the side. Kurori tried to attack only for Sasori to block it, as well as the blade from Karasu's arms. What's wrong? Run out of tricks. I'm just getting started. Kankuro yelled, having Karasu throw smoke bombs out that exploded in purple smoke. Dokukiri Jigoku, Barabari Hyaku Renpatsu. Poison Mist Inferno, consecutive needle combo. Then both puppets fire a barrage of Senbon from their arms at the now blinded Sasori. The smoke cleared, revealing an unarmed Sasori. Not even that hurt him. Have I mentioned how much I dislike making people wait? It's against my policy. You've had your turn, Sasori said, bringing his tail over. Now, it's mine. He shot his tail over as Kankuro brought Sanshou in front and blocked the tail with its frill, and brought its tail up on it, creating a shield as a cloak covered the body. That puppet of yours does indeed have incredible defensive capabilities. But even the best-made puppet has a weak spot, Sasori said, shooting his tail at the side of the frill, having it break off. He then attacked Kankuro, who jumped out of the way and landed behind Sasori, who brought his tail over and pierced his chest, sending him back. That puppet of yours is no different from any other. You can make the individual parts as strong as you want, but the joints are always a weak spot. Kankuro stood as he held his chest with one eye closed in pain. And now, Sasori trailed over, showing the tip of his tail was covered in poison. For the real grand finale, Kankuro just brought Karasu and Kurori to shoot kunai and Senbons at Sasori, who blocked with his tail. He then swung his tail and destroyed all 3 puppets. You're wondering how I anticipated your moves? That's simple. Karasu, Kurori, Sanshou, I created them, he said, shocking Kankuro. If not, I said I wouldn't keep you waiting, but seeing one of my disciples using my old toys, I can't resist savoring the moment. So then, you'd have to be Sasori of the Red Sands. Kankuro yelled out as the wind blew Karasu's hair off its neck, revealing a diamond patch with a red scorpion in it. I'm honored that my name's so well known, even to a child such as you. You deserted us 20 years ago, why come back now? What's the point of asking questions, when you're about to die? Sasori asked, showing his poison-tipped tail to Kankuro, who fell. Sasori tried to attack, only for Kankuro to bring Kurori's head up to block the tail. And used Karasu's hand to nick a piece of his cloth mask off when he dodged and hit it as it landed. I'll let the poison take its course. You'll wish I had ended you quickly after the 3 days are up, Sasori said before turning to leave. Konoha Gates. Delta Squad. Sir. The 4 clones stood at attention as the ninjas were looking at the speeders as they hovered. The first had red in the middle of his helmet, right shoulder, and chest. Boss. The second has red in the middle of his helmet, shoulders, down his arms, abdomen, and the inside of his legs. He also has a pack on his back. Fixer. The third has black on the back of his helmet, shoulders, and legs, with red on the forearm and his shins. Scorch. The last man has red lines on the front of his helmet, red on his arms, and his legs from the knees down. Sev. I'm sure Thrawn told you our mission. We're going to the next village to help them get their leader back. Any questions? Sir, no sir. Then get your supplies. Naruto finished before turning as the ninja looked at him in surprise. What? Just surprised at how serious you are, Kakashi said to the blonde who snorted. I have matured, Naruto said before walking to Ayla. You ready? He asked, having her nod before kissing her, and had the others look on in surprise that did not know they were dating. Suddenly, Jiraiya dropped down. Hey there. Back again, Naruto. Yeah, been tasked for a mission, Naruto replied as Jiraiya walked to Tsunade to explain about Gaara. Only for Tsunade to point at Naruto, His men, Zul, Kakashi, and Sakura. You sure that's a good idea? They're after him too. No one else is here, Tsunade replied as Jiraiya nodded. Be careful Naruto. They're after you as well. I'm not an idiot, Naruto replied as he got on a speeder, as did the others, with Kakashi getting behind Alpha and Sakura getting behind Zul. They then put on goggles as BD jumped on a bar in front of Naruto. They then quickly sped down the road. I want one, Jiraiya whined as the last clone sped off after the group. Later, they're riding through a forest before seeing Temari walking, who jumped as they sped past before they did a U-turn and came up to the kunoichi. They filled her in before Naruto spoke. Get on. Blinking, she got on the back of Ayla's speeder and she gave her a pair of goggles before they took off. Temari hitting the back seat hard, not ready for the speed. On their way, Naruto starts to tell Sakura that he harbors the Kyuubi, a revelation that stuns Temari. He explains to them that he and Gaara are the same, as they both have beasts sealed within them and that they both grew up in a very lonely, isolated environment. Naruto states that while he managed to forge bonds with others and emerge out of the darkness, Gaara never did, and thus continued to suffer. Both he and Gaara were detested and feared by the villagers for being monsters, and Naruto adds that the Akatsuki simply view them as the very monsters they have sealed within them. Naruto also reveals that the Akatsuki are after him as well, and tells the group that this time, he won't let Gaara suffer. Temari silently thanks Naruto for his actions, while Sakura reveals that she knows about Itachi. She tells Naruto that during her 2 years of training with Tsunade, she often reads reports and therefore is aware that Itachi is a member of the Akatsuki and that Itachi is the very person who Sasuke wants to kill. Sakura theorizes that Sasuke only went to Orochimaru to quench his thirst for power, while also revealing that she is aware that Orochimaru only wants Sasuke for a vessel and that Orochimaru has 6 months left before he needs a new body. Knowing that one day Itachi would face both Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura vows to be there as well to protect them for once, as they have done for her. Deidara and Sasori. The duo dropped by a cliff with a cave that had a large boulder blocking the entrance with a red torii gate in front that had several tags on it and one on the boulder. Deidara then brought his hand up for the release sign, having the tag on the boulder glow red before it lifted, and they walked in. You're late. They looked to see a man in the cave via hologram wearing the Akatsuki cloak with the top part of his body in shadow with only his purple ringed eyes showing. We must get ready at once. The Jinchuriki was stronger than we thought, Deidara said as the boulder started to lower and close. The owl then dropped Gaara on the ground before disappearing in smoke. The man then did several hand signs before slamming a hand on the ground and had a large statue start to come up on the back wall, only showing it from the chest up. It's a giant, earthen-colored humanoid entity with a mummified appearance and many spike-like protrusions on its back. It has 9 closed eyes that are the size of an adult man. The statue's wrists are usually bound by shackles and it's biting down on a scroll, which is held in place by 2 ropes extending from either side of its head. The man then did another hand sign. Now, everyone gather. 6 more holograms, a woman appeared on each finger as Deidara and Sasori jumped up as well. All right, shall we begin? The man asked before jumping up on one finger and did a hand sign. The mouth of the statue opened, dropping the scroll. We will now take 3 days and nights. Stay aware of your physical surroundings. Zetsu. The man said, looking at the hologram that had 2 things growing on each side of the man's head. Have our physical body stand guard outside. Use the half with the greatest range. Understand? I know. Only 3 days. Another man asked who had a large sword on his back. Isn't it possible it'll take longer since we don't have Orochimaru with us? All the more reason to get started at once. The man said as each of them did the same sign and had a fingernail light up with the kanji for different words. 0, blue, white, bloody, hog, south, north, 3, sphere. Blue chakra energy shot out of the statue's mouth as 9 dragon heads and hit Gaara as his eyes glowed before red chakra came out of his eyes and mouth. Fuinjutsu, Genryu Kyufujin, Sealing Jutsu, 9 phantom dragons. Konoha group. A few hours later, they came to a desert before Zul spoke. I've hardly seen a planet with multiple places like this. If you go on about how much you hate the sand, I'm sending you back. Naruto yelled looking back, "I got enough of that shit from Anakin." They sped through the desert and came up to the mountain that held the village. They then came up to two ninjas at the entrance before stopping. Temari-sama. After explaining they just got Kankuro in not too long ago with poison, they then sped to the hospital before running in, all but the clones, Ayla, and Zul running to the back. There, they saw two elderly people by them. The first is a woman with black eyes and lavender-colored hair tied in a bun. She's wearing the traditional Sunagaker outfit, which consists of a dark-colored, loose-fitting outfit with a poncho-like top. Chio. The other is a man who has heavy-lidded eyes that give him the appearance of having no eyes at all. He also has very long eyebrows that frame each side of his face. Along with a turban wrapped around his head, he's also wearing the traditional Sunagaker outfit. Ebizo. Seeing the ninja walk in, Chio suddenly lunged at Kakashi. "Damn you, White Fang." Naruto threw his hands out and froze her in midair, having the surrounding ninja look on in shock. "Easy there, Grandma. You might break a hip." Ebizo then walked up explaining that the White Fang had died long ago, reminding his sister that she didn't get her revenge when finding out. "Oh, never mind," she said before laughing, having the others sweat drop. After seeing Kankuro, Sakura tied her hair back to keep it out of her face and had everyone but Temari leave so she could treat him. "Oh, wait, BD here might be able to find out what's wrong," Naruto explained as BD jumped off, ran over, jumped up on the table, and scanned Kankuro. "What's he doing?" Sakura asked, seeing the blue light. "He's scanning, he should find something that's not right," Naruto explained before the light turned red and then brought up a hologram with writing. "It looks like we're dealing with a heavy metal-based toxin," Sakura said, leaning in to read the report on the cells and muscle issues that came up. "The kind that attacks the muscle tissues, destroying the integrity of the cells." She continued to read before looking at the medical ninjas. "I need a few things," she finished as another ninja ran in. He's a very tall man. He has two distinctive, red markings on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear and by a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. He dons the standard attire of a Suna Nin, complete with a forehead protector and flak jacket. Baki. Right. Later, Sakura had a pail of water by her before she put her hands in it. "Hold him down," she told the four ninjas and Temari, who nodded and held Kankuro down. Sakura then pulled her hand up and had a ball of water come out before she brought it to Kankuro's chest, then pressed it on the chest, having him scream and thrash. "Hold him down," she yelled before green chakra covered her hand for a moment. The ninja held him down before the water went into his chest. After a couple of seconds, she then pulled the water out with purple liquid in it. "That's it, another." "Right," a ninja said before switching the water with a new one. She then repeated the process several times on multiple parts of his body before finishing. "You remind me of the Slug Queen Tsunade," Chio said to Sakura as she pulled her headband off and freed her hair. "Lady Tsunade is my teacher. And it's by her order that I'm here," Sei said before walking out to create the antidote to take care of any small traces in Kankuro's body. As she did, Baki tells Kakashi that they have lost track of the Akatsuki, having Kakashi ask him to bring him to where Kankuro was found, to track their scent. Kankuro, who has regained consciousness, notifies Kakashi that he managed to obtain a shred of Sasori's clothing that he could use to track him. Kakashi summons 8 ninja hounds, and Naruto is related to reunite with Pakun, a talking pug wearing a blue vest with the Konoha Hi-8. Kakashi cuts their reunion short and sends his hounds towards Sasori's scent as Baki offers them a night's rest due to their long journey, as well as a sandstorm was picking up, and Kakashi accepts the offer, not knowing how long it'll be for his hounds to find where Gaara is. Kankuro is surprised to see Naruto, and Temari tells him that Naruto came to help them. He remembers how Gaara used to be cold and vicious, even threatening to murder Kankuro for getting in his way, to become a considerate and caring brother and cage, all due to Naruto. Kankuro then asks Naruto to save his little brother, and Naruto states that he will before leaving. Morning. Naruto woke up to see Pakun going over a map with Kakashi before he left, and the two got ready. Going outside, BD jumped on Naruto's back before seeing Alpha holding his helmet. "Everyone ready?" "They're putting their gear on now, sir." Then we'll meet at the gate, Naruto said before walking to another door. Zul, get your ass up and ready. I'm already up, master. Then get out here, I ain't got all day. Screw you, master. Naruto rolled his eyes before Ayla walked out of the room. Mornin'. Morning, she greeted before kissing him. Later, they went to the entrance where Chio met them wanting to go and help rescue Gaara. Besides, it's been a while since I doted on my grandson. Naruto looked at Delta Squad before speaking. Can you four hang back and follow from a distance? Just in case they have anyone else guarding the area, I'd like you to be a surprise. The four nodded before Naruto got on his speedster as Chio got on the back of Ayla's. Naruto, Ayla, Alpha, and Zul sped down, following Delta Squad after a moment. As they made it into the woods, Sakura asks Naruto how long the Akatsuki have been after him. Kakashi tells her that the Akatsuki once came to Konoha in search of Naruto, but that it was 3 years ago. Sakura asks why they waited so long to make a move once more, and Kakashi theorizes that it may have been because Naruto was under Jiraiya's care and that the Akatsuki did not want to engage him. Chio, however, sets the record straight, stating that the Akatsuki waited 3 years to properly prepare for the extraction of tailed beasts. When Sakura asks what she means, Chio is surprised that a student of Tsunade does not even know about the tailed beast that Konoha harbors. Kakashi tells Chio that the topic of the nine-tailed fox is taboo in Konoha and is considered classified information. Chio goes on to explain that there are 9-tailed beasts in the world, who are monstrous beings of chakra, and that many ninja villages fought for control over them for military purposes. She tells them that the one-tailed Shukaku was in Tsuna's possession for many years, while the 9-tailed fox was under Konoha's. While most villages tended to forget about the beasts after the war, she remarks that the 9-tailed beasts are still out there in the world. Naruto takes this as a grim revelation, as he realizes that he and Gaara are not alone in the world and that more of their kind will be hunted by the Akatsuki. Unknown to them, a man is observing them from a bush. He has 2 Venus flytrap-like extensions that emerged from both sides, enveloping his head and upper body as a shell. Beneath these extensions, he has short green hair and yellow eyes. The right side of his body is black while the left is white. Zetsu. He then notifies the Akatsuki that a squad of Konoha shinobi are also on their tail and would be there soon due to being on some weird device that has them speeding through the woods. With Naruto and the others, they stopped as they came to a clearing and saw 2 men standing. Itachi and Kisame. Been a while, Naruto said standing up. Itachi is a fairly tall man of fair complexion. He has red eyes with 3 tomes in them, under which are long, pronounced tear troughs. He has jet black hair that is pulled back in a low ponytail and his face is framed with center-parted bangs that extend to his chin. He's wearing the standard Akatsuki cloak and a slashed Konoha hayate. On his right ring finger is a ring, which is red and has the kanji for vermilion. He has light blue nail polish on his fingers and toes and a necklace that had 3 silver rings with red gems inside them. Kisame is a very tall, muscular man. He has a distinctive shark-like appearance, complete with blue-gray skin. He has small, round, white eyes, 3 sets of curved facial markings under his eyes, and sharp triangular teeth. He also has blue hair styled in the form of a shark fin. As a member of Akatsuki, he has dark purple nail polish. He's wearing the typical cloak with a brown sash across the front and back of his cloak to hold his large sword wrapped up in place on his back. He has a ring on his left ring finger, bearing the kanji for south, which is yellow. Kisame grinned as he reached for his sword. Well, it's been a while, Jinchuriki. Naruto just raised his hand and made a fist, having Kisame get hit in the head with a laser blast. Everyone looked on in shock as the ninja was taken out so easily as a glint behind Naruto shined from a mile out before Kisame turned into another man. Even Itachi looked slightly surprised before Kakashi spoke. Don't look him in the eyes, he can put you in a genjutsu. Illusion technique. He's right, men, Naruto said looking at Itachi's stomach. He and his brother Sasuke can make you see things just by making eye contact. Naruto then threw his hands out, having Itachi fly towards a tree, having him flip to land on it before glancing at Naruto. As that, he thought, remembering a move he's seen. Naruto then brought him back before turning him around and ran at Itachi's back. Bringing one hand up, Naruto created 2 clones that attacked from the side. Only for Itachi to spin and had 2 kunai come out of his sleeves before attacking the clones, having them disappear in smoke before another Naruto came down from above with a Rasengan spiraling sphere in hand. Rasengan spiraling sphere. Itachi was then replaced with a log before he ran to Naruto and attacked with a kick. Only for Naruto to be replaced with a log before he froze. Itachi then ran at him and stabbed him with his saber through the heart. Another clone, Naruto said as the Itachi then turned into a man with a goatee. Yura, he's a Suna ninja, Chio said as the others rode up to Naruto, who turned his weapon off and had Yura fall. Must be to slow us down, Naruto mused as BD looked over his shoulder and scanned the now dead man. I'm sorry I killed him. I guess that's why the fight was quick. That could not have been Itachi at full strength. Let's go. Getting on his speeder, they then sped down into the woods. The extraction has begun, Chio said, having Ayla look back. Extraction? She asked as Delta Squad came up behind them. They'll pull Shukaku out of Gaara. They could make another Jinchuriki. Chio explained. But pulling a Biju out from someone kills them, Naruto said as he turned away from a tree. Since we have our speeders, we should get there before they finish. I hope. I don't know when they started or how long it takes. That depends on the technique and how strong the Biju is, Kakashi explained from his seat. Could you stop for a moment? Chio said, having the group do so before she pulled a scroll out as well as another. She then unsealed a mechanical bird before putting the first scroll in its mouth and sent it off with a report on what's happened so far. They then continued. A few hours went by before they stopped by the boulder and got off the bikes. Damn, there's a tag on it. Naruto mused as he looked at the tag with red writing. Scorch. Sir. Before we try anything, see if our explosions can take care of this barrier. Sir, yes, sir. Scorch ran over and put explosives around the rock before running back and giving Naruto a detonator. Boom. Seeing the tag was destroyed, Naruto then lifted his hands and pulled the boulder away before throwing it away to his right. Going in, they saw Gaara floating in chakra with the statue's eyes opening before Naruto spoke. Well, I feel I'm overdressed. I mean, just me and 5 others in armor. And the rest of you in black cloaks. I guess this is a formal event. Zul and Ayla walked up and turned their sabers on before Naruto threw his arms out and pulled Gaara to them, surprising the others, more so with the purple-eyed man and woman. Naruto then dropped him by Sakura. Is he? Sakura knelt and felt Gaara's pulse. He's alive, but most of his chakra's gone. Deidara, Sasori, deal with them. The man ordered before Deidara threw clay birds at them, forcing the others to move out of the way before a large bird grabbed Gaara and flew out with Deidara on top. Sakura, Lady Chio, stay here and fight him, Kakashi said to the 2 as Naruto started to run out. Zul, Alpha, help them out, the rest with Kakashi and me. Chio then brought her arms up as the others ran out, having kunai tied to chakra thread come out before throwing them at Sasori, who brought his tail up to black most of them. The rest tore his cloak before he got on all 4, showing he had a large red face on his back as well as a device on his left metal arm. How would you 4 like to be a part of my collection, grandmother? Sakura put on black gloves as Zul and Alpha got their weapons ready and looked at Sasori before Chio explains that the Sasori they see in front of them is not Sasori's actual body, but in fact, a puppet named Hiriko. Sakura wonders where Sasori is, as she does not see someone behind Hiriko pulling his strings, and is shocked to learn that Sasori is operating Hiriko from within. Chio then explains that since puppet masters are not good at close combat and rely on their puppets to attack, this leaves the puppeteers themselves vulnerable, hence why Sasori created Hiriko, to counteract that weakness. Chio also reveals that Sasori was once a master puppeteer in Sunagakur, but at some point began to transform human corpses into human puppets, which Sasori considered a form of art. Sounds like he's sick in the head, Zul said, holding her saber up. Chio then reveals that the puppet they see in front of them, Hiriko, is the body of a shinobi from a neighboring village whose corpse Sasori used. Chio tells them that she joined the Cage rescue team believing she could stop Sasori, as she knew how Hiriko operated, but reveals that Sasori has improved and refined the puppet. Nonetheless, she believes they have the advantage and undoes her hair. Chiyo then shares a secret with the others, which Sasori is unable to hear. Understood, Sakura said as Zul got in her stand and Alpha took several steps back. We'll end it quickly. Chiyo yelled as she and Sakura dashed forward as Zul and Alpha stood back to gauge Sasori's strength. Sasori pulled his mask off, revealing a large mouth that opened up and split into 3 sections and started firing Sanbons at the ninjas. They dodged and deflected the Sanbons for several moments before Sasori stopped. He then shot a circular device that Alpha shot and melted with his rifle, having several Sanbons launched into the air. Sakura then dashed forward before tossing her kunai, having Sasori block it with his tail, then went to stab her. Only to stop a couple of inches from her face before Sakura dashed to him with a punch to his back, breaking the Sasori's puppet body. Suddenly, the cloak jumped over then stood up before Sasori turned around. Suddenly the head started to move before Zul pulled it to her and sliced it in half. Sasori chuckled under his cloak and noticed Chiyo had chakra strings connected to Sakura and had used her knowledge to have Sakura hit any weak spots. As well as seeing ones on the tail he used. He realized the kunai attack from earlier was the time she attached them to his tail. He then pulled his cloak off, getting everyone to gasp, revealing a teenage face with fair skin and short red hair. You haven't aged. Outside, Naruto and Kakashi looked up at Deidara, who explained they'd killed 2 Jinchuriki before with no one caring they died. Yeah, why not go after the others then? Oh yeah, I'm sure it'll be harder to fight a Biju unrestricted by a human, but if all of us are hated, why not simply ask for them? Naruto asked, starting at Deidara. No, the rest are like are high up in the village, so you can't. Deidara stayed silent before flying off. Men, follow on the speeders, provide cover fire, Naruto ordered before he and Kakashi dashed after Deidara with Delta Squad and Ayala following on the bikes. As they followed, Deidara threw clay bombs at them, only for Delta Squad to shoot them, having them explode before getting to the ninjas, having them continue following on the routes connecting the ravines. Sakura, Zul, Alpha and Chiyo vs Sasori. Sasori brought a scroll out and unsealed another puppet. It's a man in a black cloak with messy blue hair. That's the Sandame Cage. Third Wind Shadow. Chiyo yells out and realizes that it is Sasori who kidnapped and killed the third around a decade ago and is appalled to learn that he transformed the third into a human puppet. She tells him she finds his association with Akatsuki regrettable, but she finds his betrayal to his village the most despicable, holding him responsible for the murders of the 2 Cage before Gaara. Sasori claims that it was one of his spies that was complicit in the murder of the fourth, but admits that the Akatsuki and Orochimaru have some shared history. Wanting some answers, Sakura tells Sasori that he will tell her what she wants to know. Not wanting to drag out their fight, as he needs to aid Deidara outside capture Naruto, Sasori uses the third Cage puppet to launch more poison Sanbon towards Sakura. Chiyo manages to have Sakura evade the attack successfully. Then bringing blades dipped in poison out of the puppet's right arm, Sasori tries to stab Sakura, but the attack is blocked by Hiriko's tail, which Chiyo controls with her chakra threads. However, the blades are powerful enough to break Hiriko's already powerful tail. Sasori then brought the left arm out that opened in sections, revealing kanji before multiple hands came out towards Sakura. Only for Zul to bring her saber down and slice the arm off the shoulder. Sasori pulled the puppet back, gritting his teeth due to forgetting the other 2. Sasori then had purple gas come out of one arm, having Alpha throw a grenade that explodes and have the fire dissipate the smoke. Suddenly, kunai shot at them, and Alpha started to take a couple of steps before Chiyo unsealed 2 puppets, a man with red hair and a woman with long brown hair, to block the kunai. He stopped and readied his weapon again. So, you brought them? Sasori asked, looking at the 2 puppets. That's right. These are the very first puppets you made. The father and the mother. Chiyo said, having Sasori look at her. What could you hope to accomplish with them? They were made by hand. I know all their tricks. Are you sure about that? She asked, having the 2 puppets touch hands. She then pulled the hands away, revealing regular wire connecting the fingers. Wires. Sakura thought as she looked at the wires. Chiyo then had them fly towards Sasori with the father bringing out a long wooden whip with kunais on it as the mother brought a serrated katana and the puppets attacked each other with their weapons at high speeds, destroying their weapons before Sasori's puppet shot an iron sand cloud out of its mouth. Satetsu. Iron sand. Chiyo said before explaining the technique that the third was known for. Everyone stay back. You can't handle this. Zul dashed away and grabbed Sakura as Alpha ran to the entrance as Chiyo had the father puppet protect her by using a shield made from chakra. She then tried to move the puppet, only to stand and see iron sand was in its joints. Sasori then created blades from the sand before dropping them at each group. Zul then threw her hands and stopped the ones above them as the blades above Chiyo dropped on her. The smoke cleared, revealing Chiyo's right arm opened and a shield of chakra protecting her. Oh, you modified your body. Sasori started looking at the prosthetic arm. I see great puppet masters think alike. He then dodged the blades that Zul threw at him with the force. Chiyo stood and realized that Sasori's youthful appearance is because he made his body a puppet. Sakura then jumped back in, ready to attack before Chiyo attached her strings on Sakura before having her run towards Sasori. Sasori then made a wall with the sand before creating a giant pyramid and rectangular prism, which he uses to attack Sakura. Sakura anticipates Sasori's movements, impressing Chiyo, and the former uses her chakra-enhanced strength to punch and kick the pyramid and rectangular prism around the cave. This causes the entire roof of the hideout to collapse. Impressed by Sakura's strength and realizing she could continue to repel his attacks, Sasori decides to expend more of the third cage puppet's chakra by creating more iron sand, which he manipulates into a gigantic sphere of branching spikes. Sakura finds herself unable to block or evade the attack and is helpless as the attack rains down on her. Only for the attack to slow down from Zul throwing her hands out. Sasori then reveals a blade hidden within the third cage puppet. He sends it towards Sakura to personally finish her off, only for Sakura to leap up and destroy the entire puppet in a single punch. Sasori then took off his cloak showing his puppet body. It has a pair of spinning claws attached to his lower back, with a holder for 4 scrolls on his back, a stinger dripping in poison in the empty and open stomach cavity, a compartment in his right chest, and a core in the left which had the kanji for scorpion painted on it. He then threw his hands up, having tubes coming out of the palms before fire shot out, forcing the group to hide behind rocks. You have a plan, right? Alpha asked the 2 ninjas. I don't have anything that can help out if his attacks are like this. The ninja jumped up with Sasori attacking his grandmother, who switched places with a rock before using the head of the destroyed cage puppet to attack Sasori, who incinerated it. Zul shot up and pushed Sasori back before ducking from a stream of fire. She and Alpha ran to another larger rock with him throwing a smoke grenade out. Sasori then shot water out of his hands at such high pressure it cut into the rock before 1 scroll on his back disappeared. He shot his cord out that hit Sakura, who stabbed herself with a stim she had of the antidote she made before Sasori dodged a strike from Zul. He tried to attack her with his blades, only for her saber to cut through the metal, surprising the ninjas. Sakura then appeared and punched Sasori, breaking his body into pieces. Naruto, Kakashi, Ayla, and Delta Squad vs Deidara. Boss shot another bomb as the ninja, Jedi, and clones continued to follow Deidara in the ravine. Kakashi, you ready? Naruto asked his teacher, who had his hands clasped and eyes closed. Not yet, I don't have as much chakra as you, so it'll take time. He replied before a moment went by. Preparation complete. He then opened his Sharingan eye, revealing a pinwheel design. Stronger version? Naruto asked as he jumped on another route. Yes. Then put it to good use. Naruto yelled as Kakashi looked up. Kamui. Divine threat. The air around Deidara started to swirl before he was pulled into the middle before throwing a bomb down, having Kakashi lose concentration and him moving away from the swirl as his clay bird flew up from it. Kakashi closed his eyes to build up his chakra again before Naruto looked down. Ayla, come up here. Ayala brought her speeder up before jumping off, with Naruto grabbing her and jumped at Deidara as they got to the forest. Kakashi, keep that closed until the right time now, Naruto said before jumping up with Ayla, and they attacked with their sabers, hitting the bird's head. Deidara landed on a branch and then brought his hand up, having the clay turn into a clone that went to Kakashi. Naruto created clones that took the head and broke it, showing Gaara. Delta Squad, take him away. Yes sir. Boss yelled as he caught Gaara and the four turned to leave. Sakura, Zool, Alpha and Chio vs Sasori. The group looked on in shock as Sasori put himself back together before Chio pulled a scroll out and unsealed 10 puppets, in white cloaks and tags on their foreheads. Sasori just brought his middle scroll from his back out and opened his right chest, revealing a chakra shroud inside. It then shot out in strings attaching to 100 puppets in red cloaks. Akahigi, Hyaki no Soen. Secret red move, performance of 100 puppets. Sakura uses her strength to fight Sasori's puppets and Chio does the same with the help of her 10 puppets. Alpha started to shoot at any in his sight and Zool slashed and burned any that got near her. One of Chio's puppets shot a white ball at Sakura, who ran to Sasori then threw it at him. It grew into a large lion's head with 32 teeth that hit Sasori and pinned him on the cliff behind him. Fuinjutsu, Shishi Haiko. Sealing Jutsu, Lion Roar. They pant before turning and missed Sasori's core going into another puppet that looked like him. It then dashed to Chio with a sword only for Alpha to wrap his arm with his before the father and mother puppets grabbed Sasori. Zool then jumped up and stabbed the core with her saber. Sasori wonders why they would help each other, stating that he has no regard for human life himself, having claimed the lives of thousands of people. Chio sighs and places the blame of his mentality on the upbringing of those raised in Sunagaku, where shinobi are taught to only focus on themselves and not anybody else. Sakura walks up and punches Sasori, but he tells her that he cannot feel pain, as he is a puppet, and wonders why Sakura and Chio tend to do pointless things. However, he decides to do something pointless as well, and as a reward for defeating them, he reveals that he had a meeting with one of his spies, who works for Orochimaru, at the Tenchi Bridge in Kusagaku before dying. Naruto, and Ayla vs Deidara. Ayla held her saber up as Deidara dropped down. Are you related to Kisame? No, she said, leaning forward with a strike. Only to lean back as Naruto appeared to swipe at Deidara, who dodged by jumping. And saw fire appear from the branch Naruto hit with his orange blade. Naruto smirked as he raised his left hand and had his Shoto spin and slice Deidara's right arm off. Ah! He yelled before dropping a clay bomb at the duo, then fled before his clone came up. Taking a bite, he then started to bulge before Naruto grabbed Ayla and picked her up bridal style. He and Kakashi dashed away as Deidara blew up. Boom! Kakashi turned and used his technique to contain the blast before falling. Are they all right to move? Naruto asked Sakura, who looked over Gaara. Yes, they just have chakra exhaustion. With those bikes, we should be able to get to the Suna hospital quickly if anything happens. Then let's go, Naruto said before giving both Kakashi and Gaara a stim just in case. What's that? Healing stim. Kinda like a shot for illnesses but can help heal any physical damage as well. Naruto explained before having BD shoot 2 more up for Sakura and Chio. They went to get his speeder at the cave before leaving to go back to Sunagaku. Only to stop as a group of Suna ninja dropped down. Gaara then woke to see Naruto staring down at him. Your people came running to help ya, Naruto said before 2 teen girls pushed him away to dot over Gaara. As well as Temari and Kankuro. Gaara tried to stand only for Naruto to speak. Take it easy, Gaara. You had some of Shukaku's chakra removed, so you'll probably be weak for a while. A few miles away, Deidara popped out of the ground before walking off. In the cave, Zetsu was looking over the puppets as another man took Sasori's ring. Maybe now I can be a member of the Akatsuki, huh? He asked in a high-pitched voice. He has short spiky black hair and is wearing an orange mask with a swirl design focused on his right eye. He's wearing a black long-sleeve top that covers his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, a pair of dark-colored pants, a long green scarf, and standard sandals and white stirrups. On his waist, he has a thick black belt with armor-like metal plates attached to it, and similar plates on his upper arms. He has blue nail polish on his fingers and toes. After all, there's a new spot open, right? He asked, flipping the ring in the air. Fool, do you think it's that easy? Zetsu said in a slightly deep voice, mouth never opening. Oh come on, why not let him join? Zetsu asked himself in a slightly higher pitch. Toba's a good boy. Toby tried to grab the ring when it fell only to miss and it fell into a crack. Let's go, Zetsu said in his deeper voice as Toby frantically looked around. Wait a minute Mr. Zetsu, please. He then reached for it with his right hand. It's right here, somewhere. I'm sure. Toby stopped to see Zetsu walking away before waving his hand. Hey, wait, Mr. Zetsu. Mr. Zetsu, hey, wait, please. Later, Sunagaker. Naruto and his group slowly rode the speeders beside the large group of Sunanins as they got to the gates. All of its citizens, including Baki, eagerly await the return of their cage. They are overjoyed when they spot the three Sand siblings, Konoha's response team, and Suna's rescue unit. The citizens of Suna cheerfully celebrate the successful recovery of their leader. As Gaara resumes office, Baki and Temari attempt to persuade Naruto and the others to stay in the village for a day or two, to recover and recuperate from their wounds. Kakashi and Sakura tell them that they must return and report to Tsunade regarding the completion of their mission. A report is sent in advance by Takamaru to Konoha. However, the fates of Deidara and Sasori are omitted by Kakashi, who wishes to discuss it in person instead. Land of Rivers. Toby and Zetsu find Deidara's severed arm before seeing it was cauterized. Looks like Deidara's gone too. Blew himself up to bits. Don't you think so, Mr. Zetsu? No, the Jinchuriki has a new weapon, Deidara said, coming out from another tree. It was like a fire sword, it cut through me and hurt like hell. You must have had a close shave Deidara. But you're in one piece. Sorry. Toby told the bomb user who looked at him. Toby, even Buddha loses patience after being insulted 3 times. One more and you're dead. Gonna bomb me to death, right? That's 3. Zetsu said before Deidara wrapped his legs around Toba's neck to try and suffocate him. Konoha. Katetsu and Azuma were talking to each other before Naruto and the others stopped by them on their speeders. Later, after going to the hospital to have Kakashi checked out, Naruto looked at Tsunade who was speaking to Yoda. I got someone I want you to look at Tsunade. He explained handing her a datapad. Taking it she raised an eyebrow before Naruto hit a button and had a report come up. They're computers, Naruto said as Yoda looked at him and explained that he and Tsunade agreed on building a Jedi temple behind Konoha but that'll take time to be completed. Going into a room, Naruto saw 99 on a bed. Tsunade's gonna see if she can help you. I know you're happy being a janitor and helping your brothers that way. But in your heart, you want to be on the battlefield helping them there. I don't know if she can help you, but this is a chance to be cured so you can help your brothers. Thank you, General. Naruto nodded before leaving. Konoha Hokage Tower. Naruto, in his armor and headband, stood out of view on the balcony as Sakura was telling Tsunade and Shizune about what Sasori told them. And how they have 8 days to meet with the spy. Shizune then spoke up about either having a different team go or at least leave Naruto out before Tsunade spoke. Shizune. Milady. Like you, Sakura is one of the few shinobi I trust implicitly. That's why this mission has to involve the remaining members of Team Kakashi. Tsunade explained as a breeze blew. But wouldn't my team serve just as well milady? Why not send us? Shizune asked Tsunade who looked to the left. It wouldn't be the same. Sakura and Naruto, they're driven by a need to find their lost teammate. I actually don't care anymore, Naruto said walking up. For me, almost 7 years went by. I thought he was dead or captured. Naruto, how could you say that? Sakura asked him. This is our chance to get him back. Is it guaranteed he'll be there? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. Well, no but. Will Orochimaru? No. Is this spy going to take us to them? Do we know this isn't a trap set by Sasori? No, Sakura said with a sigh before Naruto looked at Tsunade. As I said I thought he was dead or in prison since he did leave the village. So I will give him one chance to come back willingly or treat him as a nukenin. But, if you want him alive Tsunade, then I'll do that, bring him in alive. Now, do you need me for this mission? What do you mean? Sakura asked Naruto who turned to her. I mean, this is more of a reconnaissance snatching the spy since there's a chance Sasuke won't be there or even be in the base the spy's in. Yes, I've improved on that type of mission but I'm more of a fighter, always have been. If there's someone better suited than me for that kind of mission, I'd understand. You have matured, Tsunade said, leaning against the railing. I've always been this way. I just hid it since the teachers hated me when I was dumb. What would they do if I was very smart? I still want you in this. With your weapons and new powers that will put off the Akatsuki or Orochimaru if this is a trap. Tsunade said as Naruto sighed. Alright then, do we need to find another teammate for this? Naruto asked the Hokage, who shook her head. No, since Kakashi will be helping, there's no need. But I do have someone who can help in case this is a trap. You'll meet him for the mission as he's on another at the moment. Okay, Naruto replied before Tsunade spoke. Naruto, I would like to know that thing you gave Kakashi in the report. Naruto shrugged before snapping his fingers, having BD come over his shoulder and shooting a stim in the air. Catching it, Naruto tossed it to Tsunade, who looked at the green liquid. It's called a stim. It's medicine. It not only helps with illnesses but can help heal physical injuries at a faster rate. Hey buddy. Naruto then looked over his shoulder and held up 3 fingers. BD shot 3 stims, having Naruto grab them and toss them to Tsunade. If you want to study them, feel free to. 5 days later. Naruto was giving Kakashi a final tutorial for the speeder as they waited for the last member of their team. Team Kakashi. Turning, they saw Tsunade with a man who had short brown hair and black, almond-shaped eyes. He's wearing a variation of the standard attire of a Konoha nin, with a flak jacket. The difference is his attire does not have the swirl on the shoulders of the sleeves, and the neck of his navy blue shirt is form-fitting and goes up to his chin. He also has 2 hip pouches strapped to his lower back and a Happuri-style forehead protector that frames his face. This is Yamato. I've assigned him to this mission in case this is a trap. Okay, Naruto said, walking over to her. Does he know everything? Yes. Okay, welcome aboard, Naruto said before turning back around. That's it? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Yep, the mission's just a snatch and grab for the spy and or Sasuke if the spy is willing to lead us. These speeders will have us get to the area ahead of time to come up with a plan of attack and scope out the area. Anything else? What happened to that brat who shouted about missions, training, and being Hokage? Tsunade asked, ruffling his hair, getting an annoyed look from the blonde who swatted her hand away. Some of that was a ploy to hide. Plus being away for 6 years didn't help. I bet. If you betted it would have been worse, Naruto muttered before having a chill go up his spine before seeing an eerie smile from Tsunade. What was that? Nothing. Let's go. Naruto yelled before getting on his speeder as Sakura got on the back and BD jumped on a bar in front. He and Kakashi started, having Yamato jump in surprise as they went down the road. Sai, I want one, Tsunade said, seeing the group was out of sight in seconds. Later, Team Kakashi. The 4 stopped in a clearing inside the woods before Yamato spoke up. This should be a good spot to camp. Really, why not that cave we just passed? Naruto asked, stepping off the speeder. It would be better than being in the open like this. Everyone step back, Yamato ordered before going through several hand signs. Mokuten, Shichuka no Jutsu. Wood style, 4-pillar house jutsu. Wood beams came out of the ground in front of the group, which had a large 2-story house with the Konoha symbol on it above the door. Holy shit, Naruto thought, staring at Yamato. Shodai Hokage's first fire shadows Mokuten would release. He's that person the old man told me about. They then went inside while bringing the speeders as well to the front door. As they rested, Yamato decided to discuss the finer points of their mission. Since Orochimaru's spy is awaiting Sasori, Yamato plans to pretend to be Sasori inside of his Hiriko puppet. Despite requesting information from Suna, he asks Sakura to fill in the gaps and reveal Sasori's quirks or mannerisms to pull the deception off. He explains that he will be going first and that their goal is to capture the spy without killing or injuring him. He wants the other 3 as his backup should he fail to capture the spy and is forced into a combat situation. If combat should arise, Yamato tells them that they must use the buddy system, where 2 shinobi fight while protecting one another simultaneously. That should be no problem for us, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Even after being apart for so long, we're still a well-oiled machine. He finished before pulling out a green book and started reading. A few days later. Over the next few days, after going through training exercises for different scenarios, the group stood by the Red Arch Bridge over a ravine with the wind blowing. Naruto had several clones check the area for any traps or Akatsuki members before they went to a hill beside one side before Yamato looked at Naruto. "Could you hold this?" He handed Naruto a side profile picture of Sasori in his Hiriko body. "Hold it up." Naruto did that as BD looked over his shoulder before Yamato did several hand signs. Mokuten, Henge, wood style, transformation. Wood covered Yamato before they broke, revealing Sasori's Hiriko body in the robe and straw hat. "Wow, you look just like him," Naruto commented as BD jumped down and looked at the disguised Yamato. "Trills. Now I have to match the voice. Let me know when it's close to Sasori," Yamato said before changing the pitch of his voice before Sakura smiled when he matched Sasori's. "That's it, you sound just like him." "Alright, if you're all ready, should we begin the operation?" Yamato asked as Sakura sighed. "No, your tone is too polite, try to sound, I don't know, more aggressive or something." "You're right, I need to be cranky and irritable, and more than anything I hate to be kept waiting. We're starting the operation now." They all got in position with Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi on the hill in the forest behind a boulder and watched Yamato watch to the middle of the bridge as a cloaked person met him. "Here." The two ninjas looked to Naruto, who pulled rectangular binoculars out of his pouch and gave them one. They looked through and saw the green tint as they zoomed very close to the two on the bridge. "These have a longer zoom on them than ours," Kakashi commented as the cloaked person took their hood off, revealing a man with fair skin, black-rimmed circular glasses, onyx eyes, and ash-gray hair, which he had in a ponytail. "Kabuto," Sakura said as Naruto remembered Kabuto from his Chunin exam, who turned out to be a spy for Orochimaru that revealed himself during Orochimaru's invasion. "Kabuto, hard to believe he's the spy, but since Sasori used a jutsu, so his spies are sleeper agents. I guess Orochimaru wouldn't suspect him then," Naruto said as the wind blowing made it impossible to hear the two talk. After a moment, Kabuto suddenly turned and threw a kunai in the bushes by the bridge, having a brown rabbit run out. After another moment, a man appeared beside Kabuto who has a snake-like appearance. He has very pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, purple markings around his eyes, and fang-like teeth. He also has pronounced cheekbones and straight waist-length black hair with some locks covering and framing his face or to his shoulders. He's wearing plain gray garbs with a black polo and pants underneath, a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back, blue tomo-shaped earrings, and shinobi sandals with bandages around his calves. Orochimaru, a new Kenin from Konoha, a former member of the Akatsuki, and one of the Sannin. Kabuto turned and had chakra cover his right hand before turning to Yamato and cutting through his disguise, cutting his right arm. Yamato jumped back and knelt as he held his arm, with Kabuto taking his cloak off. He's now wearing a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, and dark purple pants with a white cloth waistband. The three ninjas then jumped over and landed in front of Yamato before standing. "Don't suppose I can get you to surrender?" Naruto asked the two before snakes shouted out of Orochimaru's arm. Naruto raised a hand and froze them before tossing them over the bridge. "Well, I've only seen one person with that kind of power," the Sannin said, having Naruto raise an eyebrow. "There's someone with that power." "Yes, but you don't have the eyes," Orochimaru commented before he was thrown into the woods by the force. A moment went by before Orochimaru walked out, showing his face was ripped, showing tan skin and gray hair. "That's fucking messed up," Naruto said before pulling his shoto up and hit a kunai that was thrown at him and melting it. Naruto then threw his saber, turning it on, having Kabuto dodge it before seeing it lit the wood board on fire before Naruto called it back. Orochimaru then fixed his face as Naruto dashed to Kabuto, who ducked under a swipe and missed Naruto, flicking a small circular device into his pouch. Naruto then brought his shoto up and had Kabuto switch with a log that was then cut in half and was lit on fire. Naruto threw the pieces off the bridge into the river down below. "Such interesting weapons," Orochimaru said as Naruto spun his shoto before turning on the red blade and dodged a shuriken as two clones of Naruto ran out and started fighting with Orochimaru. Rasengan. Spiraling Sphere. A Naruto clone dropped down with a Rasengan spiraling sphere in hand before Orochimaru jumped away with Naruto hitting the ground. Naruto then pulled the Sannin to him and tried to slice his head off only to lean back from Kabuto's chakra-coated hand. Kakashi with his Sharingan eye open dashed to Kabuto with a kunai and engaged him. The two Nukenin ran into the woods as Naruto looked at Sakura. "Pick your attacks, Sakura. We can't have you injured as you're the only med nin here." "But I'm not saying don't fight but wait for openings. If you get taken out there's no one who can heal either you or us," Naruto said, looking as three Ore clones ran out of the woods and attacked Orochimaru with pop shots. He then dashed forward and jumped at Orochimaru before slicing a snake that tried to attack. He then dropped on the Sannin and sliced him in half, only for Orochimaru to turn into mud. "Damn," Naruto cursed before Kakashi dropped down. Kabuto got away. "Of course, I put a tracker on him," Naruto said before Yamato dropped down. Snapping his fingers, Naruto had BD shoot stims up before throwing one to everyone before kneeling and putting his left hand on the ground having BD run down. "Can you do it, buddy?" Boop. BD had a map of the area come up with a red dot moving to an area on the other side of the woods. Naruto then brought a hand to his ear as BD jumped on his back. "We're ready, guys." A moment went by before two Naruto clones came over on the speeders and they got on before going through the woods. Later, they stopped behind a large wasp mud nest and looked to see three of them pushed together. Yamato then held out 3 seeds to the others. "This way I can track you if we get separated." "Really?" Naruto asked, taking one as BD looked over his shoulder and scanned it. "It's safe," Yamato said, having them eat it, Kakashi going quickly to still hide his face. Yamato then created a hole in the ground before each followed a moment later. They then drilled before coming to a rock wall. "I got it," Naruto said, taking out his saber and pushing it in before making a hole. Turning it off, Naruto then pulled the hole off showing it was red hot before it started to cool. After waiting for the wall to cool, each of them got in and saw the candle-lit tunnels with a swirl design on them. Yamato splits everyone into teams, he and Sakura on one team, and Naruto and Kakashi on the other. The four go checking many rooms for Sasuke but find them all empty. Naruto then created several clones to help before hearing an explosion and gained memories of coming across a teen boy. This way. They ran down the hall and came to a destroyed area with a teen boy standing on the top of the ground with Sakura looking up. The boy has black eyes and spiky black hair with a blue tint. His hair is slightly long and hangs over his face like bangs. He's wearing dark blue pants, over which hangs a blue cloth that covers him from his stomach to his knees, which he secures with a purple rope belt. He complements this with a white long-sleeved shirt kept open at the torso, a red and white fan symbol on the back of the neck, and black arm guards that cover his forearms. He also has a sword on his lower back. Naruto can also make out a 3-tone mark on his left shoulder with a seal around it. Sasuke Uchiha. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared beside Naruto's left and placed his hand on his right shoulder. "Don't you want to become Hokage?" Sasuke asked as Naruto glanced over. "All that time chasing after me would be better spent on." He stopped as Naruto raised his right hand and started grabbing his throat. "I spent 6 years training, bastard," Naruto explained before throwing Sasuke against the wall in front of him, then started raising the Uchiha off the floor. "Now, you have one chance. Come peacefully or I just might break your neck." Before Sasuke could answer, Orochimaru attacked from the ground with a sword, having Naruto jump back and freed Sasuke from the choke. Orochimaru jumped up to the top of the ground as did Sasuke and Kabuto. Kabuto tells Sasuke that Team Kakashi is to be spared so that they may continue to kill off Akatsuki members, and in doing so, may allow Sasuke a chance to take out Itachi. Sasuke relents, and the three disappear in flames. Konoha, Hokage Tower. Team Kakashi stood in front of Tsunade, and Shizunen gave their report. "And still the same, if you want him back alive, I'll do my best not to kill him. But he's a Nukenin. We gotta treat him as such, especially if he attacks another village or a high-ranking ninja." "You're right," Tsunade said, lacing her fingers. "If you can get him alive, do it, but we can't take the chance he'll do something to another village and we don't cut ties with him." Dismissed. Okay, I gotta head back and help out in the war, Naruto said as Sakura turned to him. War. Yeah, right before coming back, an army is trying to take over multiple worlds, and the Jedi and I gotta stop them, Naruto answered before taking his headband off and putting it back in his pouch. I'll stop by on my next rest period. Take care, Tsunade said as Naruto went to meet Yoda, Ayla, and the others before going to their gunship. Once getting to the gates, they saw Hinata and Anko walking in. Hey, hot stuff, mission? Anko asked with a grin. No, gotta go help out the Jedi for a bit, Naruto answered as Hinata walked up to him. Good luck. Thank Humph. Naruto stopped as Hinata kissed him, and pressed her breasts against his chest. After a moment, she pulled back before Anko then pulled him in for a kiss, shoving her tongue in his mouth and squeezed his crotch. After another moment, she pulled back with a trail of saliva connecting their lips before breaking off. So, I'm guessing you two know that I need multiple women. Yes, Hinata replied as Anko grinned. With what you're packing you can easily satisfy a lot more than the three of us. Suddenly, their coats were pulled up before Naruto got between them and squeezed Hinata's right ass cheek and Anko's left. A little payback, Naruto said as the two gave him a grin. Firm, not surprising, he said before walking to his ship. We'll talk when I get back. Sundari. Padme with Ryo Chuchi landed on the hangar as Satine walked up to the ship while the two walked out. Senator. Duchess, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming, Padme. Satine nodded before looking at Ryo. May I ask why Senator Chuchi is here? I'm giving her assistance training today, Padme replied as Ryo nodded. Duchess. She greeted, before the trio started to walk to the building. I know our decision to stay neutral has caused distress in the Senate. But for many here, the fallout from your war has been too much. If your government has trade concerns, we can talk, Padme spoke before glancing over. Many systems have been affected. I assure you not everyone in the Republic has neglected Mandalore, and there are those of us who would still vote to give you any help you require. The trio then got in a car that came up to them before Satine spoke. The help we need now is opening trade routes so we may get supplies more freely. We are making progress in the Senate, Ryo said from her spot in the back. Forgive me, I did not bring you here to discuss politics. I had hoped to show you the new Mandalore. Satine said as they went through a tunnel. Not the typical Mandalorian welcome. Senator Organa teased you'd have a royal court waiting. Padme said, chuckling. I just wanted to greet you myself, before the others, Satine said as they got out the other side and saw the civilians welcoming them. Now, this is a Mandalorian welcome, Padme said while the three of them waved back. We are a people of tradition. On the other side of the city, a ship lands on cargo docks with metal insect-like limbs. The landing ramp opened up and a group of aliens walked out with crates. They are tall, thin, bipedal humanoids with green skin, dark green modeling on their faces and limbs. Their faces are slender, with pronounced cheekbones and accentuated brows. They possess long necks, four-fingered hands, four-toed feet, and sharpened teeth. And they are dressed as ancient Egyptians. Hurry up. Get that stuff unloaded quickly. One said to another species of aliens before one of the first aliens saw a male Mandalorian walking up. Here comes the customs official. Nice day here on Mandalore. The leader said to the officer. It is. Let's try not to ruin it. I don't get your meaning. The alien said, raising an eyebrow. I think you do. Your arrival isn't listed here on my schedule. The agent said holding up a datapad. So what exactly are you unloading on my dock? Must be a clerical oversight. The alien said, dropping credits in the man's hand. I'm sure it won't happen again. The man tossed the credits before looking at the alien. Normally there would be 5 times as many officers out here. They're off at the parade. Some big shot just arrived on Mandalore. You're lucky. Oh, luck has nothing to do with it. Well, just in case, deal with me directly in the future. Got it? The man asked, pocketing the credits. As you wish. Throne room. Almec was pacing in front of the council before speaking. Esteemed colleagues, leaders of Mandalore, friends, I'm afraid our neutrality has caused our people to suffer. The war between the separatists and the Republic rages across our galaxy. It has caused trade routes to be closed to Mandalore. And has forced us to turn to a black market filled with corruption. We know what is happening, Almec. One balding man said. What will be done about it? He asked before the woman on his left spoke. Mandalore should not need to pay smugglers to feed its people. The man then stood up. It's not that we want to deal with smugglers. We have no alternative. I'm sure you and the Trade Federation make a profit whether our business is legitimate or not. I resent that. Ladies and gentlemen, please, order. Please. Almec said, getting between the two. Prime Minister Almec seems a bit overwhelmed, Padme whispered to Satine as she and Rio stood at her side. If you're volunteering your services as a negotiator, please, be my guest. Perhaps they will listen to a new voice, Rio said to her fellow senator before Padme stepped forward. Ruling Council, may I speak? Senator Amidala. Almec turned to her to speak. The floor is yours. I hear your worries, your frustration, but the longer you argue, the more your people suffer. She explained, walking in front of the group. You are right. New trade routes are essential to survival, but the black market is no substitute for legitimate and legal trade. What would you propose, Senator? Almec asked her. The Republic can provide security. The Republic's dealings with the black market far surpass Mandalore's. The man from before spoke as he stood. I agree. The woman spoke up while standing. It's quite hypocritical for you to come here, a member of the Republic Senate, and lecture to us about corruption. Soon the council started arguing before Satine stood up and yelled. Silence. Once the group settled down, she continued. I told Senator Amidala that Mandalore was not part of the war, yet here I find a battle in my own palace. I call this meeting adjourned. We will reconvene and allow cooler heads to prevail. Cargo Bay. Come on, you worms. Get those barrels inside. The leader spoke up from inside a warehouse with Mandalorian guards at the door. What is this stuff? A Mandalore man asked as he stood by the large canisters. This stuff is slabin, a diluting agent. If we add it, we can make twice as much tea at twice the profit. The alien explained. Isn't it toxic? Only if the dosage is wrong, so get your mixture right. The alien said before looking at the large tank by them as a woman was looking in the small circular window. Satine, Padme, and Rio. Tell me, Padme, Rio, how do you feel about the Republic's war with the Separatists? Satine asked the two as they ate at the dining table. It's so complicated. As you know, in the Senate, the Chancellor says it's going very well but my sources say otherwise, Padme asked as Rio took a drink. Same for Naruto when he and I talk. And how does that make you feel? There are times I wish I could follow Mandalore's lead, neutrality, and not just in the war. But the politics as well. Satine asked her. The contamination of greed reaches deep and far within the Republic, corporations, trade guilds, too many senators serving their interests. There are still those of us who work to overcome the corruption and believe it to be possible, Rio said as she took a bite of her food. Enough of this dreary talk. A new hospital has opened. Tomorrow we shall visit, see true good at work. It will do us good. Morning hospital. The three walked out of the ship to see the hospital full of sick kids holding their stomachs. Orderly, what's going on here? Satine asked a man who was walking in. I have no idea, madam. Dr. Zaz is handling the outbreak. He's inside. They walked in to see more sick kids before looking at a man. What is happening here? Duchess, I'm sorry no one has come to speak to you. These children have been poisoned. How? Rio asked, glancing around. We don't know. It's not just here, I'm afraid. We've gotten reports from across the planet. Zaz explained as Satine went to one of the beds. Too bad Naruto isn't here, BD could scan them to see what was wrong, Rio said, crossing her arms. Have you identified the cause? Padme asked Zaz who looked at his pad. The children here all came from the same school. We're testing their food. If we find something, perhaps we can create an antidote. But it will take some time. Try the drinks as well, Rio said, having them look at her. Better safe than sorry. They then went back to the palace and talked to Almec. What if it's not a poison? He asked as Satine looked down from her seat. It must be Death Watch. I'm not so sure. In the past, the Death Watch attacks have only been directed at myself and the administration, not the children. They are terrorists. Perhaps the senator's visit has inspired them. Almec said as Satine sighed in frustration. Terrorists. Our minds should be on the sick children that are dying in the streets. What are you going to do to save them? She asked, having Almec stand. I must speak to the ruling council about this matter. He then left before Satine turned to the senators. I refuse to believe that Death Watch has anything to do with this. I agree. His concern for the children, Padme stopped as Satine looked at her. Was practically none. All he thinks about is politics. Well, we can't just sit here and do nothing. Rio said as Satine stood. My thoughts exactly. Later, in the throne room, Satine stood in front of her guards with Padme and Rio. Thank you all for coming. I suppose you're wondering why I asked you here. As my personal guards, you are the only ones I can trust to investigate this matter. We have little time, that is why I have asked for your help. Padme. Each of you will be getting a special comlink and datapad, means of direct communication, and location you should investigate, Padme said as another man gave them ear comms. This must be a closed-loop affair, Satine said before Rio spoke. Hundreds of children have been poisoned. They are our children, and they need our help. This is a Mandalorian matter, and we must find out who dares poison our children. Thank you all. Satine finished as the group dispersed. So where do we start? Padme asked Satine who looked at her. The schools. School. Thank you for allowing us to inspect the school, Superintendent, Satine said to the balding man as they went into the cafeteria. My pleasure, Duchess. They then saw Zaz before walking to him. We've cleared the food here. None of it is tainted. What about what they ate yesterday? Rio asked as they looked at the kids. The menu of food is pretty regular here. We would have caught something with our tests. What about their drinks, Doctor? Rio asked Zaz who looked around. No, they drink fresh water. It can't be tainted. Not the water. What about the bottled drinks? Satine asked, seeing a girl drink from a bottle of green tea. Those are not part of the school's menu. They are allowed through an outside vendor. Zaz said before stopping a boy and taking his bottle. Excuse me, child, I must borrow your drink. Laboratory. How could this have happened? Satine asked as Zaz was looking at a bottle before putting it in a machine. It's not your fault, Rio said to Satine who sighed. I appreciate that. However, for an outbreak of this size to occur, I'm afraid it's a sign of a much deeper-seated corruption than I had imagined. Duchess, we found something, Zaz said, getting their attention. This tea contains a high level of slabin. I didn't know slabin was lethal, Satine said to the doctor who nodded. It usually isn't, but mixed with the tea, and at this concentration, I'm certain it's the cause of the children's illness. The school must have an import log, correct? Padme asked the superintendent who nodded. Yes, I believe so. So we should be able to find out where the tea came from, Rio said as Satine nodded. Well, then let's get to the docks. Docks. Everything's here, Satine, Padme said, looking at a platform by a warehouse. Everything except the records for the tea shipments. It looks like the school's import log has been erased, Rio said looking at the screen. There's no record of an outside vendor. She said before the superintendent started running. Superintendent, hold it right there. Satine yelled as he got inside. I'm actually on my way to the hospital. I have to go. Stop him, Rio yelled as he started running and got on a hover platform. Two guards crashed into him on another platform, having the group run up and grab him. Tell me what's going on here, or else my guards will not be as conversational as I am, Satine said before Padme looked at her. Satine. Padme, please, where did you get the tea? Please, I never meant to harm anyone. I needed to cut costs. The school's budget was too low. The school has received sufficient government funding. That you know of, Rio said, getting Satine to look at her. What if you got fake reports so you don't go snooping around? Look, they offered me a great deal. I could keep some money for myself too, but I didn't know that the drinks were poison. All this because you were greedy? Padme asked the man who sighed. I am not the only one making money off this operation. There are others more guilty than I am, the man said as Satine crossed her arms. Was Death Watch involved? Death Watch? I don't know. I dealt with a middleman, an importer. His name's Sadiq. He works for a shipping company not too far from here. He explained as Satine narrowed her eyes. Tell us where. Office. Sure, I bribed the school official. What's the problem? Sadiq said, leaning in his chair and resting his feet on his desk. What you've done is illegal, Rio said as Sadiq looked at her. Beyond these stars, there's a war going on. As long as my company imports goods, most people turn a blind eye to anything else. We are not most people, Mr. Sadiq, Satine told the man from her spot. My corporate contracts protect me, Duchess, so I'll play your little game. Look, I'm sorry there are sick children. I truly am, but I'm just a messenger. Where do you get the tea? Satine asked as Sadiq moved to type on his computer. From Muga. The Commerce Guild controls it. Here, I have nothing to hide, he said, turning the screen to them. Here we are. Shipping schedules from Muga. Right there, the highlighted ones. And a customs official reports these to the government. Padme asked him, having Sadiq shrug. As far as I know. Are these all for the ones bringing in the tea? Rio asked as he shook his head. No, I'd have to narrow that down, he said as Satine narrowed her eyes. Okay, no problem. He started typing before turning the screen back to them. There you go. Look, they're bringing in a shipment tonight. You want to know which dock? Later, cargo. I must say, when I came to visit, I hadn't pictured us in such an informal setting, Padme told Satine as they moved with a guard moved between crates holding blasters and tasers. Yes, well, from what Master Kenobi tells me, during your tenure as queen, you became quite familiar with such excursions. One can only survive the rigors of courtly formalities for so long. We agree, Satine said before they saw a ship land. Duchess, there's a shipment arriving, her guard in front of them said. The smugglers, Satine said, seeing the aliens hauling crates from the ship. We'll soon find out. Shall I call in more security? The guard asked Satine, having her shake her head. No, let's wait and see what transpires, she said before seeing a man walk up to the aliens. Look, a customs official. Welcome back, gentlemen. I'm here for my inspection, the man said as the alien smiled and handed him credits. Certainly. How can they operate with such impunity? Satine asked before looking at the man. I need to find out how far up the chain of command this corruption goes. Morning, throne room. A customs guard was standing in front of Satine. I'm sorry, Duchess, but what you're saying, it's impossible. Are you saying Satine is lying to you? Rio asked the man who looked at her. What does she gain from that? Bribery of a customs official at the shipping docks. I'm afraid not. The docks are a highly secure area, free of dangerous criminals. But not free of corruption. The most dangerous weapon in the galaxy is money, Captain, Satine said to the man. Smuggling does not take place on my watch. And what about when you're not watching? Padme asked him. I'm always watching, Senator. And were you watching as children were dying? Who was watching then? Satine asked standing up. Duchess, with all due respect. No, Captain. If you want my respect, you will arrest these criminals and stop stalling. Stalling? He asked as she nodded. Why else would you not be down there, with a patrol unit making arrests unless you're involved? All right, we'll see what's going on. Docks. The group got to a warehouse with guards in front of the door. Satine, what are those guards doing here? Padme asked Satine, who turned to the captain. Did you order them here? Duchess, I've been with you the whole time, he said before they walked up to the two guards. Let us into this warehouse. We're under strict orders not to let anyone in. One answered the captain. Do you know who this is? The captain asked, gesturing to Satine. I command you, open these doors. They then tried to attack only for the captain to grab one's arm and punch them out. Arrest them. He then opened the door and saw the aliens and tanks. Hold it right there. They started shooting at the group, forcing them back outside. The captain and two guards ran in and shot as the guards used their shields. The captain was shot in the shoulder, having his pistol slide out. The guards pulled him out before the group outside pushed a crate in front of the door to use for cover as Padme picked the blaster up. They then started to push the crate forward as Padme and Rio, who pulled her small pistol out, started shooting the aliens. After disarming the aliens and arresting them and the man and woman helping, Satine looked at the captain. "I'm surprised you can handle a weapon." "Naruto's been teaching me," Rio said as she shot another alien. "Captain, I want you to burn down this warehouse." "Excuse me, but there's evidence." "Burn it down, or I'll consider you part of this conspiracy, Captain." "You heard her, men. Burn the warehouse," the captain told the others, who picked up flamethrowers and ran in. Almec's office. It wasn't Death Watch, Prime Minister. It was a group of black market smugglers. They were diluting the drink with Slavin. What they didn't count on was, the process would make the drinks poisonous. Padme told Almec, who looked at them from his seat. "And what about the sick children?" "I ordered shipments of the antidote for all the schools and hospitals," Satine explained as he sighed. "I'm glad this is over." "No, I'm afraid it's not over. The corruption we witnessed is intolerable. Payoffs, police unwilling to comply, my government fooled. How does this happen?" Satine asked as she stood and leaned on his desk. "I'm sorry. I'm setting up a committee to look into it," Almec said as he leaned back in his seat. "Children nearly died because our government cannot be counted on. I assure you this will not go unpunished," Almec said to her. "I'm counting on you, Almec," Satine said before she and the senators left to the hangar. "I'm troubled, Padme. You heard Prime Minister Almec say he'll investigate. His heart is in the right place, but this is corruption," Satine trailed off before Rio spoke. "You must have hope, Satine. Hope will only go so far. The very people conducting this investigation might be corrupt. Perhaps a Jedi working undercover at the Academy could be of service to us, and in more ways than one, for if we lose our young, Mandalore will indeed be lost." "I will speak with Master Yoda," Padme said before they turned to the ship. "Don't lose hope, my friend." Senators. Duchess. A world in crisis. The peaceful planet of Mandalore is being strangled by the grip of corruption. With shortages of every kind, citizens must turn to the black market to survive. Desperate to free her people, Duchess Satine has asked her friend Padme Amidala to speak with the Jedi Council in hopes that they will send assistance to her struggling world. Ellipsis. Mandalore atmosphere. Naruto, Anakin, Ahsoka, and Zul are in a ship flying above Mandalore before Anakin turns to his Padawan. "The Jedi Council has given you a mission, Ahsoka. You have to see it through. Don't you think I'm just a little overqualified for this?" she asked as Naruto looked at her. "Oh, no way." She turned to glare at the knight only for him to smile, having her blush before looking back. Shut up. "See, Zul, there's not a woman alive who can resist me." "Sure, Master. Well, except you, but you don't count." "Screw you, Master," Zul yelled, puffing her cheeks. "You know you love me," Naruto teased before Anakin coughed to get back on track. According to Senator Amidala, Mandalore is a deeply corrupt world. If the cycle is to be broken, the future leaders at the Royal Academy of Government must learn the evils of corruption. Yoda feels that only young Padawans like you and Zul can get through to them. Again, I say he's hitting those green death sticks if he thinks Zul can do that. I can too. Sundari. My lady, if I may, what do the Jedi know of our ways? Almec asked Satine as the two stood on the hangar. Do we really want them meddling with our children's education? Surely there is nothing to fear from exposing them to new ideas, Prime Minister. She said as the Jedi's ship landed and the four walked out. Duchess Satine. Prime Minister Almec. Master Skywalker, Master Uzumaki, so good to see you again. These two are your Padawans, I assume? She asked as Anakin and Naruto nodded. Yes, my lady. May I present Ahsoka Tano? Anakin said, putting a hand on her shoulder. And Zul's is. Naruto introduced his Padawan the same way. Duchess. Prime Minister. I am grateful that the Jedi Council could spare the four of you to help instruct our leaders and peacekeepers of tomorrow. Please thank Master Yoda for helping me, Satine said to Naruto and Anakin, who sighed. I'm afraid that due to our limited resources, we must return to battle immediately, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. So you will not be staying, Master Skywalker, Master Uzumaki? Almec asked the two knights. No, but I assure you, Padawans Zis and Tano are highly capable Jedi and have the full confidence of the Council, Anakin explained, causing her to nod. Very well. Cadet Corky, Amos, Lagos. Almec had 3 teens, 2 boys, 1 girl walk up all blonde and in the school uniforms of black shirts, tan pants, and black boots. The first boy has thick hair, the second has the sides shaved and the girl also has it pulled back in a ponytail. These are some of the cadets that you will be instructing, Padawan Tano, Padawan Zis. Nice to meet all of you. Sup. That's a fine weapon, may I see it? Corky asked before Almec placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. I'm afraid not. Because of Master Kenobi's and Uzumaki's recent visit and the trouble that followed, no off-worlders may carry weapons on Mandalore. Master Obi-Wan caused trouble. That's a first. Ahsoka asked in mock surprise as Naruto chuckled, rubbing his head. Can't take him anywhere. Just give me the lightsaber, Anakin said to his Padawan who reluctantly gave her weapon up. Same for you, Zul. Zul sighed before giving Naruto her lightsaber as BD looked over his shoulder and tilted his head. And the blaster. Naruto continued as Zul grumbles about how she just got it before handing it over from a holster on her lower back. And the vibro knife. She pulled a large knife from her left boot and gave it to him. And the regular knives. She pulled 2 smaller knives from a pouch on her thigh. The kunai. She then pulled 2 kunai from the pouch. And the senbon. Pulling her shirt up, she revealed senbon needles around her waist in a leather band. By the time she is done pulling out all her weapons, Naruto has his arms full and looks up to see everyone's shocked faces. What? It's better she has a spare weapon and not need it, than need it and not have one. He said before looking at his Padawan. That's everything. Yes. You sure? I think you can still hide a thing or two. That's everything, Master. She yelled as she blushed a little from the attention. Okay, good. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and only half of what I would do. Thank you for respecting our ways, Master Jedi, Satine said to the two as Rex walked up to them. Excuse the interruption, sir, but it is time to depart. General Fisto is expecting us. If you'll excuse us. The 2 Jedi then left as BD looked at them from Naruto's back. Beep. Classroom. The 2 Padawans stood in front of the teens with an orange hollow screen up behind them. Corruption is what happens when someone in power puts their own personal gain before the interests of the people they represent. So, it's a result of greed. One girl asked Ahsoka, who nodded. Yes, a leader sacrifices moral integrity for the sake of money or power. Entire star systems have collapsed into chaos or revolution because their greedy politicians got caught up in a cycle of bribery and blackmail, while their people suffered. Does that mean most government officials are corrupt? Lagos asked before Zul sighed. No, but the point is that temptation is always there for those in power, and citizens must be vigilant so corruption can't take root. The deadliest enemies of society dwell within its borders. And from these internal threats, the people need to be protected. But if you don't trust your leaders, isn't that treason? Amos asked Zul, who shook her head. No, not always. Every citizen has to challenge their leaders, to keep them honest and hold them accountable if they're not. How do you do that? Corky asked the two. By exposing corrupt officials for what they are. Lasting change can only come from within. Later that night, cargo hold. Corky, Amos, Lagos, and the girl from earlier came up to a warehouse door in the cargo hold after questioning if there was a food shortage like they've been told before checking to make sure. These doors are heavily secured by the government, Corky said as the girl pulled down visors and pulled up a laptop device before typing on it. It won't be secure for long. The doors opened up from the top several feet before Corky looked to the others. Looks like the academy taught us well. They then started to climb up into the warehouse. Come on, up and over. I have a bad feeling about this, Lagos said as she dropped down before they heard a voice. Quiet, it sounds like someone else is in here. Let's get out of here. No, come on, They then hid along with containers before seeing a hooded cloaked person with 2 Mandalorian police talking to 3 alien smugglers. The risk involved makes the price go up. You must be more cautious. Coming here could raise suspicion. It's a little late for a meeting, isn't it? Corky asked the 3. Let's get a closer look. Are you crazy? Lagos asked in a whisper before they climbed the container and hid behind boxes over the group. Sony, quick, use your holocam. Sony then pulled her visor down and held up a cell phone-sized device. Those look like Mandalorian police, but they're unmarked. Who's that? And who are those guys? What are off-worlders doing on a secure port? Corky asked before Amos leaned forward. I don't like this. I'm getting out of here. He turned and had a datapad fall before the group ran to the door and barely made it out to close it up. Morning, Satin's apartment. Aunt Satine, may we speak with you? Of course, Corky. Come in, Satine said before the group walked in. We did some investigating. There's no food shortage. We found stores of food at the government port. How would you know this? That doesn't matter right now. I beg to differ, she said as they sat on a couch. We made a recording of a secret meeting between what we know was a government official and a black marketeer, Sony said, holding up her device. That's why everything costs so much and so many people are starving, Lagos said as she was standing in front of them. We need your help to find the one responsible. This is a serious matter, I agree. But the source of this evil may be more than you cadets can handle. People can be very deceiving. You don't want to get yourselves into trouble, Satine said as she stood and took a few steps forward. But, Auntie, don't you see? You can't ignore this, Corky yelled as she looked back at him. I won't trust me. But for your safety, you must let me take care of it. Now run along, all of you. Concentrate on your studies. There will be a time to save the world when you're a bit older, she said as she walked them to the door to leave. She refused to help us because she doesn't think we can handle it, Lagos said to the others as they made it outside. She just thinks we're a bunch of stupid kids, Corky explained looking back before Sony spoke. She acted like nothing was wrong. We need to find someone else who believes us. Like who? Lagos asked as Corky put a hand on his chin. Mandalore has 2 people in charge. Since my aunt won't help, we'll have to go to the Prime Minister. What makes you think he'll listen? I've known him my whole life. He's always told me to come to him if I'm ever in trouble. And I'd say we're all in big trouble. Dorm. In a circular room, the group is talking to Almec via a small hologram on a table. I am most concerned by these allegations, my intrepid young cadets. You think Duchess Satine knows who the conspirator is? She said she was going to handle it. Meet me in the Palace Plaza tonight. Bring the recording you took of the black market deal and all the cadets who know about it. Almec said before the hologram turned off. Classroom. Corky, you seem distracted today. What's going on? Ahsoka asked, breaking the teen out of his thoughts. We did what you said. We found evidence of corruption. What do you mean? Zul asked, walking up. Well, we were hungry, so we decided to go look for food, Lagos explained to the 2. Food. Yeah, down at the government warehouse. Amos continued leaning on his desk. Someone just let you in to inspect the warehouse? Ahsoka asked, crossing her arms. No, we broke in, Amos answered as Sony facepalmed. Oh, great. So you committed a crime? Zul asked, pinching the bridge of her nose. It sounds bad, I know, but then we saw a meeting and off-worlders and, Corky tailed off before Lagos spoke. And they chased us. Maybe they chased you because you broke into a government warehouse, Zul spoke, hands on her hips. No, it was a black market deal. I know it. My Aunt Satine told us to stay out of it, but we must do something. Do you have proof? Ahsoka asked, raising an eyebrow. We made a holo recording, Sony said, holding the device up. The Prime Minister is meeting us tonight. Are you sure that's a good idea? Ahsoka asked them. But I thought you said it was the duty of every citizen to expose corrupt officials, Amos said, raising his hand. And you do that by going to an official who might be corrupted? Zul asked, crossing her arms. Until you're 100% they're not in on it, you have to keep quiet until you have undeniable proof. Many corrupt officials stay in power for a long time because a citizen went to them immediately when seeing something but didn't know the leader official was in it as well. You sound more like my aunt than a Jedi Knight, Corky said as Zul looked to him before an alarm went off signaling the end of class. Later that night, the 4 cadets went to meet with the Prime Minister. They were met by members of the Mandalorian Secret Service, who attempted to arrest them for treason and conspiracy, but Ahsoka and Zul dropped down from the building and fought them off. Looks like the Prime Minister set you up, Ahsoka said to the group. That's treason. He's the leader of our system. He couldn't possibly be a traitor, Corky said as Lagos walked over. We need proof. We have the recording, Sony said before they brought up the cloaked person via hologram. That's no good. You can't see who it is, Zul said as the image spun. Wait, stop right there, Ahsoka said before the image froze and she brought up a small yellow pad. Information retrieval, I need you to ID a hologram. Putting the device to the face of the hologram, it brightened up to reveal Almec. That's him. You're right, that is the Prime Minister. We have to take this to my aunt and warn her. They know I talked to her, Corky said before they started running to Satine's place where they saw a dead guard. We're too late. He's dead, Zul said, leaning down to check the pulse before Corky ran into the apartment. Corky, wait, the intruders may still be inside. They took her. This is all my fault. Who knows what they've done to her, Corky said as they saw the destroyed room. Now what? How are we supposed to find her? Who can we trust? I need all of you to calm down and focus, Ahsoka said to the group. We know the Prime Minister is behind this. After my aunt, he's the most powerful person on Mandalore. So, let's go talk to him, Zul said before they walked out. Throne room. Master Jedi, this is an unexpected pleasure. What can I do for you? Almec asked from a table with 2 Mandalore Secret Service agents by him. Actually, Prime Minister, it's what we can do for you, Ahsoka said as she and Zul walked up to the table. I believe some of our students are involved in a conspiracy against you, she said as a group of police walked in with the students. Intriguing. Prison. You can't do this. We trusted you, Master Tano. Thank you for bringing the traitors to justice, Master Jedi, Almec said as they walked to an elevator of the large prison. They mentioned that Duchess Satine was their leader. We should arrest her, too, Zul said to the Mandalorian. Do not worry, we already have her in custody. Really? Where? That is none of your concern. Now I must prepare a public statement about the Duchess and her crimes, Almec explained before leaving as Zul walked to the guard by them. Officer, I need to interrogate the prisoners immediately. The Padawans walked inside and up to a cell with the 4 cadets. Careful, we're being watched. Did he buy it? Have you found my aunt? Corky asked the 2 who sighed. Not exactly, Zul replied. But we know they have her in custody. Where? The Prime Minister wouldn't tell us, Ahsoka said to them. I knew this plan wouldn't work, Amos said leaning against the wall. Have a little faith. We'll find her. We'll just modify the plan a bit, Zul explained to him. How are you going to do that? Sony asked as she sat on the bed. Don't worry. You'll know when to act when we give the signal. What's the signal? Corky asked the 2 who smiled. You'll know it when you see it. The 2 walked out as Zul went to the guard and waved her hand. You will take us to Duchess Satine. I will take you to Duchess Satine. The guard took them to a room where Satine was in a tall cell in the middle and up to the console. What are you doing? We must interrogate the Duchess, Zul said, continuing waving her hand. You must interrogate the Duchess, the guard said before Zul brought the cell down and opened the door. We're getting you out of here, Ahsoka said to Satine who looked at her. Ahsoka, it's a trap. I see you found the Duchess, younglings. They turned to see Almec walking in. You may stop your play acting now, Sergeant. Prime Minister, sir. Prime Minister, sir. The 2 guards yelled as they stood at attention. Using a Jedi mind trick was a very poor decision. My guards have been trained to resist such archaic magic. And now you have revealed yourself as a conspirator. Set for stun. A turret turned and hit the 2 with a stunning wave, forcing the Padawans on the floor. You little fool. Guards grabbed them as Almec walked up with a datapad and pen. Sign it. Sign the confession and admit to your treasonous ways. There is only one traitor to Mandalore here, Prime Minister, and that's you. You control the black market. You have betrayed the public trust and used your office to accumulate wealth and power. It's shameful, Satine said while on her knees. Your idealism is inspiring, my dear, but hopelessly naive. I established the black market for the people. That's absurd, Ahsoka said from her spot. The war is disrupting trade across the galaxy. The profits from the black market are being used to purchase humanitarian supplies for Mandalore. Think of it as a new tax in the interest of national security. Almec explained looking at the two. It's a tax for your benefit, Prime Minister. Where are these humanitarian supplies you speak of? Satine asked as he walked past her. Sergeant put the shock collar on her. Almec ordered the guard who placed a collar on Satine. My patience has worn thin, Duchess. Maybe this will convince you. He then hit a button, shocking Satine. I would rather die than sign your confession, she said through gritted teeth. That can be arranged. You're wasting your time, Zul said, struggling. Bring me those traitorous cadets. No, you can't. They're just children, Satine yelled out looking at Almec as the cadets were brought in. I'm afraid your nephew will have to suffer needlessly. Put the shock collar on Cadet Corky. The guard walked up to Corky before Ahsoka and Zul hit the guards holding them, then jumped away before fighting with their hands tied. Go. The group started to fight off the guards before Zul pulled Almec over and put a collar on him before running to the console and hitting a button. Gotcha. Almec is shocked into giving up before Satine calls for her guard and arrests the men. Later, the Padawans are standing on the hangar as their masters walk up to them. It was an honor to serve with Jedi Knights, Corky said with a bow. I don't know what they told you, but being a knight was a lie. Naruto yelled as Zul sighed. And I was enjoying my time away. You know you love me, Naruto said as the two walked into the ship with them. Coruscant, Senate meeting room. The Trade Federation is neutral in this, but Pantora must pay its debt before we can resume commerce with the system. Lot Dot explained from his hover pad. That is a lie, Rio said from hers wearing a red suit shirt and white pants. It is well known that the Trade Federation is aligned with the Separatists. Slanderous, Lot yelled out. We are not Separatists simply because we do business with them. How many times must I remind you of the Commerce Treaty of 1647? The Trade Federation is neutral. I beg the Senate to listen to our plea. Ignore the Trade Federation's feeble attempt to paint this as a domestic financial issue and allow us to resume trade. Rio finished getting applause from other senators. Outside, Naruto in his robes without his armor was walking behind Padme after getting a report on Ahsoka getting visions of Aurra Singh, who survived her crash trying to assassinate Padme before she captured the bounty hunter. And how the Council wants Jedi at the Senate meeting for the next several days as a precautionary measure. Wait, Senator Chuchi. Naruto broke from his thoughts as Padme spoke up as she saw Rio. I wanted to compliment you on your speech. Thank you, Padme. Nice to see you, Naruto. You as well, Rio, Naruto said before being elbowed by Padme. Ow. Show some respect, Naruto, she said pulling her left arm back. Naruto rubbed his stomach and noticed a tan line on her ring finger before grumbling as Padme turned to her fellow senator before they continued walking. You are very brave. The Trade Federation doesn't frighten me. I just wanted to let you know that there are many of us in the Senate that support you and Pantora in these difficult times. I know the Separatists have approached you to offer their help. Please do not take it. The Senate will force the Trade Federation to resume trade. Don't worry, Senator. There's no way that Pantora will ever have dealings with the Separatists. We'll always be loyal to the Republic. The chairman of Pantora has just arrived. I must go briefly with him, Rio said as they walked down the hall before stopping. Please, send him my best wishes, Padme said with a nod before BD looked over Naruto's shoulder and beeped. I gotta get going too, the council wants to see me. Naruto turned and walked away as BD stared at Padme. Rio had walked into her office and saw three Pantorans, one man with a white mustache goatee, a younger man, and two girls. The older man is wearing a red suit and a hat with flaps on the ends and the younger is wearing a purple one with a hat. The girls are wearing a purple suit with one wearing a long headdress that went down to her legs. Chairman Papanoida. Rio greeted the man who nodded. Senator Chuchi. You spoke well on behalf of our people today. I only hope the Senate is truly listening. As do I, Chairman. Allow me to introduce my family. These are my daughters, Kai Ikwe and Che Amanwe, and my son, Lon. Baron introduced his children who bowed slightly to Rio. Father, Amanwe, and I are going home, Kai spoke as she turned to her father. Don't be too late. I won't be long. Lon and I have some issues to discuss with the senator first. Baron said as his daughters walked out of the room as Rio walked to her desk. Things are deteriorating rapidly, Senator. Lon has just brought word from Pantora that things are far worse than we've been led to believe. The people are restless, Ion explained as they walked over and stood in front of the desk. The Trade Federation blockade is causing far more damage and disorder than we predicted. We need more time, Rio said, locking her fingers together on her desk. The Senate will vote in our favor, I'm sure of it. Count Dooku and the Separatists are promising immediate aid and a resolution to the blockade, Baron told Rio, who turned to him. You're not suggesting we join them, are you? Certainly not. I merely point out that the wheels of democracy are moving too slowly. Baron explained before Ion spoke. Pantorans are rallying for us to leave the Republic and join the Separatists. We cannot give up on the Republic Senate. Chairman, you must convince the people to remain loyal to our cause. Rio said to Baron, who nodded. I will do what I can, Senator. Kai Ikwe and Che Amanwe. What's wrong with the lights? Che asked, trying to turn the lights on as they walked into their apartment. Suddenly, a shadow ran past a doorway on the other side. Did you see that? Kai asked, looking forward. It's nothing, just the shadows playing tricks, Che explained, walking in as Kai glanced around. And had a shadow grab her before putting a hand over her mouth. Don't tell me you are afraid of the dark. Che asked before looking back and saw she was alone. Kai, stop fooling around, she said before walking back and picked up a small statue. She then heard a noise before glancing around. My father's a powerful man. If you hurt me or my sister, you'll be dead. She then turned to see a hairy humanoid alien with two horns holding her unconscious sister over his shoulder before picking up a pistol. Big talk. You're coming with us. Che turned to see a male Rodian trying to grab her before hitting him in the head with the statue and cut him. The first alien shot her with a stun beam as the Rodian shook his head. Hurry. Let's go, the Rodian said, picking Che up and putting the statue back. Missing the green blood on the base. Morning, Senate building hangar. Padme was walking with Anakin and Rex to a ship before she sighed. I don't like the situation on Pantora one bit. It reminds me far too much of Naboo's own scarred history. Well, that blockade wasn't that bad. It's the reason I met you, after all. You certainly have a unique way of looking at things, Ani. She said with a smile. Senator Amidala, Master Skywalker. They looked to see Ahsoka running up to them. What is it, Ahsoka? Someone has kidnapped Chairman Papanoida's daughters. I was afraid something like this would happen. Anakin, Padme asked, turning to the Jedi. The Jedi can't get involved. This is a job for the local police, he said, bringing a hand to his chin. I'm not so sure local authorities can handle it, Padme said, glancing down. The Separatists are putting a lot of pressure on Pantora to join them. I'm afraid this blockade may give the Pantorans no other choice. Master, if the Jedi can't officially get involved, let me do this on my own. Senator Chuchi is a good friend of mine, Ahsoka said to Anakin, who sighed before nodding. All right, with the Separatists involved, I guess it gives you cause to investigate. Go and help Senator Chuchi, but don't get in the way of the local authorities. Aren't you going to help? Ahsoka asked, having Anakin shake his head. I said the situation gives you cause to investigate, not us. I need to go back to the Jedi Temple and make sure the Council doesn't find out about your little expedition, he said, crossing his arms, having Padme look at him. Should you really proceed without the Council's approval? We do it all the time, don't we, Snips? Yep. Well, be careful, Ahsoka. I still can't believe they let you teach. Padme said to Anakin, who smiled. Rio's chambers. Ion was sitting on a seat talking to Dooku via hologram as Rio and Baron were talking on the other side of the room. Give your father my condolences. If you want your sisters back, we're here to help. Ion then stood up and walked over. Father, Count Dooku has offered to help us find Kai Ikwe and Chea Manwë. Just then, Ahsoka walked inside. Chuchi, Senator Amidala sent me to help, if I can. Chairman Papanoida, she finished with a bow. This is my good friend Ahsoka. Good. A Jedi can always be of help. Baron said, picking up a cane. Senator Amidala thinks this may have something to do with the Separatists, Ahsoka explained before Ion looked at her. They've already made contact with us. I don't think this is a kidnapping. I think they're holding them hostage. A not very subtle attempt to get us to join the Separatists. Baron said, looking over before Ahsoka spoke. If the Separatists are involved, your daughters may be held on the Trade Federation ship blockading your planet. That is a possibility. Why don't you and Chuchi pay them a diplomatic visit and see what you can find out? We'll stay here and follow the police investigation, Baron said before they all left. The two males walked to their apartment where a human man with black hair in the police uniform was walking out with two droids. Did you find anything? We've completed a thorough sweep of your apartment, Chairman. No evidence of foul play, he said to the chairman, who sighed. My daughters' lives are in your hands, Inspector. You have nothing to worry about, Your Honor. We are in complete control of the situation, the policeman said before leaving. The two walked in before Baron saw a statue on a table in the living room before Ion sighed in frustration. That inspector is useless. They must have left clues somewhere. Look here. The icon of the moon goddess, Baron said, picking up the statue. It should be up on the shrine with the others. He then walked to the door to place it with the others before noticing green blood on the bottom. Wait a minute, what's this? Blood. It must be what they used to fight off their attackers. But the kidnappers didn't know how to put it back in the right place. He then pulled a device out to scan the blood before bringing it up. Information retrieval, I need you to match this blood sample against known galactic criminals. A picture of the Rodian came up as Ion looked down. A Rodian, says here his name's Greedo. Looks like he's based on Tatooine. Then what are we waiting for? Ahsoka and Rio. Naruto. Turning, Naruto saw Ahsoka and Rio running up to him. Yeah. I was wondering if you have an informant here in that spy ring you have, Rio explained, having Naruto nod. Yeah, in the underworld. Oola, why? He asked before the two explained what happened. He then gave Rio a handful of credits. Go to Oola's, ask for the Arashi before dropping them down at the bar. Thank you, Naruto. Oola's bar. Rio and Ahsoka in hooded cloaks to hide their identities walked into the bar where they saw Oola's dancers dancing on tables and the stage with a pole in the back before seeing Oola at the bar. They walked up to her before she looked up from dropping a glass in front of a human man. How can I help you? We'd like the Arashi, Ahsoka said, dropping the credits down. Oola looked to see scratches on the credits before taking it and reached down to take up two glasses. What do you want to know? She asked, going to a tap and had clear liquid come out. A chairman's daughter's been kidnapped, know anything? Rio asked, pulling her hood up as a dancer leaned by her side to get a drink and had the front of her mesh outfit fall forward revealing her breasts from the side. I did hear Greedo, a bounty hunter, talking about something similar. He's kidnapping two women of someone important, taking one to a spaceport on Tatooine and the other to a ship near Pantora. Thank you, Ahsoka said before quickly downing her drink so as not to be suspicious. Only to blink as she drank water. Naruto doesn't let anyone who's getting info drink. Any regular person that orders it I tell them it's a non-alcoholic sweet drink that I'm out of now and ask if they still want it. Oola explained before the two left. Trade Federation ship. A ship came into the hangar of the ship before Rio walked out followed by Ahsoka who was still using cloaks and came up to two male Nemodians. Senator Chuchi. To what do we owe this pleasure? One asked as she stopped by them. I brought word from the chairman of Pantora. The chairman has finally decided to agree to our terms. Not exactly. The chairman wanted to inform you of an impending alliance between Pantora and the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The chairman is planning to join the Separatist Alliance. One asked her. If that were the case, would you remove your blockade of Pantora? Rio asked as Ahsoka glanced around. If that were the case, the chairman would have to go to the Senate and renounce the Republic. Then we could discuss how quickly we can resume commerce. He explained as she nodded. Very well. I shall contact the chairman. We can discuss the finer details of the terms later this evening. Agreed. Now you and your servant may stay as our honored guests. Come this way to your rooms, he said before walking with them inside the ship. Tatooine. Baron and Ion landed their ship by Jabba's palace before walking out. Be careful, Lon. The huts are the only law that matters on Tatooine. I don't scare easily. They then walked in to see a Twi'lek dancer dancing in front of Jabba. Where do we start? We'll have to get a feel for the crowd, Baron said looking around. Shouldn't we talk to Jabba directly? No. Remember, we're not sure who's behind this kidnapping yet. Jabba could be involved. What if Greedo runs? Ion asked in a whisper leaning down. We'll let Greedo know we're here. That way, he'll come to us. Baron explained, glancing back. How are we going to do that? Follow me, Baron said before they walked up to a table of Twi'lek females. Ladies, do any of you know Greedo? Who's asking? One yellow-skinned one asked in basic after talking in her native tongue. We're asking. We're looking to hire a bounty hunter. He's not here, but if he comes back, I'll tell him you were asking for him. Patience, Barden said to his son who tried to follow her. If she won't lead us to Greedo, she'll lead Greedo to us. Ahsoka and Rio. Ahsoka without her cloak looked around a door jamb to see a man in armor at a desk before using the Force to have an object fall behind him. He turned to fix it as she ran in with Rio and into the door on the other side before coming into a meeting room with a long table. This is the ambassador's office. Maybe we'll find something here, Rio said before leaning against another door with a vent. And heard voices coming closer to them. They're coming. Hide. They hid under the table as the Nemodian from earlier and Sib walked in. We need to know who our supporters are. I understand your profit margins with the Separatists can be considerable. However, I object to the kidnapping, the male said to Sib as they stopped in the room. The chairman's children are leveraged. Besides, they're well taken care of. Yes, but why on my ship? The male asked before Rio gasped. What was that? Sib asked looking back. Are you certain we're alone? He asked before looking under the table. And saw nothing as Rio and Ahsoka ran behind a metal pillar on each side. I'm sure I heard something. All of this scheming with the Separatists is making you paranoid, the male said as Ahsoka jumped up between her pillars then used the Force to pick up Rio as they walked to her hiding spot. Do not worry, the daughters are not to be harmed. At least for now, Sib said before they left and the two dropped down. You see, the Trade Federation is behind the kidnapping, Rio said to Ahsoka in a whisper. Let's find the detention area. Come on. They then ran down the hall before coming up to a guard in front of the cells. Have you done this before? Rio asked Ahsoka who shook her head. No, but I've been practicing. They then walked up to the guard. The detention block is closed to visitors. Move along. You will let me pass, Ahsoka said, waving her hand in front of her. I will let you pass. He stepped out of the way as Ahsoka walked in before he stopped Rio. I'm sorry, the detention block is closed to visitors. Ahsoka. Ahsoka cursed before walking back and waved her hand again. You will let us both pass. I will let you both pass. They then walked down the hall and started to check the cells before Rio sighed after checking another. This is the 5th area we've checked, and there's no sign of the chairman's daughters. Can't you sense where they are? Isn't that something you Jedi can do? She asked Ahsoka. It's not something I can just turn on or off. We'll just have to keep looking. Tatooine. The Twi'lek female walked into a room where Greedo was playing a dice game. Greedo, baby, there you are, she said before kissing him. There are some men here looking for you. Pantorans. They must have found some evidence. We'll have to settle things more permanently, Greedo said before taking out a gun. He then walked up behind Baron before putting the gun to his head. Looking for someone, Chairman. I was looking for you, Greedo. Tell me where my daughters are or die. You were a fool to come here. Let's dispose of them outside. Greedo said to his 2 men who held Ion. I don't want to die on this dust ball. We won't have to, Baron said before pulling a knife out and turning to grab Greedo before knocking the pistol out of his hand. We're going to talk to Jabba about this. They all then walked over to Jabba, who spoke before his droid translated. Chairman Papanoida, the mighty Jabba wishes to know why you tried to kill one of his bounty hunters. Great Jabba, my daughters have been kidnapped. As a father yourself, I know you understand that I will do anything to get them back safely. Baron explained to Jabba, who looked at his son who he was holding. I have evidence that Greedo is responsible, which means that either you are behind it or Greedo is working for someone else. Since we are friends, Jabba, I know you would never do such a thing. No, he's lying, Greedo yelled out before Jabba spoke to quiet the bounty hunter. We found blood at the scene of the crime. If it matches Greedo's, it will prove he is the kidnapper. Baron said, bringing up his analyzer before Jabba spoke to him. Jabba will allow a blood sample to be taken. Wait, no, it's all lies. Greedo yelled out before Jabba spoke up to hold him. Okay, I kidnapped them. The Separatists wanted leverage against you. Baron then grabbed him by the collar. Where are they, you slime? One of them is here, at Mos Eisley. She's safe, I assure you. Take us there. Rio and Ahsoka. Let's hope she's in this one, Rio said, coming to a cell door before Ahsoka took a step back and used the Force to open it. Revealing Kai and 2 B-1 droids. Ahsoka jumped over and sliced them. Senator Chuchi, how did you find me? It's a long story. Where's your sister? I don't know. We were separated, Chase said as they walked out of the cell. Mos Eisley. All right, Slimo, no tricks. We're gonna go inside and find my sister. Nice and easy, Ion said, pushing Greedo out of the ship. You think they will just hand her over to you? No, but I'll bet they'll hand her over to you, Ion said as they walked to a bar. Go get the prisoner, Greedo said to a Weequay male. Greedo, what are you doing here? The alien who helped Greedo asked, walking up. There's been a change of plans. We're going to have to move the prisoner. On whose orders? Gunray. He contacted me at Jabba's palace, Greedo said, taking a drink that was on the bar. Why'd he contact you? And who are those 2? They're emissaries of the Trade Federation, Greedo explained as the alien raised an eyebrow. Trade Federation? They don't look like a Trade Federation to me, the alien said before Che walked in with the Weequay. Father. Greedo then jumped away. They're Pantorans. Blast them. The bar started shooting at them before Baron pulled 2 pistols out and shot, hitting several of the patrons. All 3 Pantorans got behind a table before shooting the last of the aliens. Ahsoka and Rio. The 3 walked into a hall before seeing Sib with several super droids. Stop them. Ahsoka dashed over and sliced through the droids before turning to place her blade at Lot's throat. Surrender, Separatist, she said before Sib walked in with guards. What is the meaning of this? You've been holding the chairman of Pantora's daughter as a hostage, Ahsoka said to Lot. What? Sib Kane, what is she talking about? I want my litigator. We are businessmen, we deal in trade and commerce, the male said as Rio walked up. Yes, but perhaps your business is war profiteering. How dare you? I dare because you claim to have no involvement, and yet here stands the chairman's daughter on your ship, held by your administrator. I may understand your position, but I doubt the rest of the Senate will. Rio explained to him. Blackmail. No, business. I could, of course, be persuaded to defend your unfortunate circumstances to the Senate. That is if this blockade ends, Rio said with a smile. I'll see what I can do. Later Senate meeting. It has come to our attention that the ugly head of the Separatist has once again raised itself in the ranks of our very own Trade Federation. Newt Gunray's influence extends farther than we ever imagined. It was Sib Kane, acting on his own accord, who kidnapped the children of Chairman Papanoida. In good faith, we have returned them to him. And also, as a gesture of friendship, we are removing our blockade and reopening trade with the Pantorans. Lot said as the Pantorans watched from their pad. Later, as they left, Naruto saw Ryo before walking up. I see Oola was able to help. Yes, thank you Naruto, Ryo said before walking past him and trailed a hand on his chest before walking away, having her hips sway a little as he stared.